The story begins on a day 15 years ago, when everything changed because that was when the first portal appeared in the world. Monsters from other realms emerge from an opening that appears in their reality. Furthermore, features like levels and skills surfaced throughout the game, and eventually, some players developed the ability to defeat the monster through the portal. Those individuals were dubbed adventurers as they could all select their method of warfare, in addition to being slower and having more difficulty controlling magic. Members of the magician class also had a greater mortality rate. They might hinder the team if they were unable to hit skills. As a result, he went with the thief class, which has a speed affinity. He was accumulating experience by being able to stay alive. That's what he thought was the most crucial thing for getting stronger. Just as he thought he could slowly accumulate experience, he climbed into the ranks of the strongest adventurers. Some even began referring to him as the sword god of speed. He fought on the front lines to protect the nation and the world as the portal tragedy worsened. They engaged in combat with a monster at that time when a man by the name of Rusaki took Ikoma out of Sword of Glory. When Rusaki heard what Ikoma had to say and listened to him, he questioned whether Ikoma was sincere in asking him why he had been taken off the Sword of Glory. He asked Ikoma if he didn't know the cause behind it, and informed him that he already knew. He revealed to Ikoma why monster levels are increasing since even with his increased attack capability, he is currently unable to scratch the surface of more difficult creatures. He also warned Ikoma that the days of the speed class thief being strong were long gone because he is only a burden to the squad and lacks healing or support abilities. He then informed Ikoma that it was already established that the class was low level and had no opportunity for advancement. Furthermore, he informed Ikoma that a magician 1 level below him would be able to assist with boss monsters, for which he is not even capable of dealing damage. He informed Ikoma that even the guild thought about removing his S-class ranking as an adventurer. After all, the experience points from high-level portals are precious. Ikoma knew that he lacked firepower, so he assured them that he would make it up, and for doing that, he would put his life on the line and take aggro from the enemies. He told everyone that there was no one better than him at deception and poison techniques. He, in a loud voice, told everyone that depending on the matchup of the enemy, even he could be helpful. When Rozaki listened to Ikoma, he said that if that is the case, he thinks he should do his best. Ikoma was surprised and asked Rozaki if that was okay anyway. Rozaki smiled to look at him, tapped on Ikoma's shoulder, and said he should do his best in a place they don't know. His teammate Ikoma leaves him all alone. And the scene shifts. Now, Ikoma is sitting in his room, all alone, with his cigarette in his mouth. He is lying on the floor alone. He is so disheartened because he has poured all his life into being an adventurer. He through this life, defended the country's peace, and risked his life by fighting at the front lines, which he always thought he was doing. He realized that in the end, he just got thrown away. He knew that he lacked power, so he got all the items he could on his own. He spent most of the money on equipment and knows he has no leftover money. The guild demoted Ikoma from being an S-rank adventurer, so now he no longer has the authority to enter high-level portals. He knows that the Sword of Glory was dispatched to China, and also they have succeeded in conquering the difficult Taudi Palace portal. He sees them celebrate their victory. Anyway, he starts reading people's comments and sees a comment in which it was mentioned that Ikoma was so pitiful that he would be a hindrance if he were kept on the team. He understood he had picked the wrong class when he threw the iPad on his bed after seeing the comment, as long as anyone has known. His phone started beeping while he lay on this bed, apprehensive about what to do next. He grabs his mobile immediately and wonders what the siren is for. He saw an emergency warning from the Demon Defense Agency, stating that an S-rank monster calamity had appeared in Tokyo, so all the citizens were instructed to evacuate safely. He was shocked to hear about the S-rank monster calamity, especially when the Swords of Glory were out of the country. He knows that there is no adventurer in this area with the strength to handle this crisis. He knows that there is not too much that he can do, even if it is just a little. He looks at his weapons, takes his weapon with him, and leaves to go to the monster. He feels glad that he did not sell his equipment. He comes to know that the monster he faces is a space-time dragon Kronos. After reading the monster's name, he wonders what a pompous name is. He says Kronos to look at the beautiful blue sky, which he believes is a perfect day for his retirement ceremony. Anyway, the fight starts between Ikoma and the monster Kronos. He is about to attack the monster while knowing that he is also an adventurer. So he thinks that he will buy time for the citizens to evacuate and for a better adventurer to come. He takes his sword out and attacks the monster using his sword. The monster dodges his attack. Ikoma gets to know that the monster is faster than he thought. The monster Kronos attacks Ikoma and destroys the window. It causes a lot of destruction there. Ikoma realizes getting close to the monster is too dangerous, so he activates his twin-headed Hydra poison to attack the monster. He throws his weapon towards the monster, but the monster Kronos once again dodges his attack. Ikoma thinks that it would be great if even a little poison got in, but he thinks that it is too much to ask for. He is looking at the monster in wonder. He knows that he and the monster have many different levels. The difference in their levels is also too huge, and he believes that it would have been even worse if he had not been a thief specialized in speed. He knows that there is no end in sight either way because it is all or nothing. Ikoma takes out his thief claw and swings it in the air. He knows that the thief claw is a thief's skill, and the result is stealing the enemy's item. He thinks that if it succeeds against a monster this strong, a unique item will surely come out of it. In addition to that, he also knows that if it goes well, then it can be the start of a counterattack. He was thinking it when all of a sudden, the monster Kronos attacked Ikoma. It was a brutal and life-taking attack. Ikoma gets seriously injured by the attack of the monster, and his blood starts dripping from his nose. He falls on the ground with his body covered in blood. He feels terrible as he thinks it is the end now. His eyes start getting closed, and his vision gets blurry. He remembers that he has always tried to play the hero, but he knows that he is about to go out after only buying a few minutes and that he is so weak now. He thinks that if he could do it all over again, he would do it much better the next time. He sees an item in his hand and wonders what the time is. He doesn't know if his last attack with the thief's claw succeeded. He sees the item and learns it is the broken clock of the time god, which is of the mythic grade. He also got informed that with the help of this particular item, he can rewind time up to 10 years, and if this item is used, then it will disappear from all the timelines. Ikoma doesn't know about that item and wonders what mythic grade is. He wonders if it can turn back time, although it is the first time he has heard of such a mythic grade item. His consciousness is getting hazy, so he wonders if he did die. He started feeling so annoyed and wondered what it was. He wondered if that thing really could do that. With his half eyes closed, he sees that the monster is about to attack him, so he realizes he doesn't have enough time left. He immediately uses that item and requests to turn back the clock, and with that, the monster attacks him. The scene shifts, and now Ikoma is lying on the floor with the alarm clock in his hand. The date mentioned on that clock is 13 September, and the day is Friday. It is 2030, and it is 8 in the morning. Ikoma gets up and wonders if what he saw was a dream. He goes near the window and slides the curtain. He sees the outside view from his window and opens the calendar on his phone to see the date. He sees that it is the date from 10 years ago that the calendar shows him. He remembers reading there about that broken clock of the time god that can rewind time up to 10 years. If that item is used, then it will disappear from all timelines. Ikoma looks at the screen and learns that it happened to him because he sees his class now, stating that it is none because it has become a blank slate. He gets to know that the time has rewound, and he smiles. Now, he is determined that if that is the case, he will do it this time. He affirmed that this time, he would become the strongest adventurer. One of the men asks the other if the number of causalities is increasing. They believe that normal people should not be entering the portals. He is brushing his teeth while watching. The level and scale of the monster are increasing each year, and the risk will be higher unless they separate the people and the portals. He traveled 10 years into the past, so he thinks that there won't be such easygoing debates in the future. He knows it was common sense that the people wanted a strong defense force. He feels that knowing about things beforehand is a big advantage, though. He thinks the way to earn experience points while cleaning his face with a towel is that the precious items and information will be powerful weapons for him. However, he believes that, at any rate, he needs to obtain a class first. But he knows that before being able to obtain a class, one needs to reach level 10. Low levels, especially portals that classless people can enter, are convenient. In addition, the guilds guard them without conquering them. He knows he will be level 6 after the guy he is fighting with. The F-rank portal goblin nest is about to attack Ikoma, but suddenly, a man comes in front and attacks the goblin with his sword. He turns his face around Ikoma-kun and asks him if he also thinks his attack is close. Anyway, he questions him about whether he is hurt and if he is a newbie. He looks at that man and wonders what is wrong with the old man. Anyway, he lets Ikoma know that going alone is dangerous and asks him if he is aware of that. He informs Ikoma that goblins are weak, but they might surround him. Ikoma asks him who he is and what his introduction is. He informs Ikoma that his name is Ohara Kenji, and he is a level 16 long sword user. He ensures Ikoma that he is here to protect the beginners who come into this dungeon. And in addition to that, he also tells him that they all call him the tutorial dude. Ikoma sighed and realized that Ohara was not a bad person. He tells Ohara that his name is Ikoma. They both start walking together, during which he tells him that his company went down when the portal disaster appeared. If it's guiding people, he can do it even when he is older, which is why he ended up doing this whole thing wholeheartedly. Ikoma is following Ohara and wonders if he is supposed to just follow him forever. After a while, he attacks a goblin, and with that, he reaches level 10. With that, he is notified that he has gained 6 EXP and has leveled up from 9 to 10. In addition to that, he has also gained 2 SP, which means the skill points. Ohara appreciates him and tells him he has done well getting this far. Ikoma thanked him, and Ohara continued telling Ikoma that he would probably become a strong adventurer because he was strong. Ikoma thinks that if he was demoted, then he would be a former S rank, after all. Ohara informs him that he can choose his class once he reaches level 10, and also suggests that he should consider what to choose. He also lets Ikoma know he can ask him for his advice anytime. Ikoma goes into deep thought when considering choosing his class. He knows that selectable classes are based on his skills and stats, but his current skills are 0. Skills can be unlocked by spending skill points in specific stats. His acquired skill list mentions that his remaining skill points are 30, and the fire magic he has used is 15. He also has used 7 senses, and his swordsmanship is 5. In addition to that, there are 5 magic enhancements. Ohara tells him he recommended the long sword user so he can fight with strength like him. After seeing his delicate way of fighting, he thinks that the thief class would not be bad either. He asks Ikoma if he has not acquired any skills yet. Ikoma is going through his scoreboard. Meanwhile, Ohara tells him he may not know how to choose it. He questions Ikoma about whether they taught him haste and strength during the training. The two things, which are haste and strength, can increase his stats. He learns that both these skills are considered necessary, and the previous one also obtained them. He thinks that if he is aiming to be a top adventurer, then it is a waste of skill points. He closes his eyes and realizes the skill that he spent all night thinking about acquiring, but suddenly, he gets interrupted by Ohara, who tells him that it is not good. The fall resistance occurs where it is mentioned that 5 have been spent, and it is also written there that it decreases damage from high places and gravity magic. Ohara believes there are too few opportunities for resistance skills, and resistance is out of all of them. He is again notified that he has acquired the fall resistance, in which 5 skill points have been used. Ikoma listened to him carefully. Anyhow, Ohara asked Ikoma if he was bad with heights and suggested Ikoma choose a proper skill the next time he played. Ikoma opens his profile, in which he has now been notified that the fall resistance has leveled up to level 2, and his 10 skill points have been used. Ohara is surprised to see it and tells him to hold on for a minute. But after a minute, another notification emerges in which it is mentioned that the fall resistance has leveled up to level 3, and 15 skill points have been used. Ohara holds his head in shock and thinks Ikoma will use them all on the fall resistance. He asks him what he is thinking at the moment. However, Ohara informs Ikoma that he can only choose between the swordsman and villager classes. Ikoma believes it is good, but he refuses Ohara and is informed that this is good. He is now supposed to do the class selection. There are 3 options that he has. The first one is to select the village, the second one is to choose the swordsman, and the third and the last one is to choose the gravity user. Ikoma chooses the third option, the gravity user. He knows that the hidden class is the gravity user. As soon as he chooses the gravity user, it gets activated, and he feels like it only appears if a person puts all of the skill points he gained to get to level 10 in fall resistance. He remembers that the requirements were quite strict, so it was not until later that he found out. Even after it was discovered, nobody acquired the class because it was too hard to use, and there was no research on it even 10 years later. but he knows it because he was an S-rank adventurer and the gravity user is the strongest class. The option appears on the screen if he will still choose the gravity user class, and now he has to pick between yes or no. Ohara, in a loud voice, informs Ikoma that it is a magic class and he should be a swordsman, but Ikoma thinks it is fine. He chooses to be in it and clicks the yes option from the bar. The system informs Ikoma that he has chosen the gravity user and has now acquired the gravity magic. It is also mentioned that he has acquired gravity manipulation, and Ikoma gets happy after choosing it because it is the magic class he has been waiting for. He decides to aim for the top this time with this class. He thinks that he will be able to live without facing that. Meanwhile, Ohara informs Ikoma that the magic classes are not good, and in addition to that, he tells Ikoma that he is vulnerable and that his endurance will be low. He informs Ikoma that their death rate in battle is also overwhelmingly high, so he thinks he should give up being an adventurer. After all, people also think that close-range classes are the strongest in this period. He screams to see the monster in front of him, who is holding a sword and is a red-cap monster of level 17. He asks him if he is joking because he doesn't understand the reason why such a high-level monster appears. He tells him that it is a rare monster with a low chance of appearing. He realizes that the sole reason for him coming here was because he thought that there were only rank monsters that would appear here, so he thinks that now he needs to run as fast as possible. Suddenly, he gets reminded that only newbies are around level 10 here, so he has to do something for them. He instructs Ikoma to hurry up and run from there, and tells him that he will distract the monster so he can run as fast as possible. He takes his weapon with him while holding it tightly and goes in front of the monster. Ikoma sees the red cap monster, but he believes that Ohara can easily beat that monster based on his level. The fight starts between the monster and Ohara. The monster comes forward and attacks Ohara, who, in return, keeps his weapon in front of him to block the monster's attack. The monster makes horrible sounds and attacks Ohara, who constantly defends himself against the attacks of that monster. Ikoma sees Ohara and realizes that Ohara is not used to fighting enemies on the same level as him. Ohara asks everyone if someone is confident enough to face a monster higher than level 15. People are just standing and watching the fight between Ohara and the monster. They wonder if Ohara is not on level 16, and they conclude that the goblin Ohara is fighting with is unexpectedly strong. So they apologize to Ohara that they cannot interfere in his fight with the goblin. The monster has overwhelming powers. They see and conclude that he is such a fast opponent, so if anyone will go and interfere in the fight between the two of them, then it is over for that person. Ikoma thinks he should not be trying to fight it here because it is not at a level that he can handle. He is unable to see its movements in the first place, and if he gets hit by even one blow, it would be game over for him. He is aware of the fact that the stats of a gravity user are low, and in addition to that, he has not even looked at the skills that he has yet. He suddenly gets reminded of the time when Ohara helped him and asked him if he was not hurt. He also questioned Ikoma if he was a newbie. After getting the memory of that thing, he thinks leaving such a good person does not sit well with him. He grabs his sword and realizes he also doesn't quite hate fighting an enemy stronger than him. While fighting with that monster, Ohara sees that Ikoma is about to jump into their fight, so he immediately tells Ikoma that he cannot fight it at his level. In addition, people in the magic class are weak against physical attacks. He informs Ikoma that with this difference, he will be killed in mere seconds if he jumps into their fight and tries to fight against the monster on a higher level compared to him. Ikoma decides to use the red cap to test the power of the gravity user class. He realizes that he bet his second life as an adventurer on the power of the strongest class. He thinks that if it is so weak, he has to run away from the likes of a red cap, then he doesn't need it. The red cap monster leaves Ohara and immediately rushes towards Ikoma to attack him with its sword. Ohara, when he sees it, instructs Ikoma to run immediately to save his life. Ikoma thinks that the weakness of magic classes is their lack of body strength. Therefore, the magic class has to work with other classes. He believes that the gravity user class is different because with gravity manipulation, a person can trade MP for a temporary boost in physical abilities. He decides to use his gravity manipulation and activates his gravity moiety. The red cap monster leaps towards him. Ohara, after looking at Ikoma, wonders if the speed has increased. Ikoma is aware of the fact that he can increase his speed by decreasing the gravity force on his body. He thinks that reading his movements becomes quite easy in that case, but he feels like there is no issue in that if in that way he can also read his enemy's movements. He is looking at the red cap monster who leaps towards Ikoma. The red cap monster swings its sword and is about to attack Ikoma. Ikoma is also ready to attack the red cap monster and asks how many battles he thinks he has had with speed as his only weapon. He then immediately dodged the attack of the red cap monster. Ohara was looking at their fight and was surprised to wonder if Ikoma, who is a lower level magic class, overwhelmed that fast red cap. Gravity User is a class that has high physical abilities as long as there is sufficient MP. The potential of the skills it relies on is incredibly high, especially since low-level monsters have simple movements. Ikoma believes that he can outmaneuver almost everything with the gravity manipulation. Ohara, who is looking at Ikoma, asks him what he is. He sees that the red cap monster is sitting on his knees in front of Ikoma, and he immediately orders Ohara to follow up. Ohara, after listening to Ikoma, immediately attacks the red cap monster from the help of his sword. The red cap monster immediately gets up and tries to dodge the attack of Ohara and, in return, attacks him, too. As soon as the red cap monster faces Ohara, Ikoma gets happy and tells him that he is feeling glad that he turned his back on him. By using his gravity magic, activates his gravity binding. He binds the red cap monster in his magic, and meanwhile, Ohara comes towards the red cap monster to attack him with his sword. He attacks the monster and kills him. And with that, the notification emerges in which it is stated that he has gained 28 experience points. It also informs him that he has leveled up from level 10 to 12 and has gained 4 skill points. Ikoma thinks he can do it because of the words he felt in the battle just now. He believes he can become the strongest in the Gravity User class. The other players look at Ikoma and wonder if he is not a newbie. They are all so surprised that Ikoma has defeated a red cap. Ohara is also so surprised to see Ikoma because he was being beaten one-sidedly, and now he is so shocked to think that Ikoma, who is a lower level, could beat it so quickly. He is getting so impressed by Ikoma and thinks that it is seriously amazing. He thinks that the other players don't understand how amazing it is. He feels he cannot say he is just a genius. He wonders what Ikoma is. Ikoma is standing there quietly after beating the red cap monster. He puts his sword back into the sheath. He sighs as he realizes that he has emptied his MP because the Gravity User skills require a lot of mana, so it depletes quickly. He has already thought about it because he knows his MP management will be really important. Ohara looks at Ikoma and smiles. He goes near Ikoma and tells him thanks for helping him out earlier. He asks Ikoma if he should carry him until they are outside. Ikoma tells Ohara that it is a bit embarrassing, but he requests that he please do it. Ikoma gets on the back of Ohara, who is now taking him to the outside. He realizes that even though there were so many adventurers, to think someone at a lower level came to help him is surprising. He feels grateful to Ikoma for saving him, obviously, but there is another reason, too, for which he is grateful to Ikoma that he gave him the courage. He has always been afraid, even though he only hunted lower level monsters, but now he moved one step forward, and he thinks that he, being a tutorial dude, might finally graduate. He feels happy because he got to see the day of the birth of a future hero, Ikoma. 4. Ikoma knows that he has finished the primary inspection of the Gravity User skill, and now he is ready to raise his level, but he thinks that the risk is much higher if he does it alone. He thinks he needs to find a party to join temporarily, so he goes to a lady who is the receptionist at the information department in the guild and asks her about it. She informs Ikoma that she has never heard of a Gravity User, and it seems to be some sort of magic class, but the stats are just too low. She wonders if someone really can fight with that class. He asks the lady to tell him if any party is recruiting temporary members. She informs him that one party is okay with someone at a low level and any class. He requests her to please introduce him to them. She thinks for a while and tells Ikoma that with stats as low as his as a magic user, that party might not be too happy with it. Ikoma already knew that there were a lot of rare classes that were hard to use. He knew that they would not be welcomed, but not to this extent. He asks the lady if she would introduce him to them and assures her that he will handle the negotiations. All of a sudden, there comes a boy whose name is Utsunamiya, who says that the situation looks horrible. The lady at the reception is troubled. He asks Ikoma if he can leave her alone. Ikoma asks him who he is, and the boy asks Ikoma if he doesn't know who he is. He informs Ikoma that the up-and-coming party swiftly rising through the ranks, Thunder Knights, is his party. He is the leader of that party, and his name is Utsunomiya. He informs Ikoma that the entire party has a close-range class and also lets him know that it is common knowledge that magic classes are not helpful in combat. He believes it is just a class for cowards too scared to get close to the monsters. He says to Ikoma that he cannot be an adventurer with an attitude like that, and he confidently says that he is sure that he is now pretty angry at himself for not researching correctly beforehand. He tells Ikoma that his stats are not good, even though he has a rare magic class, so he believes that even if both of them have rare classes, it is just on a different scale. Ikoma asks him if he has a rare class, too. He agrees and confirms that he has listened well. He instructs Ikoma to observe what he will show him. He takes out his sword and does the lightning strike with the help of it. He believes that the Thunder Knight class is a class with high stats and good skills. He is sure it is the best rare class out there, which fits him. The other players start wondering what's with that skill and wonder if there is a class as strong as that. The receptionist says to Utsunomiya and reminds him that he has used his skills in the guild and that using skills in the guild is not allowed. He tells the receptionist that she needs to explain these things to someone who doesn't understand. He wonders why someone would ever take a hindrance into their party and questions the other if he doesn't think it is impudent. He tells Ikoma that being an adventurer is not some voluntary job. Ikoma knows that Thunder Knight is a class specializing in attack power, has simple movements that are easy to carry out. The Thunder Knight is weak against fast enemies and those with an attribute that counters it. In addition, it also has a hard time against opponents that it cannot beat with just raw power. Ikoma realizes that everything has turned out that he is just a small fry trying to leech off others, as they think that magic classes are just a bunch of useless trash. He feels jealous to think he is a rare class Thunder Knight, so he informs him about the rumor, which he can get by randomly distributing his stat points when he starts. Ikoma thinks he is right because it has not been that long since the portal disaster. He thinks working alone is better until he builds up some achievements. Ikoma forgets how it used to be back then. He realized that it was essential to have flashy and easy to understand skills and stats. She instructs Utsunomiya-san that he does not have to go that far. Anyway, Ikoma tells the receptionist that he did not think enough beforehand. He decides to work alone for now. Utsunomiya recommends Ikoma quit being an adventurer. Otherwise, he will try his hardest to stay alive. He thanked him for the advice and left there. Sometime later, in the Adventurer Guild reference room, Ikoma realizes that it is impossible to get a short-term party until he builds up trust. He thinks finding a part he can be with for a long time and a class that works well with the Gravity user class is better. He starts searching for some books as he thinks he must hurry up and level up to get some achievements. He remembers that he beat a red cap with no problems. He knows that the low-level monsters have simple movements and that he has also gotten used to how to move as a Gravity user. He thinks that he should go to a dungeon with a little higher level to grow, and he starts looking for a portal that would be good for him right now. He discovers that the recommended level 25 portal is of the Stone Statue Temple. He learns that the mounted portals are for adventurers to raise their levels and collect magic crystals. They are portals that can be controlled and are left without being conquered. He sees that the knight statues that are slow and easy to fight often appear there, and a mid-level adventurer can efficiently make money and level up. He thinks it might be easier to find teammates if he bet on a preserved dungeon for beginners solo. He sees that the recommended level is low. The Ikenos level of Ikoma currently is 12. It seems doable to pass the early stages to raise his level. After closing his book, he decides to raise his levels and achievements at Stone Statue Temple. He will then look for a class that suits him after that. After some time, Ikoma arrives at the Stone Statue Temple when he begins to make his way there. He is coming downstairs, panting heavily and looking quite fatigued. He realizes he did not know earlier because nobody told him. He starts running to save himself and suddenly falls to the ground. The blood of him starts flowing from his body. He starts screaming as he turns his face around and sees a stone statue standing behind him carrying a sword in its hand. 5. The receptionist is shocked to hear about level 12. On top of that, scolding the Stone Statue Temple, Ikoma tells her that it is not against the rules and asks her if it is. She tells him that it is not, but she believes that he is walking straight to his death. She informs him that the recommended level is 25 if he knows it. She also tells him that there are many things they still don't know about the portals. She thinks that it is not uncommon for there to be strong monsters outside of their expectations. Ikoma turns his face around and tells her that he will just take a quick look and will be back soon. Ikoma is said that he needs to take risks to become stronger, and he has no choice but to continue beating equally strong or more robust monsters. In addition, it is the fundamental rule of leveling up if he decides to return soon. He thinks that even if he beats one enemy, then he will get a considerable boost in level. While on his way to the stone statue temple, he feels some kind of noise. He notices that the strike was dodged successfully and thinks that it is a cheap, meaningless strike. He sees that it is of level 20. He looks at the statue and sees that it seems doable enough. He looks at it again and tries to attack it. He enables his gravity moiety and starts the fight with the stone statue temple. He feels like, as expected, it is not a match, even if it is at a higher level. He can see its movements and weak spots like they are of it. He attacks the stone statue with his sword. He considers that statue and comes to know it is pretty sturdy. He feels its defensive power is probably the only thing going for it. The stone statue swings its swords, and Ikoma is looking at him. He knows that he could beat it slowly, but he has something he wants to try. He has activated his gravity moiety and swings his sword to attack the stone statue. He attacks that stone statue with his sword. As soon as he puts the sword inside the stone statue, he thinks he is accelerating at half of his body weight. He notices that the statue is changing the level of gravity right before his attack hits. As soon as he attacks the statue with his sword, he feels like it is pretty strong. Meanwhile, he receives the notification in which he is informed that he has gained 28 EXP and has leveled up from level 12 to 16, and in addition to that, he has also gained 8 skill points. Ikoma learns that his level has increased quite a bit. He thinks he will split his skill points between 2, and he looks at the screen. He thinks that it is between 2. A status window appears, showing his gravity magic as level 1, and he manipulates gravity-based magic. Another window says to manipulate gravity's force on oneself. He thinks he can level up only one of them with the points he has gained. He believes that he can rely more on gravity manipulation. He opens up the screen and sees the notification in which he has been notified that gravity manipulation has leveled up to level 2, and in addition to that, he has also used 10 skill points. He decides to manipulate gravity's direction on top of gravity's heaviness. He sees the notification, which clearly states that in addition to manipulating gravity's direct force, he can now manipulate the direction of gravity on himself. After seeing that, it feels like it will be quite a useful skill, and it looks like he has reached his goal. He finds a magic crystal, which is the core of a monster. He realizes that it is proof that he has beaten up the knight statue. He thinks he can go back now but still has a lot of MP to spare. He says he will go for one more to test his new skills. On the contrary, Utsunomiya activates his lightning strike and attacks the monster. The team member of Utsunomiya from the Thunder Knights was already expecting the same from Utsunomiya, that he would beat the sturdy monster in one attack. She also feels like it had some resistance against the lightning element, but she thinks it is all meaningless in front of that high firepower. Utsunomiya gets to see that it does not even put up a resistance, so he guessed that maintained portals are like this. He feels like it is not that great for leveling up either, so he thinks that they should go to a portal with a higher level. Utsunomiya is basically on level 26. He puts his foot on the thing he just destroyed. She asks Utsunomiya if he doesn't feel bad for the kid from the guild. He tells her that he is quite a kind guy, as she already knows, but believes that weak people who come out like that will just lose their lives, so he thinks it is better to tell them straight in their faces. Although he also feels bad, the teammate of Utsunomiya tells him that he also wonders the same. They continue walking. Utsunomiya feels very annoyed as he thinks there is another statue. The girl, who also belongs to the Thunder Knights, sees it with full attention and asks them if they feel like the footsteps sound big. Utsunomiya asks her what she is trying to say. He tells her that the monsters also have a few individual differences. They look at the giant monster in front of them. They are shocked to hear Utsunomiya and wonder what the guy is, because after seeing that monster, they realize that it is not just some individual difference. After looking at the monster, Utsunomiya is happy to see that the monster is pretty strong. He sees the monster as a knight statue of level 30. Anyway, he realizes that it is a bit higher, but he still knows that it is a stone statue after all. After hearing him mention level 30, the girl from Thunder Knights tells him that he has not fought something like that. Utsunomiya realizes something. For a while now, the recommended level monsters are so weak that they don't even put up a fight, and they, being Thunder Knights, are much stronger than the adventurers who are on the same level as them. He believes this monster level is just right for them, so he finishes the fight quickly with the stone statue. The stone statue is about to attack Utsunomiya with its sword. When the followers of Utsunomiya see it, one of them asks him if it is okay for him. He reminds his fellow that it is 3 of them, and they have to fight against one monster, which means it is 3 versus 1. Even if its shape and levels differ, it is still just a knight statue. He knows it won't change the fact that it is slow and simple. Also, he attacks the monster, who starts making horrible sounds. After hearing those sounds, he thinks there is a speed difference between levels, but he believes it is not as fast as his sword. So he once again attacks the monster using his sword, and he sees that nothing happened to the monster. So he believes that the monster is a bit sturdier than the normal ones. The monster takes its sword out to attack him. He feels like the strength of the monster is a bit troublesome for him, so he decides to just try backing up for now. The monster attacks him. He screams as that hits him up. He wonders what power the monster just used now is. Utsunomiya realizes there is so much difference in their power, although they are only a few levels apart. After getting beaten up by the monster there, he sees Karen, who is going to attack the monster, so he suggests she not lose her composure in front of the enemy. She goes in front of the monster and is about to attack it, but suddenly, the monster hurriedly attacks her. She tries to block its attack, but the monster is successful in attacking her. The other fellow of Utsunomiya yells Karen's name. Utsunomiya is looking at them surprisingly and wonders why it is happening. He thinks this should not happen and wonders if the monsters were this scary. He wonders if he is a chosen one. He takes his sword out and rises up in the air. He activates his lightning strike. He believes that the lightning strike is the strongest ability of the Thunder Knights. He believes that even a monster like this cannot possibly beat his lightning strike. He sees that the monster has survived his attack and is making horrible sounds. He comes to know that the monster has some resistance against the lightning element, but all of his attacks are meaningless in front of that high firepower. He sees that the monster has broken his sword, and he gets really worried and thinks that it is worse. He wishes that the monster would stop attacking him because he believes that he doesn't mean to die in a place like this. He looks at his broken sword, which is lying on the ground. He sees the monster who is in front of him and starts begging him to let him go. The monster is about to attack him, but suddenly, Ikoma activates his gravity moiety, and with the help of his gravity moiety, he attacks the monster. As soon as he starts to attack the monster with his gravity moiety, the monster looks at him and starts to make some sort of noise. Ikoma looks at the monster, who is still safe and sound, though after the attack on him, he is already expecting that it will not be very effective, and the same happens. The attack on the monster was not so effective. Utsunomiya sees Ikoma and asks him if he is the new guy from the guild with the strange class. He asks Ikoma what he is doing here and also informs him that the opponent he is trying to fight with is not an opponent whom he can beat. Ikoma, who is on level 16, knows that what Utsunomiya is saying is right. He thinks that it might be a little too much for him. The monster he is trying to fight with is a knight statue, which is of level 30. Ikoma thinks that eating both adventurers and monsters is a unique monster that has leveled up. That being said, it has grown up a bit too much. Ikoma decides to take his sword out as he says that he will go for one more since he still has some extra. MP, it was his intention. Anyways, he knows that he would be able to think such a big boss would pop up. So Utsunomiya shouts and instructs him to run. He tells Ikoma that the monster did the 3 of them. Anyway, Ikoma listens to him quietly and then activates his gravity moiety and attacks the monster. Ikoma leaps towards the monster with his sword and attacks it. The monster starts making a sound of some sort, and after that, Ikoma spells some sort of magic onto the monster. He then again attacks the monster with his sword. As soon as he attacks the monster, Utsunomiya is surprised to see it and wonders if it is a joke because the low-level newbie, according to him, and with a magic class, has gone against the monster. He wonders how Ikoma can fight against that monster. However, Ikoma notices that the monster is not too fast for its level, so he thinks he can cover it with his gravity manipulation. He knows that he cannot land any decisive blows on the monster, because its defensive power is so much stronger than a normal knight statue. He knows that he and the monster have a huge difference between them, and there is no way he feels any of his attacks. He is aware that maintaining gravity manipulation requires a lot of MP, so he knows that it won't last long. He sees the monster coming towards him to attack him with its sword, and Ikoma realizes that he needs to take a gamble at this point. It seems to him that he has no choice but to finish this quickly as soon as possible. The monster is making a horrible sound after receiving a hit from Ikoma. Anyways, Utsunomiya tells Ikoma that he thinks that maybe he really could win, but he sees that Ikoma has barely been able to do any damage. Anyway, Ikoma knows that the gravity moiety takes a big toll on MP, and so he realizes that he cannot face this one monster without the help of his skills. He comes to realize that this will only get worse as time goes by. He believes that it is time to finish this, so he decides to attack the monster with all of his power and leaps towards the monster. He attacks the monster with his sword as soon as he leaps on the head of the monster and attacks there. After that hit given by him, he stands there and looks at the monster, and after that, he again goes near the monster, who is already making weird sounds. He then again grabs his sword, jumps on the head of the monster, and attacks him. Utsunomiya is looking at him and notices that Ikoma's body is so light. He wonders if it is because of the skill from his class. He then again jumps on the head of the monster and activates his gravity manipulation of level 2. He never thought that he would have to suddenly use it anyway. He enables his inverse gravity and reverses the gravity on himself. When he uses the reversing the gravity skill, he sees what kind of an interesting skill it is. He goes so high and thinks that if he is this high up, then he can do what he is trying to do at the moment. He then again activates his double gravity and decides to ride the extra speed of the increased gravity, and with that, he goes towards the monster to attack him. He informs the monster that it is too late for him and instantly gives the monster a meteor slash. As soon as he gives the monster a meteor slash, the monster makes some sort of terrible sound and gets broken down as if it were a stone statue. Ikoma meanwhile receives a notification that mentions that he has gained 524 EXP. In addition to that, he is also being informed that he has leveled up from level 16 to 23 and has gained 14 skill points. Ikoma sees the monster whom he has beaten up and thinks that he has won somehow because his level goes through the roof after beating an enemy almost twice his level. Ikoma puts his sword back in his sheath, and although he has also been injured, a notification emerges of the fall resistance of level 3. He enables his fall resistance, which decreases damage from high places and gravity magic. Ikoma feels glad, as it could mitigate the impact a bit. Anyway, Utsunomiya is impressed by his crazy power. He knows that even if it had resistance against him, his lightning strike still was not effective at all. But he never thought that Ikoma would save him. He even embarrassed Ikoma in front of the guild like that, but he still saved him. He wonders why Ikoma still saved him. He wonders if Ikoma is trying to return the favor by embarrassing him in front of the guild now as he was thinking it. Meanwhile, Ikoma addresses him and asks him if he is okay and if he can stand on his own. Ikoma moves his hand towards Utsunomiya to help him stand up. When Utsunomiya sees it, he gets really happy anyway. He tells Ikoma that it is a close one. On the other hand, in the Adventurer Guild, the receptionist is shocked to hear that Ikoma has defeated a level 30 knight statue. She is unable to believe that Ikoma has already defeated the level 30 knight, being a solo adventurer. Anyway, Ikoma gives her the magic crystal, which is proof of that. When she sees the crystal ball in her hand and looks at its size, she realizes that the ball is a level 30. Anyways, she believes that it is a bit questionable, but she ensures him that she will submit the records. She asks Ikoma if he will be selling this magic crystal. She doesn't know the exact assessment, but she believes that it should be around 240,000 yen. Ikoma refuses to sell it and tells her that he is good for now because the magic ball is good for showing off his achievements. As Ikoma was getting going, suddenly, Utsunomiya came there and told Ikoma that he was looking for him because he wanted to at least give him his thanks. After thanking Ikoma for saving his life, he continues to say that he has good news for him. Ikoma asks him what the good news is, which he wants to give him. Utsunomiya tells him that he wants to let him join the Thunder Knights party. When all the players hear that Utsunomiya is offering him to join the Thunder Knights, they are shocked to hear that the Thunder Knights have invited Ikoma. The Thunder Knights party is the fastest growing beginner party of the time. They think that the person Ikoma must be amazing. Anyway, he tells Ikoma that he has really good luck because he is offering him to join his party. Ikoma thinks for a while. When Utsunomiya sees him thinking, he suggests Ikoma not feel timid and also tells him that he is his savior after all. After thinking for a bit, Ikoma apologizes to him because he will have to reject his offer. The other players are shocked to see that Ikoma has just rejected the Thunder Knights. Utsunomiya gets near Ikoma and asks him if he was not looking for a party earlier. Ikoma informs him that he has changed his plan of action a bit, and after this, he moves from there as he gets going. Utsunomiya is looking at him with wonders anyway. Ikoma believes that if he keeps leveling up with this pace, then he might make it. He knows about the portal that will appear soon, which is of Crazy Dream Theater, and the broken unique item that it drops. He remembers the huge fuss it made in his previous life. This time, he decides to use his best strategy to get that item. He presents some crystals to her and asks her to give him money in exchange for that. The other players are so surprised to see Ikoma. However, the receptionist is also so shocked to see that he has hunted this many. She is so amazed to see them as she knows that even though he is solo, he is still doing so well alone. In addition to that, he also requests her to prepare the documents for promotion to D rank. He has upgraded his rank from E to D. There are things such as ranks for adventurers starting at F ranks. He becomes an E rank after choosing his class. The deemed eligible to respond to portal disasters are D rank and higher. The receptionist tells Ikenos Ikoma that he must be at least level 25 to be D rank, and he informs her that he already has enough levels. He shows his levels to her, and now he has gone from the 23rd to the 25th level. She is extremely shocked to see that his level has gone up so much again that she looks at the screen in wonder. Although she knows that he is, even though he is a solo mage class, he is leveling up so quickly. She thinks that his level of speed is completely unprecedented, and she wonders if the gravity user class is really that strong. Anyway, Ikoma officially became the D class, although he knows that his class is strong, and he is a former S rank. He has experience and knowledge about the future 10 years later. He knows that he might be standing out, but it is necessary to hurry up. He is aware that the number of portals one can enter once they hit D rank will increase exponentially. He sees the Portal Orc Nest participation requirements, which is of D rank and higher. On the other hand, the Portal Spirit Forest also requires some participation requirements, which are of D rank and higher. In addition to that, the participation requirements for the Portal Lizard Shrine are of D rank and higher. Ikoma thinks that having a lot of requirements can help increase the number of portals a person can enter. In a few days, the Crazy Dream Theater portal will appear, so he knows that it is possible to get a famous, unique weapon here. In his previous life, he, the adventurer who got the weapon, received a sudden boost in power, and after that, he became a portal criminal who attacked and killed adventurers. He is determined to stop that guy from getting his hands on it this time. He realizes that for that thing to happen, he needs teammates to help him get through the portal. He looks at the other players. He thinks that having too many people will make it hard to move, and he also wants to be serious about who he is partying with. He realizes that, at first, he will start with a two-person party. He needs to pair the party best with someone who is compatible with the gravity user and who fits well with the targeted portal. In addition to that, he should be at least someone who understands his solo achievements. He realizes that, in total, there are a lot of conditions. Ikoma wonders if he will find someone because now there is little time left. He guessed that he would have to look at a few from the guild. He saw the map and started going. He realizes that he has spent half the day going around the guild. He sees that it is the fourth one now and thinks he might need to compromise a bit. As soon as he opens the door, he sees a girl yelling at the other and tells her that she had never thought that she would be this useless. The girl constantly apologizes to Aoi-chan and asks her to forgive her. But she tells her that it does not help if she apologizes to her. Ikoma realizes that there is a fight between them. Aoi fires Satsuki, so basically, it is a fun fact that Satsuki, which means sand, is the name of the girl with blue hair, while the name of the girl with sand hair is Aoi, which means blue. Satsuki requests Aoi not to fire her and ensures her that she will do better next time. However, she tells her that her skill, efficiency, and power are way too long, which is trash. She has the skill Paragoria, which applies a curse on the target's stomach, and she also has another thing called her in that skill applies a curse behind her. In addition to that, another skill, Reverse, is also present in which there is a curse that confuses the sense of the direction in the target. She tells Satsuki that if she tries a little harder, that will still not help and improve anything, and in addition to that, she informs her that she is clumsy too. She asks Satsuki to pay her for going along with her all this time. Satsuki is surprised to listen to Aoi and gets quiet after hearing her. Ikoma feels unpleasant to look at, but he thinks that it cannot be helped. He thinks he cannot risk his life by choosing someone through emotions alone. She tells her that the one class she chose is trash, which is so gloomy and has no future, and believes it is truly very like her. She says to Satsuki that if honestly speaking, then she could tell the shaman class would be like this just from the name alone. When Ikoma hears shaman's name, he turns his face back. He listens to her telling Satsuki that she should quit being an adventurer. However, Ikoma knows that she is compatible with the gravity user class. On top of that, it is also pretty useful for the boss of the Crazy Dream Theater. He starts looking at them, and suddenly, Aoi notices that he is constantly staring at them. She asks him what he is looking at, and she, in a rage, yells at him and tells him that this is not an exhibition if he knows. He apologizes to her and introduces himself, saying he is Ikenos Ikoma. He also shows his adventurer certificate in which it is mentioned that he is a gravity user and his rank is D with a level of 26. He informs her that he came to this guild because he wanted to look for a party member. Aoi looks at the certificate and sees that it is an adventurer certificate of a D rank. She thinks that even if they have one, it will surely greatly help the party. She tells Ikoma that they have one spot open for their party. As she said this to Ikoma, she was stunned to hear him requesting Satsuki to party with him. Satsuki herself was surprised to hear him, even though Aoi was also so shocked to hear Ikoma. Ikoma knows that a shaman is a useful human resource, so he thinks he cannot let this chance go, as it is a golden opportunity for him. Aoi tells him that Satsuki's class is useless, so he should join them instead of her. Satsuki thanks Ikoma for offering her and tells him that she is very grateful for his offer. But he is a D ranker, and she is still only almost at level 10. He ensures her that at this level, it is fine for him and requests her to join him because he needs her power at all costs. She tells Ikoma that she is gloomy, so she will be a hindrance, but Ikoma ensures Satsuki that he will support her. On top of that, Satsuki informs Ikoma that she doesn't have any confidence in herself, and is wondering if she should just quit being an adventurer. Ikoma asks her to give him some time as it is just a little thing, and he assures her that he will give her the confidence she needs. She informs Ikoma that if he is okay with her, then she doesn't have any problem with that, but she also lets Ikoma that she is useless, so he needs to take care of her. Aoi tells Ikoma that if he doesn't know that the shamans are useless, she will make him cautious and tell him not to regret his choice later. Ikoma thanked Aoi for her advice, but he believes that he is a bit more knowledgeable in class than her, so he tells her the same thing, and after saying her, he then gets going. Ikoma believes that if he has a shaman with him, then it will cover the weaknesses of the gravity user, and on top of that, the shaman class is compatible with the Crazy Dream Theater. He believes that if he has her with him, then getting that unique weapon will be so easy for him, as it will just be a piece of cake for him. Ikoma tells her that he got to know her name is Kisaragi Satsuki, and he tells her that he feels nice meeting her. She agrees with him and confirms that he is saying right. Her name is Satsuki. Anyways, she asks him if it is okay to do that. She gets upset and tells Ikoma that the shaman is a useless class, so she thinks she should ask him first if it is okay. He tells her that his class gets made fun of since he is a rare magic class, but he informs her that the trend will change in a few years. She asks him if he is saying right and if it will change. Anyway, Ikoma continues to talk and informs her that he wants to talk to her about the portal they are going into. Satsuki asks him which maintained portal they are going to, but Ikoma denies it and tells her that the portal on which he plans to go is a new portal that will open very soon. He informs her that portal has a recommended level of 30 and higher, and it is the Crazy Dream Theater. She asks him if the portal he is talking about is at a high level, and also if the unexplored portals are the opposite of maintained portals left for leveling up. In addition, it is a portal without much information since it just appeared. When Satsuki listened to him, she got kind of scared. She tells him that it is impossible because she is only level 17 at the moment and also believes that she is in a horrible class. Ikoma tells her that he will make sure she won't be in any kind of danger. He ensures her that he will be the one standing in front of her. He has read all the records about every portal as much as he could in his previous life. So he, of course, knows Crazy Dream Theater perfectly. He believes this, so he tells her that the two of them are definitely enough to get through that portal. He requests her to trust him because, based on his information, there is a weapon that he wants to get in there. While listening to him, she was a bit confused, and the first question that arose in her mind was what he meant to say, that the portal would appear soon, so she asked it out. Ikoma puts his finger on his lips and tells her that he cannot talk specifics, but it is thanks to a rare item. She tells Ikoma, as she knows it, that there is no way that something can tell if a new portal will appear or not. After a while, there emerges a notification. She is shocked to see it as it informs her that there is a portal disaster. The notification is from the Demon Defense Agency, and it is an emergency warning stating that a portal has appeared in Tokyo in the district of Murakayawu. They learned that Murakayawu is a new portal in a district right next to theirs. Ikoma thinks that the timing is good. Satsuki, after seeing that, asks Ikoma if it could be what she is thinking. Anyway, Ikoma says to her that they need to go there tomorrow. Although he knows that it won't be conquered for at least a week, they still need to go as soon as possible. He thinks that the portal boss should be beaten pretty quickly. The scene changes to the next day in the Murakayawu. They both reach there. Satsuki asks him if it is going to be okay because it seems like the Demon Defense Agency has been working hard all day, too. Meanwhile, a girl sees both of them, so she rushes to them and asks both of them if they are adventurers. She requests him to bring back any information that he can get about the structure and the skills of the monster. In addition to that, she also requests him not to push himself too hard. She informs him that the death toll is much higher in unexplored portals. He ensures her that he has her point and requests her to leave it to them. But they start moving when Satsuki asks him if he is planning to clear it. Ikoma tells her that if he was being honest, then they would not let him in after all because it is surely a weird portal. He asks Satsuki if she is still worried as they have entered the Crazy Dream Theater portal, and she tells him that she is a little worried. Ikoma says she is sorry because he makes her come with him, but he also ensures her that he will fight in the front, and if things get bad, then he will retreat immediately. Satsuki refuses him and lets him know that she will do her best. She tells him that she will show him her hand-to-hand combat skills, and in addition to that, she can also be a decoy if he wants. Ikoma instructs her to not push herself too hard and tells her that he is looking forward to seeing her shaman skills. She gets upset after hearing him because most of those skills are something else. Ikoma reminds her that she has also learned the Mana Drain skill and asks her if he is saying it correctly. So basically, Mana Drain is a magic that steals the MP of a target. The skill has great results in long battles against strong opponents. He tells her that it can also be used to give that stolen MP to an ally. He informs her that it easily fills in the weaknesses of the gravity user who uses a lot of MP. He knows that he can stay in a portal as long as he wants and continuously level up. She asks Ikoma if the magic he is talking about is really slow and the MP efficiency is not very good. She thinks that the other magic can inflict a lot more damage. He thinks as he guesses that it is what happens when inexperienced people are together. She ensures that he keeps the enemy on her as much as possible, and she tells him that she will make space so he can hit them with his shaman magic. The monster is the circus bear, which is of level 26. The circus bear hits Ikoma while Satsuki activates her shadow balls. As soon as she activates her shadow balls, the circus bear gets hit by it. When it gets hit by it, it starts emitting some sort of noise. Ikoma, in a loud voice, says Satsuki to see the gap. Meanwhile, he leaps toward the circus bear to attack it. He activates his double gravity. After activating his double gravity, he hits the circus bear with the help of his sword. After hitting him with his sword, he thinks that a monster on this level is still quite easy. He receives a notification that he has gained 212 EXP. She tells him that she has leveled up 3 times so quickly, but she is happy, although she feels like she is just leeching off of him. He tells her that the power of power will become much more useful later, and after all, they are partners, so she must level up. When Satsuki heard him call her his partner, she sort of started feeling fresh. She tells him that it was not this when she was at the Aoi-chan party after all. She also leveled up, and she assured him that she would try to be more useful in the next battle. He instructs her to do her best within her limits, although Ikoma is kind of a bit worried about Satsuki's confidence, and he feels that it is good that she has at least the motivation. He feels like the battle intuition has not dulled yet. Anyway, he thinks that he can do it for sure, beating the portal boss and then getting that rare and unique item. He remembers that in his previous life, the man who brought that weapon became a criminal. After gaining the power of that weapon, he became one of the worst portal criminals. He believes that if they get their hands on that weapon, they will change the course of history. He thinks that they can stop that guy from gaining power, and he knows that the day the criminal conquered Crazy Dream Theater, it was still so far away. However, as he knows that it is still the second day, so he believes that they are still good. On the contrary, he sees a guy who is about to attack him, but he immediately activates his parry thrust and attacks that guy. He suggests that the guy whom he has attacked with his weapon has to look at his opponents more carefully. He feels like he has leveled up. He is surprised to see that he has given him XP, though he is just a small fry. He tells him that he just does not want to kill or be killed, so he tells him that humans are much easier to hunt, even if they are on the same level as those monsters. The name of the player who killed the human is Zabe Kaoru, and he was at level 36. Now, he is on 37. Ikoma activates his double gravity, and with that, he attacks the monster, Jack in the Box of level 27. After he kills the monster, Satsuki tells Ikoma that even though she is just shooting magic from the back, it still feels intense to her. Now, the level of Satsuki has also been increased from level 20 to 22, whereas the level of Ikoma has been increased from level 26 to 27. Satsuki apologizes to him because she believes that it seems like she is just leeching off of him. She thinks that he can probably handle all of these guys on his own. He tells her that monsters of this level are not a big deal after all, so there is no problem as long as she understands their attack pattern. She reminds her what he has already said so many times, that shaman is a strong class if she knows it. Satsuki gets honest with Ikoma and tells him that she doesn't feel that. Anyways, she asks him if they should return as soon as possible because she thinks their MP is getting a little low now. Ikoma also thinks about it and feels that Satsuki is saying right anyway. Now the level Ikoma is 27 and his HP is 41 out of 57. In addition to the MP of him is 16 left out of 45. He informs Satsuki that he is quite reliant on gravity manipulation to boost his body after all. Satsuki tells him that according to the guild, he should try to retreat once half of his MP is gone. Ikoma thinks that she is saying it right as he feels like it is time to do that. When Satsuki listens to him, she asks him what he means by that. Meanwhile, all of a sudden, they hear the noise of a clown goblin who is of level 24. Ikoma immediately grabs that clown goblin and tells Satsuki that all things are ready and requests her to use mana drain. Satsuki kind of hesitates a bit from doing that, but basically, if there is a monster, they can safely restrain it and use mana drain on it. In addition to that, they will have infinite MP. On top of that, there is also another use of mana drain, which is that it is used to transfer MP to another person. Satsuki understands the theory behind it, but she asks him if he can do something about how it looks. He informs her that the monsters only get stunned by the skill effects. After all, Satsuki uses the mana drain on the monster. He compliments her as she has nicely used it. He also informs her that it is over. Satsuki, after killing the monster, turns her neck around and looks at the monster. She kind of starts feeling bad about it and also doesn't want to do that again. The clown goblin is lying on the ground. Anyhow, Satsuki decides to start transferring MP now. Ikoma suggests her to not get embarrassed so much because, in reality, she is making him feel awkward. After a while, they both sit on the floor, where Satsuki starts transferring her MP to the body of Ikoma. The MP of Ikoma went to 25 from 16. He feels that it does not seem that efficient as they restrained it for a long time only to get 9 MP from it. He decides to get 6 more goblins to leech. He tells Satsuki to let go and get 6 more. Satsuki, when he listens to him, feels frustrated to know that they are doing this 6 more times. Ikoma tells her that the reason behind it is that it is perfect for leveling up. They start killing the goblins again to level up their MP. After killing the 6th goblin, Ikoma asks her about the MP. He feels like he has recovered it all. The level of Kisaragi Satsuki has now increased, and she has gone to level 24 from 22, whereas the level of Ikoma has now gone to 28 from 27. Satsuki agrees with him, as she also believes that if they keep doing this, then they can continue exploring the portal without worry. He informs her that normally, if they took it this leisurely and recovered MP slowly, then they would run into an accident, and it would work against them. She tells Ikoma that this level of monsters, she doesn't think that they will fall behind, even if she fights them 100 times. She shows him the screen in which it can be easily seen that they have leveled up so much in just one day. She also informs Ikoma that it is completely different from the portal explorations that she has done before. She tells Ikoma that according to the guild, if a player encounters a monster that is of a higher level than him, then he should run away and not challenge it. He gets up and tells her that what he believes is that the guild doesn't have a choice but to teach that. However, if a person doesn't use his knowledge and skills to challenge monsters whose levels are higher than his own, he won't level up. She listened to him quietly. The scene shifts now, and they are moving inside that place. They have gone pretty far, and after a whole day, they reach there. Ikoma is about to open the main door and informs Satsuki that behind that door lies the portal boss of the Crazy Dream Theater. He is sure that even the Demon Defense Forces do not expect this portal to be conquered in 2 days. He looks at Satsuki, who is standing at some distance. After hearing Ikoma mention the portal boss, she tells him that it is her first time seeing one. Ikoma looks at her and asks her if she is worried. She ensures her that they can surely go back for today if she is not ready, and if she wants to go back. She refuses him to go back and tells him that one of the reasons that Aoi-chan was mad at her was probably because of her scared nature. So this is why she wants to change her scared nature. She tells Ikoma that if he says that he needs her power, then she will do her best. Ikoma, after hearing her, passes a smile to her. Anyways, he then gets ready to go and hunt that boss. Satsuki starts thinking something and asks him if the strategy to beat the portal boss has to be that. Ikoma agrees with her and reminds her that he has already told her about the beginning and that the shaman class is compatible with this dungeon. Anyways, they start moving and suddenly happen to see the Crazy Dream Theater portal boss, whose name is Mad Clown and is on level 35. Satsuki, after seeing it in a loud voice, says that it is a portal boss. However, Ikoma knows that if he beats that Mad Clown, then he will get that unique item that he had his eyes on in his previous life. He tells Satsuki to do it as they have already planned. Satsuki agrees to him to do as she is about to attack the monster. Meanwhile, at that time, Zabe is watching them behind the wall. The Mad Clown starts making different sounds to look at both of them. He gets near them to attack them, and when Ikoma sees it, he slides Satsuki at his back and stops her from attacking it, and he comes to the front. The Mad Clown sees them, and Ikoma decides to pull the aggro first because he knows that this will let Satsuki maintain some distance. He knows that portal bosses have high up and good regeneration. He sees the personality board of Mad Clown, who is on level 35, and the HP is 122 out of 122. The MP of it is 71 out of 71 on the other hand. The HP restoration of it is that it restores 12 HP every 60 seconds. On the contrary, the personality board of Ikoma states that he is on level 27. His HP is 47 out of 60, and his MP is 45 out of 48. The personality board of Satsuki clearly states that she is on level 24 with HP 32 out of 45 and MP of her is 43 out of 45. Ikoma knows that it is not an enemy that they can beat while relying on levels. Ikoma thinks that he might have to play a little unfairly. Anyway, he leaps toward the Mad Clown, who is laughing and looking at him. It also rushes towards Ikoma to attack him. Ikoma, in return, activates his gravity moiety. He starts dodging the attacks of that Mad Clown. He believes that if 1.5 meters is the distance, then he can easily still dodge multiple attacks of it. Meanwhile, Satsuki activates her mana drain and spells that on the Mad Clown. As soon as she attacks that Mad Clown with her mana drain, the Mad Clown starts laughing. Satsuki gets worried about looking at it and wonders why it is still safe and sound. Ikoma instructs Satsuki to run away for now. He informs Satsuki that the Mad Clown is going to use Gate. Satsuki, after listening to Ikoma, starts running from there to save herself. The Mad Clown is running after her. Ikoma tells Satsuki in a loud voice that she will get cornered if she goes over there, so he instructs her to go to the middle. Mad Clown is still making horrible sounds after her, and Satsuki is running. The Mad Clown is emitting fireballs toward her and running behind her to harm her. Meanwhile, Ikoma tells the Mad Clown not to forget about him. He comes in front of the Mad Clown and starts running in front of it. The Mad Clown is continuously throwing fireballs toward Ikoma. He is dodging the fireballs of that Mad Clown and is fastly moving from here and there. He knows that those fireballs are scary and fast. He thinks that they should back up a bit for now anyway. As soon as Ikoma tries to get out of there, the Mad Clown comes in front of him. The Mad Clown rushes to attack Ikoma, and Ikoma notices that it is using Gate over and over. They both are face to face with each other. Satsuki yells at Ikoma. Meanwhile, Ikoma activates his inverse gravity. In the meantime, there happens a sudden blast of so much power. The mad clown gets injured in that attack. However, Ikoma tells it that it is too bad for him. He informs the mad clown that he is upside it. The mad clown looks upside down, and there he sees Ikoma. Although it was a bit closer than expected for Ikoma, it went well. Satsuki asks Ikoma if she is not going to attack. Ikoma knows that the boss of the Crazy Dream Theater has fast magic attacks. He informs Satsuki that if she approaches it slowly, then she will be burnt to ashes, but if she attacks it from afar, then it will be different. He knows that the portal has a big weakness, but Satsuki activates her mana drain and attacks the mad clown using her mana drain. As soon as she attacked the mad clown, she realized after using her mana drain that she had gone too far up trying to cover for Ikoma. Ikoma thinks that it should almost be time. Anyway, Satsuki continues using her mana drain, and the mad clown continues using its powers against her mana drain. Suddenly, it stops using its powers. Ikoma gets happy because he knows that the mad clown is now out of its MP. Ikoma realizes that blasting off Fireball repeatedly and teleporting simultaneously requires a lot of MP, so now the mad clown is out of its MP. He is well aware of the fact that the mad clown is completely reliant on skills for attacks. Meanwhile, Ikoma rushes towards the mad clown to attack it. The mad clown starts making sounds as soon as he is attacked by Ikoma. Ikoma uses his meteor slash on the mad clown. He takes his sword out and tells the mad clown that he is slow if he cannot use his movement skills. He puts his sword on the mad clown and tells him that he is unable to run now. At the same time, Satsuki attacks the mad clown with her powers while Ikoma emits his shadow balls toward the mad clown. The mad clown falls to the ground. Ikoma then activates his double gravity and attacks the mad clown with his sword. As soon as he gives a brutal hit to the mad clown, it emits a horrible sound, and with that, the portal boss of the Dream Theater is defeated. He receives the notification, which states that he has gained 1043 EXP and, in addition, that he has also leveled up from level 27 to level 30. On top of that, he has also gained 6 skill points. He thinks that they did a good job, which was not bad at all. However, Satsuki is very happy to know that they have beaten the portal boss. She asks Ikoma what thing they need to do now. Ikoma informs her that because the portal will start closing, they need to leave as soon as possible before that. Satsuki gets worried and asks Ikoma if they cannot leave if the portal closes. Ikoma looks at her and suggests she not worry about it. He informs her that it takes at least half a day to close and monsters won't come out of it. After hearing from Ikoma, Satsuki gets a bit relieved to know that and also tells him that she did not know that earlier. They both start moving to get out of there as soon as possible. As they are moving, suddenly, Satsuki sees a thing in front of her. She tells Ikoma about that thing. When Ikoma looks at that thing, he gets to know that it has finally appeared. The thing is a boss drop item, and its name is a crown blade. Ikoma thinks that the crown blade probably has the highest compatibility with the gravity user. He grabs the crown blade, and he realizes as soon as he holds it that it is the balance breaker. They both go near the weapon. She asks Ikoma if it is the same weapon that he wanted from the start, and he agrees with her. The crown blade is a C rank item, and its attack power of it is plus 11. It is the sword of a clown that deploys skills faster and reduces MP usage. Satsuki gets excited and happy at the same time to see the C rank weapon from a boss drop anyway. After saying that, she asks Ikoma if it does not seem that strong. He tells her that the weapon is very strong, and in addition to that, the rank and the attack power are just an extra benefit of the weapon. The most important thing about that weapon is its effects. It also helps raise the standard for all the skills that a person has. He believes that it is a completely broken weapon and is a balance breaker, especially for gravity users who create a gap when they change skills during a fight. On top of that, the weapon also covers the MP exhaustion and back-to-back skill use issue. He tells Satsuki that as long as he has this, it will surely help cover his weakness as well. Satsuki gets to know all those things from Ikoma. However, in the reality of his past life, he remembers that the guy who had this weapon made it all the way to a rank with this power. He knows that the guy was an adventurer who was killed and a criminal, so he guesses that he was able to interfere in that aspect, too. Anyways, he, while seeing that weapon, thinks that there are 2 birds with 1 stone. Satsuki sees that weapon closely and says that it is a weapon that helps cover for the weakness of the gravity user. She thinks deeply and wonders if it could be that Ikoma doesn't need her anymore. She asks him the same question, on which he informs her that if possible, he would like to party with her after this after all. He assures her that even if he has this weapon, it still does not change the fact that his MP goes away easily. She gets happy after listening to him and feels glad to know. Anyway, he stares at the weapon and feels that they are rivals now. However, Ikoma thinks that he should assign some skill points since his level has gone up, so he opens up the screen in front of him. He realizes that if he is aiming for the top, then he cannot afford to be a jack of all trades. He thinks that he should just level up the special gravity user skills, so he thinks that it is probably this one. He decides to press that one in front of him, and as soon as he presses that option, a notification appears in front of him, informing him that he has leveled up gravity magic to level 2. In addition to that, he has also used 10 skill points. He has also been informed that he has leveled up gravity manipulation to level 3, and he has used 15 skill points. He gets to see a new magic. Meanwhile, a notification emerges stating that he has unlocked the super gravity orb. Ikoma knows that he was already pretty reliant on gravity manipulation. He thanks this new weapon because he believes that the firing magic will be a bit easier now. He tells Satsuki that he has got another thing to try now. He is really happy as he believes that things like these are the most fun. Suddenly, there comes a man who claps and tells them that he thinks that he is too late. They both look at that guy and see that he is Zabe. Zabe sees that Ikoma has already conquered it, and he concludes that Ikoma is strong for sure. Ikoma, when he sees Zabe in front of him, thinks that the timing is just too good and wonders if Zabe used concealment to hide his presence. He thinks that Zabe thought that they would lose, so he hid and watched to get information on the boss, and then it made sense. He knows that it is not very nice, but he knows that this kind of behavior is not rare, even in his past life. Ikoma is looking at Zabe, who is thinking about where he saw him before. Ikoma knows that he is Zabe Kaoru, who was the owner of the crown blade in his past life. He is also the adventurer killer, and he remembers that it took a lot more time for him to conquer the crazy dream theater in his previous life. He wonders if they just happened to bump into each other, this time in the boss room. Ikoma is well aware and remembers clearly that Zabe always waited in his previous life. He knows that Zabe, to get the weapon dropped, attacked the adventurers who were fatigued from the boss fight. When Satsuki sees Ikoma thinking something deeply, she asks him what is wrong, and he tells her that nothing is wrong. Zabe sees Ikoma holding the weapon, so he asks him if the strange weapon he is holding is the drop from the boss. He asks Ikoma if he can see it real quickly, and he agrees to show him the weapon. Zabe thinks that Ikoma is an idiot and has no vigilance. He thinks that once he kills the guy in one strike, then he will have some real fun with the girl. Zabe addresses Ikoma and tells him that he should pay attention to what is under him. He says that he suddenly attacks Ikoma with parry thrust, who successfully dodges the attack on Zabe. Zabe, after being unsuccessful in beating Ikoma, looks at him. All of a sudden, Ikoma also attacks Zabe, but he, by chance, misses it as Zabe is successful in dodging it. Anyhow, he was hoping to get in an attack while he was not expecting it. He gets to know that he is so fast. Ikoma knows that Zabe is higher than him and everyone else. Zabe looks at Ikoma and tells him that it is strange, and he asks Ikoma how he knows. He starts laughing and says to Ikoma that there was only a bunch of small fry, but now he feels like he can do all right with himself. Satsuki looks at them with wonder. As she doesn't know what is happening there, she asks Ikoma what is going on there. Ikoma tells her that the guy in front of them is an adventurer killer and also an assassin. He is a class proficient in surprise attacks and speed. Zabe, after listening to Ikoma, asks him if he knows even that much about him. Anyway, he says to Ikoma that if he is aware of his goal, then he guesses that he won't have to talk that much. He looks at that weapon and instructs Ikoma to hand it over that weapon. He tells them that if Ikoma gives him the weapon, then he will let him live alive. However, Ikoma knows that one of the conveniences of portals to criminals is that there is no evidence left behind. He tells Zabe that he knows very well that he doesn't have the slightest intent of letting them go back alive. When he hears Ikoma, Zabe starts laughing and says to him that it is very nice because he thinks with his head and he also has some guts. Zabe tells Ikoma that he wants to see him vomiting blood in shame as he dies. 12 Ikoma realizes that it is getting bad now. He knows that Zabe was a well-known adventurer killer in his previous life, and in addition to that, he was also the previous owner of the Crown Blade. Ikoma thinks that he should have known that there was a possibility that he was sticking around this portal. Ikoma knows that based on the contact they have had so far, Zabe is on a higher level than him. Ikoma is standing in front of Satsuki, who is very scared about what they will do now. Anyway, Ikoma stops her from coming in front because he is well aware of the fact that assassins rely on speed on sudden attacks to cause a fatal injury, which would mean death for a backline class like a shaman. He warns Satsuki that her heart will be cut out of her chest the second she stops forward, so he clearly instructs her not to get near Zabe no matter what. He ensures her that he alone will deal with Zabe. He knows clearly that Zabe is undoubtedly a difficult opponent for him alone, but having Satsuki face against Zabe is simply impossible. He knows that his class of Zabe counters hers. On top of that, Zabe also has more experience than her, and the most important thing is that he knows that that man's evilness will taint Satsuki. Ikoma activates his gravity moiety and attacks Zabe, who compliments him after receiving an attack from him that it is quite the swordsmanship. But he tells him that he has never really killed someone and questions Ikoma if he has ever killed someone. He is about to attack Ikoma, and he informs him that he has already killed different people if he doesn't know about that. This is the thing that gives him a huge advantage over him. Zabe thinks that while they are fighting at that time, he will create an opening by increasing the pressure. Ikoma attacks Zabe with his sword. Zabe looks at the immense power of Ikoma. He abuses Ikoma in his heart as he comes to know that the sword of him won't break. He thinks that if the matter is that Ikoma is starting to get a read on his movements, he is unable to believe that Ikoma is someone whose level is lower than his. Satsuki sees Ikoma and realizes that Ikoma is not only good at using his head, but he is also crazy strong. Ikoma is happy that it all happened after he got the crown blade because all the credit goes to the crown blade, increasing his skill's speed. He realizes that with the help of the crown blade, he can quickly change between gravity moiety and double gravity. He is now able to hold off on Zabe's attacks. He realizes that if he had not reduced his MP usage, then he would be out of MP by now. Zabe yells at him, tells him that this is enough, and says that the playtime is over now. He now gets serious in his fight with Ikoma. He looks at Ikoma in rage and activates his skilled poison needle to attack Ikoma. Ikoma looks at the poison needle and dodges his attack. Zabe, when he sees it, gets surprised to see that. He thinks that it is impossible that Ikoma blocked his poison needle the first time he saw it. He wonders if it has happened that Ikoma has been successful in blocking his poison needle. He looks at Ikoma and then decides to use his other skill. He sees him running around in a circle and suggests Ikoma not to get carried away. He goes near Ikoma, and as he thinks that this is it for Ikoma, he enables his parry thrust. Seeing Zabe, Ikoma also activates his double gravity and attacks Zabe. But Ikoma attacks him first, and with the attack Ikoma, he gets injured. Ikoma tells him to speed up his arms and launch multiple attacks that target the opponent's weak spot. Zabe looks at Ikoma and abuses him, wondering what he is. Anyway, Ikoma tells Zabe that because of that skill, his movements become simple. He informs Zabe that it is not a skill that he can show to people often. As both are face to face with each other, Satsuki emits her shadow balls towards Zabe. All of a sudden, Ikoma also lifts his sword and immediately attacks Zabe's eye. He screams because of the pain caused by the attack on Ikoma. It is hurting Zabe immensely. Zabe yells at him as he has stabbed his eye. He puts his hand on his eye, which is bleeding because of getting injured badly. Anyway, Ikoma now understands the skills, and he decides not to be held back just because he has not been killed before. He has now realized that he can easily follow the movements of Zabe with gravity manipulation. But the only problem here is MP, so there is barely any left because of the boss fight. The personality board of Ikoma states that he is on level 30, and his HP is 35 left out of 64. The MP is 8 out of 51. Ikoma knows that there is a limit once he runs out of MP. He is aware of the fact that if he can get over that, then he can do what he is trying to. Zabe thinks he is being played with and will push forward with this. He doesn't understand why he is getting pushed back. Anyway, he thinks that the longer this fight goes on, the more Ikoma will be able to read his moves. He wonders why Ikoma is so strong because he finds it strange that no matter how he thinks about it, the sword is still in his blind spot. The blood is still dripping from the eye of Zabe. Meanwhile, Ikoma rushes towards him while activating his shadow step to attack Zabe. He attacks Zabe, but nothing changes. However, Zabe thinks that even though he should have the advantage, he wonders if he is rushing for results. He looks at Ikoma carefully and feels like the boss fight affected him, though. He tells Ikoma that he is mighty, and if he manages to survive, then he is sure that he will be called a hero one day. However, now he decides to attack Ikoma and tells him that he will never have the chance of that. He informs Ikoma that he believes that it was his misfortune that he bumped into him here. Ikoma and Satsuki are looking at Zabe, who is about to attack him. Zabe attacks Ikoma with all his stamina. Meanwhile, Satsuki also throws the shadow balls at Zabe. She then activates the shadow step. Zabe immediately tries to run from there when he sees the shadow balls coming his way. He rushes towards Ikoma to attack him. Satsuki realizes she is invisible. She is watching the fight between Zabe and Ikoma. She knows that Ikoma is pushing forward and wonders when the tables will turn. Zabe laughs to see Ikoma and says that the fight is going very well now because it is now kill or be killed. He says to Ikoma that it is the beauty of fighting each other, saying that he attacks Ikoma and tells him to have more fun in the fight. Ikoma also attacks Zabe, but he bends his head and saves himself from the attack of Ikoma. He dodges the attack of Ikoma and tells him that he has missed his attack. Ikoma all of a sudden kicks Zabe. After receiving a brutal kick from Ikoma, Zabe looks at him furiously. He says to Ikoma that he, in actuality, cannot do anything at the moment and asks Ikoma if he can do anything at the moment. Ikoma realizes that if he moves with the lightness of gravity moiety, then the acrobatics and movements are easy as pie. He sees that Zabe is forcefully attacking him, so he believes that dodging them is easy, but he comes to the realization that Zabe has realized that he is using a ton of his MP. He sees Zabe, who is about to attack him once again. Zabe also stares at Ikoma and notices that the light from his skill is finally showing. He thinks that it is most likely a body transformation type skill. He believes that when it finally runs out, then it will be the end. He laughs and tells Ikoma that he is, in reality, almost at his limit. He asks him if he is saying something wrong. He says to Ikoma that he is well aware that he is at his limit at the moment. Ikoma also knows that he is out of MP. He realizes that he has to beat Zabe in the next attack at every cost, so he leaps towards Zabe to attack him. He jumps high above while holding the sword in his hand. Zabe looks at Ikoma, who is high above, and wonders what is with that jump, and he doesn't understand what point Ikoma is doing. Although he realizes he cannot get to him while he is in the air, he sees Ikoma getting closer to him and realizes he got him. Ikoma increases gravity tenfold while in midair. He puts all of his remaining MP in this attack. He activates his meteor slash, and with all his power, he attacks Zabe with his sword. Zabe wonders what this crazy attack power of Ikoma is. He is holding at the attack of Ikoma, but he thinks that now he cannot hold it anymore. Ikoma attacks him brutally. Meanwhile, after attacking Zabe, he sees his personality board in which it is mentioned that he is at level 30. The remaining HP of him is 35 out of 64. And the MP of him is now finished. They are exactly now 0 out of 51. Satsuki, who is standing at some distance, gets happy and says to Ikoma that he won. But Ikoma looks at Satsuki and says her sorry because he messed up completely. They see that Zabe has gotten up again, and he says to Ikoma that it seems like the tank is now empty. He laughs while he puts his hand on his body where Ikoma has attacked him. Ikoma instructs Satsuki to run away immediately. He informs her that Zabe doesn't have the stamina to chase after her. When Zabe listens to Ikoma suggesting that Satsuki run, he compliments him and says to him that he is sure a guy. He is impressed by Ikoma as he is fighting in a state of exhaustion after defeating the boss. He thinks that Ikoma has done it all to protect that little miss over there from him. Satsuki is listening to Zabe quietly. He further says to Ikoma that even though she has pulled around a hindrance with him, he still managed to fight him. He tells Ikoma that he is greatly impressed by him and asks Ikoma to tell him his full name. Satsuki, after listening to Zabe, gets upset and thinks that she is just a hindrance after all. She thinks that if she only did what Aoi told her to, then Ikoma would never lose to a guy like this. While thinking this, Satsuki gets teary. She remembers when Ikoma requested her to join him and told her that he needed her power. On the other hand, Ikoma replies to Zabe's question by asking him his name so that he doesn't need to tell someone who likes him his name. Zabe gets quite embarrassed by his answer and tells him that it is very rude of him. Anyway, he continues to add that he is the first dude he can respect. He tells Ikoma that he will do him a favor and remember his face. He grabs his knife tightly and is about to attack Ikoma. All of a sudden, Satsuki immediately activates her shadow balls and emits them towards Zabe. Zabe tells her that her attack is pointless. He is about to attack Ikoma again when Satsuki throws her magic weapon against Zabe. Zabe turns his face around and looks at Satsuki as she has attacked him from her blind spot. Ikoma shouts at Satsuki and asks her what she is trying to do. He reminds her that he has already told her to hurry up and run from there. Satsuki rushes towards Ikoma and tells him that she is not going to run from here. She also says to Ikoma that, after all, he is the one who told her that even she can accomplish things. She holds Ikoma's hand and starts transferring her mana drain into Ikoma's body. Zabe gets up and says that she is a pain. He abuses Satsuki and warns her that he will kill her first now. He activates his death thrust, and she looks at Zabe and stares at him anyway. Ikoma has now recovered. He thanks Satsuki for saving his life, and he instantly got up and blocked Zabe's attack. Zabe sees the light of the skill of Ikoma and gets to know that he has regained his MP. He tells him that it is cowardly because, in the first place, they both were fighting with each other. Ikoma tells Zabe that he is the one who is going to die and he is the person who has regained his MP. He challenges Zabe to see who comes out on top. He calls him a coward, and after that, they both attack each other with their weapons. They both block each other's attack and, with a pause of a second, again continue to attack each other with the help of the weapons they are holding in their hands. Zabe activates his double knife to attack Ikoma and is about to attack him. But out of nowhere, he instantly activates his gravity magic Garante. He tells Zabe that his magic is so slow because the previous of him would have been able to use that magic much faster, and all thanks to Crown Blade. He lifts the Crown Blade when Zabe sees him, and he realizes that he won't make it. Meanwhile, Ikoma hits Zabe with the help of the Crown Blade. As Ikoma hits Zabe, who is still unable to believe that he would lose to someone who has a lower level than him, he looks at Ikoma, who is constantly staring at him and keeping an eye on him. Laws about what happens in the portals were not developed in time, and even the Demon Defense Agency implicitly stated that the result is simply poor and slow reporting on deaths in the portals. He knows that this time Satsuki is also here, so he decides to keep an eye on him. He instructs Satsuki to call the people from the Demon Defense Agency outside of the portal. Satsuki agrees to do that. Anyway, Ikoma knows that the monsters disappear after the portal boss is defeated. He knows that it should not be hard for her to get out alone. Anyhow, Satsuki starts running from there to follow the order of Ikoma. Ikoma is looking at her. However, Zabe thinks that he is just a little guy. Ikoma looks at Zabe from the corner of his eye to keep a check on him. He knows that the number of fights they have been in is different. He looks at Ikoma and wonders who this guy is. The scene changes, and now Ikoma and Satsuki are sitting at a table. Ikoma sees the news web, where it is stated that a serial adventurer killer has been caught. He gets to know that they managed to catch him safely somehow. Satsuki tells Ikoma that she thought that they were going to get questioned by the Demon Defense Agency a little more than they did. Ikoma knows that the portal crimes are heard to be released to the public unless the culprit is guilty. In addition to that, he knows that the Demon Defense Agency will just quit the investigation. The country changed after the portal disasters began to appear, and the number of crimes carried out outside portals dramatically decreased. On top of that, the government also progressed towards a dictatorship due to extreme circumstances. Due to the significant societal changes, many fell into poverty. Their well-being became something of secondary importance. However, Satsuki knew that the portals were a lawless zone, but she did not expect to run into a serial killer there. He asks her if she is scared and tells her that this sort of thing will be common if she wants to continue as an adventurer. He tells her that this is just the world they live in now, although he knows it is not the case for him. It is not like being an adventurer is the only way to make a living. He tells her that he would be lying if he said that he was not scared. He thanks Satsuki for helping him out. He believes that she saved his life. He remembers that it was like he became Ikoma's partner at that time. She tells Ikoma that at that time, she was like she became Ikoma's partner. She tells him that she was happy. She knows, and she is sure that there will be scary and tough situations in the future, too, but next to her. She assures him that she wants to try to do her best. Ikoma thinks for a while and tells her that if that is the case, then he decides to keep getting along. He moves his hand towards Satsuki. As soon as he finishes his drink, he looks at Satsuki and thinks that she is a good girl. She tells him that she is pretty bad at getting to the point, and the stuff that she has been saying is all over the place. In addition to that, the number of times that she has thought of making a move on her own for someone else is so few she could count on her fingers. She informs Ikoma that Aoi also hated that part of her, and even developed a complex over it. She thinks that if she is on his side, she might be able to mature a bit. She tells Ikoma that she knows that she is incompetent at the moment, but if she is not a bother, she would be really happy to work alongside him. Ikoma smiles to look at her. He realizes that she is a good girl, but she is a bit talkative. He sees that Satsuki is really happy. Ikoma thinks, after looking at her, that she is quite bright when she is in a good mood. The other guys sitting there look at them. One of them looks at the other and asks him if they are the same ones from the rumors. One of them informs the other that they are the ones who beat the portal in a day and captured a serial killer. Ikoma looks here and there and tells Satsuki that it has gotten quite busy while they both are talking. Meanwhile, Utsunomiya comes there and tells them that, as they say, it is hard to see things under his nose. They look at him, who tells them that he has become quite the talk in the guild recently. He looks at the screen and tells both of them that they did not reveal their names, but that they are in videos and blogs everywhere. He informs them that they are making a bunch of noise, trying to piece all the information they can together. He tells them that their names are not out there, but one looks at the branch office and booms, which creates quite an interesting scene. The guys are. In excitement, he tells Ikoma that he already knew that he had the potential to be a star, and he offers Ikoma to come and join his Thunder Knight. Meanwhile, Aoi comes there and learns that he is in this branch. She tells Satsuki that she has been looking for her. She goes near Satsuki and holds her hand. She apologizes to her because she was a bit rough on her before. Aoi tells her that she has rethought her decision and that she needs him after all. Aoi reminds Satsuki that they are friends after all. She tells him that they cannot just split up like that. Satsuki is looking at Aoi in wonder, who says to Satsuki that they should go conquer some dungeons. She asks Satsuki if they should go now because she is leveled up quite a bit and asks her if she is saying wrong. Aoi tells Satsuki that if she is her now, then she thinks that she can leave her back to her. Satsuki gets up and tells Ikoma that it has gotten quite noisy, so they should leave now. She was about to leave when Utsunomiya and Aoi told her to wait, but Satsuki left that place. Ikoma is going through the street with her. He looks at Aoi and asks Satsuki if she is not her friend. He asks her if she is okay with not talking to Aoi. She tells Ikoma that if he looks closely enough, then he will look like she is just a stranger, nothing else. He understands her point of view. She tells Ikoma that it sure is going around that video of the incident. He sees the video, which is going around, of a new adventurer versus the serial killer. Ikoma tells her that it is how some people make a living from the portals, after all. He informs her that there are people who live stream the inside of the portals, too. Aoi looks at the screen in which it is clearly stated, and a post is given about the dungeon strategy for dummies. In addition to that, ASMR is the portal environment sound. In addition to that, there is also another notice, which is of conquering a dungeon while chatting and how far she can go. He tells her that they are not his favorite people, but they do make quite a bit of money from it. They know how dangerous of a place it is. She tells him that there are people who are trying to chase them and asks her if she should unsubscribe. Ikoma tells her that it is her personal choice. The scene changes, and she sees that there are 1 million views this month again. She feels like she is the best Hashinen, and she repeats those words that Hashinen is the best. She wonders if the mysterious new adventurer who caught a serial killer sees that it is getting more views than her most recent videos. The manager tells her that currently trending topics naturally will get more views. In addition to that, he asks her if it is a new trendy topic that has now been disclosed. She feels like he needs to get something interesting on camera to get through a portal of that degree, and she feels like it is very displeasing. The girl is a portal streamer whose name is Fujiwara Hashinen. They both are sitting at the table. She asks Ikoma if it is about her weapon. Ikoma agrees with her and tells her that leveling up is more about the quality of monsters rather than the number of them. Therefore, the benefits that a weapon can give her are paramount to make up for the lack of firepower in the shaman class. He tells her that she needs high-quality staff to make their next portal raid a place where they can make money. She asks Ikoma if he is going this far just to make her a weapon and questions him how she says that she is kind of sorry. He tells her that there is no need for it because it is good for him if his comrade has good equipment. When Satsuki listens to him, she is pleased to hear it and tells him that it is right because she and he are both comrades. Ikoma looks at her that she is so excited to hear it, and he wonders if she won't get attached to some bad guy in the future. He wonders if she would ever do that. Anyway, the scene changes now, and after some time, they are both sitting together, and she shows Satsuki a portal that can make them money. He tells her that he has already found that kind of portal and shows it to Satsuki. He turns his screen towards Satsuki and informs her that it is the grave of the old king. He also tells her that it is an undiscovered portal found just the other day, and its item drop rate is unusually high. He informs Satsuki that the portal is a special kind of portal called a rare portal. On top of that, the main thing is that till now, nobody knows that the grave of the old king is a rare portal. It is only because he read through all of the portal records in his previous life that is why he knows this information. He is aware that the money a person can get from selling the drops is good, but a person can also find some useful rare items. He is lucky now because no other people know this information yet, so he can slowly and completely retrieve them all. Satsuki looks at Ikoma and sees him smirking for no reason, so she asks him the reason behind the evil smile on his face, which he is passing. Sometime later, in the grave of the old king, Ikoma and Satsuki go inside. As they go inside, Satsuki follows Ikoma, and suddenly, a monster appears in front of Ikoma, scaring him. The monster is the White Knight of level 29. Ikoma immediately activates his gravity moiety and attacks that monster with all his power. He, with the help of his sword, attacks the White Knight, who, after being attacked, makes a weird sound. Satsuki is looking at Ikoma, and she realizes, as she was already expecting that thing, that Ikoma is very good at fighting. Ikoma knows that the blunt attacks are not very effective against the bone type of monsters of the one he is fighting with. Ikoma turns his face towards Satsuki and instructs her to hurry up and cast a magic attack. When Satsuki hears him, she understands what Ikoma is trying to order her, so she immediately follows his order. She instantly casts a magic spell on the White Knight. She activates her shadow balls and emits that spell towards the monster White Knight. The monster gets killed by the spell of her magic. Ikoma looks at the screen and sees that a notification has emerged. The notification clearly states that he has gained 240 EXP. All of a sudden, he sees the head of the monster lying on the ground, and some sort of voice comes out of it. Ikoma learns that something has appeared with the magic crystal. He goes near the head of the White Knight and believes that they are quite lucky today. As he picks up the thing, he discovers it is the relic knife of ancient times of D class. Its attack power is +8, and it is a mysterious knife that fires blue light. He feels pleased to see it and informs Satsuki that they can sell the mysterious knife for around 400,000 or 4 lakhs. She is surprised to hear it and asks Ikoma if that time is worthwhile. However, he tells Satsuki that it is hard to find a suitable price for weapons. In addition to that, there is a demand for such weapons even when they don't have any effect. Satsuki is quite surprised, and she asks Ikoma how much they are aiming for in this raid, to which Ikoma tells her that they are aiming for 3 million yen. 3 million yen is 21,000, and he tells her that it will take at least that much to find a strong, usable weapon. However, Satsuki is shocked to hear that much money. Ikoma clears Satsuki that the rare portals are not everyday occurrences, so they need to capitalize on this opportunity. In addition to that, he tells Satsuki that transporting the items will also take time. He informs her that they will spend these 3 days exploring and moving out items. Satsuki makes her brain work and asks Ikoma when he says 3 days if it means 1 million yen per day. She thinks that she has crossed over into a wild world. However, Ikoma listens to something on the other side. He tells Satsuki that he thinks he can hear a battle on the other side, so he tells her to check it out real quick. Satsuki looks at Ikoma while she is standing behind him. On the contrary, the fight is going on. The manager and Hoshinin are fighting against a monster, and the manager leaps towards the monster and attacks it with his sword. As soon as he attacks the monster, he says to Hoshinin that she can defeat it quickly. Hoshinin asks the manager if the camera is ready, and the manager tells her that they are on standby. He opens the camera and starts to record. He activates his quick spell and his fire enchantment, and he records Hoshinin, who is holding the sword in her hands tightly. She leaps towards the monster to attack her, and then she swings the sword and attacks the monster with all her strength. After killing the monster, Hoshinin looks at the camera, says howdy, and says that she is Hoshinin. She gives the intro of the video, saying that she will be raiding an undiscovered portal today. She informs her viewers that she has defeated the monster with one of her attacks on her sword and believes that it was a lot easier than expected. Ikoma and Satsuki look at her, and he learns that she is a portal streamer. Satsuki tells Ikoma that she had seen the video of that woman on the website some time ago. She feels excited to see her, but suddenly, she remembers what Ikoma has already told her about the portal streamers. She gets reminded that Ikoma said to her once before that he doesn't like the streamers because he feels like they are not the people whom he can like. After all, they do make quite a bit of money from it. He believes that the streamers ignore how dangerous of a place it can be. Satsuki, after realizing it, gets a bit upset over the fact that Ikoma does not like portal streamers. However, when the manager of Hoshinin was recording her, he looked into the camera and noticed the legs of Satsuki and Ikoma. She turns her face around at both of them, looks at both of them, and tells them that they are both blocking the camera by standing there. She yells at them and informs them that she put so much effort into placing the camera to shoot a good video. She instructs both of them to step aside so she can shoot her video without any kind of hindrance. Ikoma hears her telling him that he is blocking the camera by standing there. She yells at him and tells him she puts so much effort into placing the camera to shoot a good video. Ikoma, after listening to her, says to her that he knows that she is for sure courageous enough to claim that she beat the monster in a single blow. He knows that, in reality, the monster was already attacked beforehand. After listening to those words from Ikoma tells him that it is all production, nothing else. She tells him that a person needs charisma to be a portal streamer. Anyway, she goes to her manager and asks him if it is good enough and if the footage from earlier is usable. The manager showed that video to her and also let her know that it might be a bit tough even if they edited it. She sees the video and realizes that even though she looks cool in it, she thinks that it is impossible if there is a third party in the shot. Ikoma calls her, but she does not like the word that Ikoma uses for her. She tells him not to use that word. She tells him that she is Fujiwara Hoshinin, and she is the streamer Hoshinin if he knows her. Ikoma says sorry to her, and in addition to that, he introduces himself to her and lets her know that the girl standing with her is Satsuki. He apologizes to her because now she is unable to use that footage, but Hoshinin tells him that it is perfectly fine because they were too busy looking for good content, so she tells him that she will forgive him. Ikoma asks her why she is a portal streamer. When she listens to Ikoma, she gets a bit surprised by his question and asks him if it is not that obvious. She asks him the reason for asking such a simple question anyway. She tells him that the reason behind it is simple: money. She knows that portals are exciting and sensational, so it is easy to farm content from a single portal alone. On top of that, the portals also attract a lot of business attention, which boosts ad revenue. She tells him that she believes this is the reason why the adventurers can directly become famous. She knows if an adventurer becomes famous, it is almost like he is an idol. He informs Hoshinin that being an adventurer is more complex and challenging than she thinks, so he advises her to get rid of her assistants before she starts talking big. When she listens to Ikoma, she gets furious. She turns her head around him. However, Ikoma continues to tell her that a portal of this level is not a place for an idol like her. He informs her that those people who arrive in this portal without any conviction usually end up regretting it. She listens to him quietly and then gets a bit upset to tell him that even though he has ruined her video, still after ruining her video, he goes off and starts saying whatever he wants. Satsuki tells Ikoma that he has said a lot of things to her, and that is too far, but Ikoma is not guilty of what he said, and he tells her that he is just giving genuine advice. Anyways, Hoshinin is in a rage now after listening to Ikoma. Meanwhile, her manager suggests that she calm down. She tells her manager that she knows how to remain calm, so she reminds herself to ignore the haters. Suddenly, Hoshinin comes up with a plan. She asks the manager to give her the camera, which he is holding in his hand. Her manager gets confused about listening to her, so she takes the camera from the manager. However, she goes to Ikoma and asks him if his name is Ikoma. She tells him that if he has the guts to reprimand people like that, then he must have a lot of faith in his abilities. She offers Ikoma a match to see who can collect the most magic crystals. She tells him that if she wins, then he must apologize and take back the things that she said to him. She ensures him that she will be on camera, but also tells Ikoma that he doesn't need to worry because they will censor his eyes with a black line. They will introduce him on the camera with the title that he is an adventurer who tried to instigate a fight. She gives him the proposal that if he wins, then she will agree to whatever he says. Ikoma agrees to her offer and accepts the proposal. Anyway, it gets decided then, so she tells him that they should meet up at the entrance in 3 hours. She tells Ikoma not to run away now. The scene shifts, and now, after some time, Hoshinin is going with her manager. Her manager follows her, and while following him, he asks her why she did such a thing. She tells her manager that defeating an adventurer started a fight and asks him if he doesn't think that it is great content. She tells her manager that they need more exciting content like this, and she informs her manager that the earnings of this month are going to be great. In addition to that, the reason for proposing such an offer to Ikoma was that it was frustrating for her to be told off. She remembers what Ikoma just told her, that she doesn't have any conviction, so she decides that she will make sure that Ikoma takes his words back. On the contrary, Ikoma looks at the monster standing in front of him, holding his sword to attack that monster. The monster makes horrible sounds and is about to attack Ikoma. As soon as it is about to attack Ikoma, Ikoma suddenly changes his position. The monster looks at Ikoma to see where he has gone, but Ikoma once again changes his position. He tells the monster he is above it. Ikoma activates his meteor slash to attack the monster, and as soon as he kills the monster, he receives a notification. The notification states that he has gained 364 EXP. He is also informed that he has leveled up from 30 to 30, and in addition to that, he has gained 3 skill points. Ikoma thinks that the undead monsters are usually slow, so he thinks floating above them using inverse gravity would be helpful. He believes that if he attacks them with double gravity, then it will finish them off easily. After killing the monster, they got another drop from it, which he had already expected from a rare portal. The drop that he got from the monster is the ancient gauntlet of D rank. Meanwhile, Satsuki, standing near Ikoma, asks him if he has to accept that provocation. Ikoma tells Satsuki that although he knows that it is pretty bad to have a video of him losing, he has no intentions of losing in a portal exploration. He thinks that if they lose in a flashy way, then maybe Hoshinin will rethink her actions. He knows very well that it will be difficult to carry if items like these keep dropping. He puts those drops in his bag, but not only does he, but Satsuki also informs him that she is also carrying some. They reach a place and wonder what the place is. They don't know if it is a dead end or what. There are some kinds of statues placed there. All of a sudden, when Satsuki turns her head back, she sees that the exit has been closed. Ikoma knows that it is a portal gimmick, and the portal gimmicks are special actions and events in certain dungeons. He is aware of the fact that most of the time, the portal gimmicks are just traps, but some bring great benefits too. He knows that, luckily, they are in a rare portal, so he thinks that this might be a good chance. He sees the statue and thinks that it shall take his trial. Statue tells Ikoma to answer its questions and show his wisdom. He informs Ikoma that the questions will continue until he makes a mistake. It lets Ikoma know that he cannot answer more than 3 if it is true. It tells Ikoma that if he gives a single answer, it shall take his life. Satsuki is looking at it and wondering what it is. She is a bit scared of it and doesn't know what it is. Ikoma informs her that it is a gimmick and that a person has to fight if he fails the conditions. He also tells Satsuki that it is fairly high, so they should stay vigilant. Satsuki looks at him in wonder and says there is no way of that. Ikoma tells her not to worry and ensures he won't lose in a battle for knowledge. Meanwhile, the statue asks Ikoma the first question. It asks Ikoma to tell it the total amount of EXP did need to win from levels 1 to 10. When listening to the question, Satsuki gets surprised, and in a dim voice, she asks how they are expected to calculate that. Ikoma immediately answers the 45 questions. The statue tells Ikoma that he has given the right answer. Ikoma asks if there are only 2 questions left because he has already given the correct answer to 1 question. However, Ikoma knows the answers because he has already made sure to research all of the specifics of his previous life. Some time passes, and the question-answer session is still going. Ikoma is about to answer the 19th question of that statute. The statue asks Ikoma to tell what is the magic monster with 3 faces and 4 legs. Ikoma gives an immediate answer to that answer, and tells it that the name of that monster is Creepy Doll. Ikoma remembers that he was told that they would keep going until he got 1 wrong answer. He wonders if this question and answer session will continue. Although he is in a hurry, he still answers the questions that he is being asked. The statue itself is confused to see Ikoma answering its questions so rapidly. Satsuki tells Ikoma that he should get 1 wrong soon, and the stone statue moves to the 20th question. Ikoma is asked to tell what the monster that drops the mucus of the green slime is. Ikoma confidently answers that question and tells the statue that the portal with green slimes does not exist yet. He answers that it is only possible to create one with alchemy skills, concluding that it is a very unfair question. The statue is just stunned to know that Ikoma got the 20th question, which it believes is impossible. It doesn't understand how it is possible. It concludes that Ikoma is very brilliant. Meanwhile, Ikoma sees that the entrance has opened up. Ikoma knows that the stone statue is surely shaken because he gave the right answers, although half of them are trick questions. Satsuki points her finger towards a stone statue and informs Ikoma that there is something in the stone statue. Ikoma looks at that thing and wonders if it could be what he is thinking of. He finds out that the item he found is the storage ring of B rank. The storage ring can be used for the storage of items in different dimensions and carried as a person walks. In addition to that, it is also said that the amount of storage depends on the magic power of the user. Ikoma knows that it is a really useful item, and it is a super rare item that seldom appears. Satsuki asks Ikoma if the item they found is that valuable. Ikoma informs her that if the item is sold to someone who wants it, then it can go for at least 10 million. Satsuki was shocked to hear Ikoma mention 10 million. Ikoma continued to tell her that for an item of this scale to appear in the portal, he believed that it must have been a gimmick that gave rewards depending on the number of correct answers. Satsuki tells Ikoma that it took some time, but she asks Ikoma if he thinks that they can beat Hoshinen. Ikoma ensures her that if they have this particular item with them, then they don't have to worry about carrying the dropped items anymore. He is happy because he knows that, if anything, it made it easier. So beating these simple monsters is not difficult either. He knows that the White Knights have a strong attack power, but nothing is in front of him. Ikoma sees a monster in front of him. He thinks that if he leaves an opening for Satsuki to use her magic, then they are easily defeated. He is aware that the mummies are slow, so gravity manipulation can significantly damage them. He attacks the mummy in front of him with the help of his sword, and Satsuki uses her mana drain on the mummy. Ikoma thinks that the mana drain also helps out a lot. After some time, Ikoma receives a notification that they have killed the monsters. The notification informs Ikoma that he has been transferred to level 33 from level 31. Ikoma thinks that things are going well, as expected of a rare portal. The drop rates are great. Ikoma has found 2 ancient knives, which he is holding in his hands. He stores those in his storage ring. He concludes that the storage thing is amazing, and he feels that the storage item is convenient. He tells Satsuki that they have already collected 6 magic crystals, so he thinks that it is probably enough to beat her already. So he instructs Satsuki that they should now focus on getting money. He informs her that they have plenty of time to go undead hunting. On the contrary, Hoshinen is also fighting with the monsters. She finally beats it. She thinks those guys are sure tough with their power. Her manager informs her that they have only beaten 2, so he believes that this is not a great place. Her manager informed her that it was an unexplored portal afterward, but normally, this would have been quite satisfactory. He tells Hoshinen that Ikoma and Satsuki are most likely struggling as well, and her manager asks her what they will do if they lose. She tells her manager that she will hand over some money for him to act like he lost. Her manager learns she plans to make some kind of fake video. Suddenly, she sees Ikoma standing there, who says to her that it feels like she has some time to rest. She confidently tells them that they have plenty of time to rest, and she asks him how his magic crystal collection is going. She tells him that she will still forgive him if he apologizes. Ikoma uses his storage and releases the items that he has already stored. Hoshinen, after seeing it, gets shocked and says to Ikoma that he must be kidding her. She is so stunned and asks him what is with this amount of magic crystals and items. She also looks at the ring and wonders what is with the power of the ring. Ikoma looks at Hoshinen and asks her what is wrong with her anyway. He tells her that he will forgive her, but on the condition that she apologizes now to him. However, she tells Ikoma that the match is not over yet, so she instructs her manager to come with her. She turns her face and gets going now. Satsuki sees Hoshinen and asks Ikoma if he doesn't think that he is bullying her a bit now. Ikoma tells Satsuki that he just wanted to fan the flames a bit. In addition to that, he also informs her that he got a bit carried away. He hopes that she does not do anything excessive. Satsuki asks Ikoma to tell her if he holds some kind of grudge against the portal streamers. He looks at Satsuki and tells her that though it seems like they did not take it seriously when they came, that was not why he acted the way he did. He remembers Hoshinen's words when she told him that the reason for portal streaming was money. He also reminds himself that Hoshinen told him that if a person becomes famous, then it is almost like the person is an idol. Ikoma believes that being an adventurer carries the risk of losing one's life, so it is not something that a person can do in his spare time. He thinks that if a person continues moving forward without conviction or resolve, then he will eventually regret it when the time comes. On the contrary, Hoshinen thinks she needs something big to beat Ikoma in one go. She gets frustrated because it does not seem like she can win solely based on numbers. She tells the manager that it is bugging her now, and her manager tells her that they have dug themselves into too deep a hole, so now they don't have enough MP. Hoshinen knows that they must save MP for their return, but she thinks that she cannot go back like this. After all, she knows she is not doing this with some half-hearted resolve. The scene shifts. It is 8 years ago when a portal disaster happened. The world was in absolute chaos then, and there were many more portal disasters than there are now. People were pleading in front of Hoshinen to help them. She saw a man who was requesting her to help as the monster was attacking him. He asked Hoshinen not to leave him behind. People were running to save their lives, and she grabbed a kid's hand and ran with him to save him. The people in the guild were also all trying to save themselves. She sees those children and their father and thinks that it is a very pitiful sight to see. It is one of the 5 ranked adventurers in the country, and his name is Kyuan-san. She detested feeling helpless as all she could do was escape, but despite her feelings, she persisted in her studies and learning. She was startled that the incident even made news, but she thought it would be better if she could inspire courage in the face of all these tragedies. Hoshinen was not as arrogant as believing she could be as strong as that person, but wanted to give courage to the people she could reach at least. She is the portal streamer Hoshinen with 100,000 subscribers. Hoshinen doesn't want to be called someone who does not have a resolution or conviction. He is determined to make Ikoma take his words back, and in addition to that, she also thinks that they have not gotten any good footage either, so she thinks that maybe a big monster would be good for that purpose. As she was telling her manager about the big monster, she heard some sort of noise and thought that the timing was perfect for the monster's arrival. She believes in herself and thinks that she has it in her. After all, she is the best Hoshinen. She thinks that the monster appeared just when she was thinking about going back anyway. She goes to see the monster, wishing that it is a beatable monster from whom she can easily beat and gain something. She sees the monster standing in front of her. She gets to know that the monster is the grave of the old king, and it is the portal boss. The name of that monster is Necromancer Pharaoh, and it is on level 40. Hoshinen is so shocked to see the portal boss and wonders why the portal boss is present there. She knows that there is no way that she can beat him. She knows that she is on level 33, which is lower than the level of the portal boss. The manager of Hoshinen tells her that someone appears to have lured him up here after fleeing the boss's room. The other manager tells her that it is not the place for either content or contest, so they should hurry up and escape from this place. Hoshinen thinks that it should not keep chasing them if they run to a narrow path. She sees a guy in front of her who is requesting her to help him and save him from the portal boss. Hoshinen remembers her past as she hated the feeling of being powerful from her previous tragedy, because, at that time, all she could do was just run. She now understands the reason why she was so drawn to that person. She realized that she just did not want to keep going. It was just running away and asking for help anyway. Coming back to the present, she instructs her managers to hurry up and just run from there. She starts running and helps that guy by trying to keep the portal boss busy so that she can buy some time for him so that he can run and save his life. He thanks Hoshinen for helping him out and runs from there. On the other hand, the portal boss is about to attack Hoshinen, but her manager says that he won't let that portal boss harm her. He comes in front of Hoshinen to save her. She asks the manager the reason for doing this to her, and he tells her that he is the #1 fan her, so he can't leave her alone. He asks Hoshinen how she thought that he could run away now. He knows that he may not be good at fighting, but even though he can be a good decoy, the portal boss attacks them. The portal boss attacks one of her managers and harms him so badly that he falls to the ground and becomes unconscious. Meanwhile, the other manager also builds a shield in between them so the portal boss cannot beat them. The portal boss just broke the shield in a second, which the manager created. Hoshinen saw that she didn't have power or speed and was lacking in every aspect. She gets to know that this is a high-level portal, and she is now standing all alone in front of the portal boss, with both of her managers lying on the ground. She feels helpless in front of the portal boss, who is about to attack her. But all of a sudden, Ikoma comes in front of the portal boss and blocks its attack. He tells it that it was too reckless. When Hoshinin opens her eyes, she sees that Ikoma has carried her in his arms by using inverse gravity. She is surprised to see Ikoma saving her life and asks him the reason for doing that. He tells her that he came after her because he was wondering if she was doing something stupid. He informs her that he heard about her from a fleeing adventurer, although he remembers the words which he said to her. He told her that if she kept going without a conviction or resolution, then she would eventually regret it when the time came. She gave him a condition earlier that if she won, then he must apologize and take the words back what he said to her. Ikoma tells Hoshinin that he thinks that he has lost the bet, so he decides to take back what he said about her not having a resolve. Ikoma starts fighting the portal boss. He is carrying Hoshinin in his arms while the monster leaps toward him to harm him. Ikoma instantly enables his gravity moiety. By activating it, he blocks the spear attack of the portal boss, and he comes to the ground while carrying her. He knows that the gravity moiety lessens the force of gravity, which makes it easier to take the spear's hits. Meanwhile, Satsuki activates her shadow balls and emits them toward the portal boss. He survives that attack from Satsuki. Satsuki gets to see that her attack hit the portal boss, but unfortunately, it could not do any harm to the portal boss. Ikoma realizes that they cannot run away because there are two heavily injured people, and the situation is pretty bad because they are fighting an opponent who is a high-ranking portal boss. Necromancer Pharaoh is on level 40, which is a much greater level than Ikoma's level. He knows that although the Crown Blade can assist gravity users in amplifying their power, contrary to the Mad Clown, he thinks that the opponent he is facing at the moment cannot be easily defeated using a simple strategy. He is aware that their chances of winning against the portal boss are not that great. Hoshinin is standing close to Ikoma and tells him that she cannot leave her managers here because those two came with her. After all, she asked them to so that she could not run away by herself. He tells her not to worry and tells her that although he enjoys fights that have a good chance of success, in addition to that, he also tells her that he doesn't hate a disadvantageous fight too much either. Anyway, he instructs Satsuki to restore the MP of Hoshinin. He tells both of them that he will keep the aggro of the portal boss on him until they both are done. So basically, aggro means to become aggressive towards the players. He remembers the skill that Hoshinin used earlier. He is well aware that she used fire enchantment earlier, and she is also a swordsman who can use specific support magic in fights. He thinks that because of that reason, she is a magic swordsman, which means that she must be able to heal. He decides to buy some time for her so that she will use heal during that time. He knows that they can slowly recover using the MP transfer skill from the shaman class. However, on the contrary, Satsuki is also using her mana drain. Ikoma is using his gravity moiety, though he knows that it increases agility and reduces attack power. He thinks that a lack of attack power is not an issue if the goal is to draw the attention of the enemy. However, he is also aware of the fact that the level difference between them is too great to keep running forever. He is not sure if he can keep this up with gravity moiety alone. Anyway, he, with the help of his sword, attacks the portal boss. The manager, who is lying on the ground, sees Ikoma, who is in a fight with the portal boss, so he passes some of his energy toward Ikoma. When Ikoma turns his face back towards the manager requests him to take care of Hoshinin. Ikoma tells him to just leave it to him, and the portal boss attacks Ikoma once again. This time, Ikoma realizes that the strength of the portal boss lies in its size and speed. He sees that the portal boss is about to attack him once again. As soon as the portal boss attacks him, Ikoma instantly jumps and saves himself from any harm due to the attack. He realizes that it is a crazy attack that is also strong. He thinks that it is the strongest move of the portal boss. He realizes that he has to keep an eye out for when that attack comes out at all costs. On the contrary, the other manager of Hoshinin happens to gain a bit of consciousness and wonders if he is still alive. His body feels like lead, and he is even unable to move his body. He wonders where Hoshinin is. He tries to crawl a bit to see for Hoshinin. Suddenly, he happens to see the fight that is going on between Ikoma and the portal boss. He doesn't understand what he is witnessing at the moment. The speed at which he is witnessing is so crazy that he wonders what is with that crazy speed. He immediately grabs his camera to record that fight. Ikoma rushes towards the portal boss while carrying his sword in his hand to attack him. He runs towards him with all his speed. The speed and movements of him are so fast. While he is in a fight with the portal boss, he doesn't know that he is being recorded on the camera. The manager of Hoshinin, who is recording Ikoma, concludes that the shoot is beautiful. Conversely, Ikoma, who is fighting the portal boss, realizes that it is probably because of both gravity moiety and the difference in their levels. But he knows that he has barely dealt any damage, and now he has started feeling guilty because it seems like it is impossible to beat the portal boss by himself. However, he thinks that there is a way in which he can beat the portal boss. However, Satsuki activates her reverse mana drain for Hoshinin, who, in return, thanks her. Hoshinin knows that she has this now, so she is okay with it. Meanwhile, she activates her healing power and believes that it looks like she can finally enter the fight. Satsuki also decides to participate in the fight and help them out. In that, Ikoma gets to know that the situation has changed, but he thinks that there is one thing that has not changed. He believes that fighting the boss for a longer period is out of the question, so he tells both of them that they should beat it in one go. Ikoma looks at the portal boss and tries to figure out where he must attack. He starts attacking the portal boss from all directions. Ikoma unintentionally comes to the corner and realizes this thing. Satsuki, who is watching Ikoma, also sees that he got cornered. Ikoma activates his gravity moiety and changes his weight successfully. He goes near the portal boss to attack it. As soon as he is successful in attacking it, he creates a gap, so he instructs Satsuki to hit the portal boss in the face. She listens to him and agrees to him for doing that. She activates her shadow balls and hits the portal boss straight on its face. Satsuki sees that her shadow balls did not have any effect on the portal boss. However, Ikoma thinks that it is good enough because its hard armor implies that it has something that needs to be protected. Meanwhile, Hoshinin also attacks the portal boss and thinks that he got in its blind spot. The portal boss looks at Hoshinin and attacks her. Hoshinin learns that it has no openings because of its 4 arms, and she realizes that she cannot even get close enough to it. Suddenly, Ikoma also attacks the portal boss and sees that it took his attack head-on. He wonders if it likes point-blank range attacks. In a loud voice, he tells Hoshinin, who is standing at some distance from him, that he will create an opening so she must break the mask of the portal boss with a magic skill. He is aware of the thing that the magic swordsman has a skill called Break, which takes a while to charge up, but it has the power to penetrate even the toughest of armors. Meanwhile, Hoshinin ensures Ikoma that she got his point, so she starts charging up her skill, but she is confused about how Ikoma plans to do it against that monster by creating an opening. Ikoma rushes towards the portal boss to attack it. Ikoma knows about the necromancer pharaoh who has 4 arms, and its arms are its strongest feature. Ikoma is aware that if a person gets rid of the 4 arms of necromancer, then its movements will be the same as those of any other monster on its level. He thinks that it is also a big weakness, so he leaps toward necromancer to attack it. Ikoma activates his gravity binding, which is a magic that is used to bind the body of the monster, but he uses it to bind his arms. Ikoma knows that under normal circumstances, it would have been able to break the binding easily, but because of the position of its shoulder, he is just unable to put in too much strength. He thinks that this strategy is only possible because of its large body. Ikoma looks at the large body of the portal boss and watches it. Meanwhile, Hoshinin sees it and thinks that it is time for her when to hit it. She activates her skill break and attacks the portal boss. When she attacks at that time, Satsuki and Ikoma watch her carefully, as they don't know what will happen next. There are some cracks on the face of the portal boss because of her brutal attacks, and Ikoma immediately joins her in the fight. He carefully looks at the face of the portal boss and notices that its weak spots are now exposed. Hoshinin looks at Ikoma's expression, which she thinks is somewhat weird, and asks him why he made such a face. Ikoma decides to finish it off while it is still restrained, so he instantly leaps towards the portal boss and attacks it. He activates his inverse gravity and hits it. He remembers that he had seen this stance before, and he gave it an attack that used all of its power. Although he knew that it would resort to it if he restrained its arms, he knows that this attack's weakness is in the fact that it lowers its head. He sees the portal boss lowering its head again, and so Ikoma believes that it is now the end. He activates his meteor slash, and as soon as he activates it, he immediately attacks the portal boss. As soon as he attacks the portal boss by activating his meteor slash and cutting its arms, it falls to the ground. Ikoma is happy to see the grave of the old king portal boss. He opens his storage ring and puts this word back in the storage, as now he has completed his subjugation. Meanwhile, he receives a notification that states that he has gained 1874 EXP. In addition to that, he has also leveled up from level 33 to level 36. On top of that, he has also gained 9 skill points. Anyway, the scene shifts here, and after some time, Hoshinin goes near her manager and heals him. After getting healed, he thanks her. Meanwhile, something drops from the portal boss. Satsuki informs Ikoma as she hears the sound of something falling. Ikoma sees that it is the staff of the cursed king C rank. In the notification, the description of that item is also given, and it is stated that its magic power is plus 16, and that it is the staff of a king who gained the power of immortality. In addition to that, it is also mentioned there that it increases the power of the dark magic. He thinks it is normal for bosses in rare portals to have items, so he picks up the staff that it dropped this time. He tells Satsuki that it is a perfect item for her, though he thought that defeating the boss would hinder their money profits, but he feels nice that they got this staff. Satsuki gets confused when she hears Ikoma and asks him if it is okay for her to have that item. He tells her that he got the equipment from the Crazy Dream Theater after all. He thinks that because Hoshinin and they also helped out, they should split with them. When Hoshinin listens to them, she tells them not to worry. After all, she is perfectly fine without having any items because she knows that Ikoma saved them after all. Ikoma tells her that he will give her their magic crystals and weapons. After hearing him, Hoshinin thinks that it will make them even weirder. Anyway, Ikoma repeats his words and reminds Hoshinin that, as he said, it was his loss earlier, and he also takes his words back as he promised. He tells Hoshinin that she is an adventurer with resolve. Hoshinin agrees with him and tells him that it is as long as he knows it. Ikoma and Satsuki smile after listening to her. However, Ikoma tells her that if she wants to aim to be an ideal adventurer, then she should probably stop doing things half-baked like this. The manager of Hoshinin yells at Ikoma and asks him what he is saying. He knows, and he believes this, too, that being an adventurer is not very stable. Ikoma, after listening to him, tells him that at that level, he should be able to make a decent living. He informs Ikoma that Hoshinin has her mother, whose foot got hurt during the portal disaster, and also her 5 younger brothers to take care of. He also informs Ikoma that the father of Hoshinin has already left this world and asks Ikoma if he knows how hard it is to be an older sibling in this day and age. Hoshinin shouts at her manager and stops him from talking about her family like that. After knowing about her condition, Ikoma apologizes to her. He says she is sorry because he was acting like he was so much better while meddling in her business. She clears one thing to Ikoma that she is not doing because she has no other choice. But she knows that everyone is scared of the portal disasters, so she wants to make people smile in the way that suits her best. Ikoma appreciates her after listening to her major reason and tells her that it is a good goal and that he is rooting for her. Hoshinin listens to him and thinks that man really switched up like that, and so they all get busy in their talk. The scene gets changed, and now Hoshinin, with both of her managers, is leaving that place and going back. She asks one of them if his equipment is okay. He informs her that she got a video of an adventurer fighting at incredible speed, so he thinks that there is no way that he would let it break. The other manager is happy that it does not have any defects for now, and Hoshinin concludes that it is good then. Her manager informs her that they have so few magic crystals that it is going to be hard to make a video. Although he knows that it is good to just be alive, he also knows that it is going to be a bit tough for them. The manager asks Hoshinin if she doesn't think that it would have been better to just receive the magic crystals from the boss. Hoshinin tells him that she doesn't want to accept anything related to charity or pity. She asks the manager if they don't have something that they can just use, and she tells him that the item can be anything. The manager starts thinking about it. Suddenly, he gets to see the video that he recorded on the camera of Ikoma and the portal boss fighting each other. Sometime later, in the Morima branch, Adventurers Guild, Ikoma and Satsuki are sitting together at the table in the common room. Suddenly, Satsuki gets to see a video and tells Ikoma to look at that video too. He tells her that rather than getting info from a portal video, they should just look for a specialist on data for that. He is shocked to see his video with the title of the appearance of the strongest unknown adventurer. The views on that video are also quite so much. The views on the video were 1,056,227. He also saw the comments section, in which there were more than 10,300 comments, and he started reading some of those comments. A person has commented on what is with this speed, another person commented that he is amazing, And in addition to that, there is also a comment from a person who has asked about the Ikoma class. One of them wrote in the comments section about Ikoma that he had no hesitation at all. Ikoma gets a bit shy and realizes that though he was wondering why he felt like people were staring at him recently, now he gets to know that it was because of this video circulating on the internet. Satsuki is so happy to see that video and tells Ikoma that it has not even been a day yet, but it has already hit 1 million views, as expected of Ikoma. On the other hand, Hoshinen is sitting in her room and looking at her computer. She is happy to know that she has already received 1 million views from the video about Ikoma. She starts saying that Hoshinen is the best, and all of a sudden, she sees her phone ringing. She saw that Ikoma was calling her, though they exchanged contact information so they could share information. She tells Ikoma that he contacted her quickly, and she asks Ikoma if the reason for calling her is that he has become her fan. He tells her that she uploaded a video of him, and she reminds him that they agreed that if she won, then he would let her upload a video of him. She assured him that if he hated the video of him, then she would delete it. But Ikoma remembered what her manager told him, that she was the older sibling, and he didn't even know how hard it is to be an older sibling in this day and age. Ikoma tells her that he just wanted to complain to her a little. He complained to her after Hoshinen listened to him. She told him that she had an idea because Ikoma pulls a lot of attention, so she suggested to him that they should make portal videos together. As soon as she tells him that, she gets to know that he hung up the phone. On the other hand, Ikoma, after hanging up the phone, listens to Satsuki, who tells him that Hoshinen was trying to say something and asks Ikoma if he does not feel the same. Ikoma decides to act like he did not hear. However, he knows that he might be able to make it at this pace. He remembers the super rare item that he gave up on trying to obtain, which is the Ring of Wisdom. He thinks that if he gets his hands on that, then he thinks that it might change the fate of the world in a big way. The receptionist in the guild confirmed that he is above level 35, and that he has a good record as well. The adventurer rank of Ikoma has been successfully raised to C. The scoreboard of Ikoma states that he is on level 36. Anyway, after updating their scoreboards, Ikoma and Satsuki are getting going. Satsuki tells Ikoma that he is already a C rank adventurer, as expected of him. Ikoma also tells her that she will be able to rank up soon. Satsuki is on level 32 and tells Ikoma that everyone is surprised because he is the fastest person in history to have reached rank C. He tells him that it is faster to level up by beating opponents with a higher level than him. But if a person is inexperienced or lacks knowledge, then it is for sure challenging. She is well aware of the fact that the people who rank C or higher are considered high by everyone around them, so she decides to do his best to follow his example. Anyway, he tells Satsuki that he wants to aim to get a B rank by the end of this month. Satsuki was shocked to hear him telling her that he wanted to be a B ranker. She told him that he couldn't get a B rank in just a month. She knows that the number of people who can do that is just 1 in a million who get successful in achieving a B rank in such a short time. He informs Satsuki that there is an item that he wants to obtain, and it is a place that a person cannot enter until or unless he is a B ranker or higher. He tells her that it is the high difficulty portal, which is the illusion library. Ikoma wants to get a drop from the boss of the portal, which is the Ring of Wisdom. Satsuki is surprised to hear that Ikoma knows about another drop from a boss who has not been beaten yet. She asks him if it is because of that rare item that he was talking about earlier. Ikoma thinks that the Ring of Wisdom might be related to the root of the portal phenomenon. Satsuki is stunned to hear about the root of the portal phenomenon. Anyway, Ikoma starts telling her that the Ring of Wisdom has a strong possibility of having a hidden effect. He knows that in his previous life, its whereabouts became unclear before any research could be done on it. It was rumored to contain information about the cause of the portal disasters, and considering his time, it might be a bit difficult, but he would like to get it if possible. Ikoma thinks that he will just be dragging her along with his personal goal, so he thinks that it will be hard without her. He asks her if she is okay with the thing that he could trouble her for a bit. Satsuki ensures he does not worry and just leaves the matter to her. She is aware that Ikoma has done a lot for her, and she is happy that he relies on her. Ikoma thanked Satsuki for cooperating with him so much, but he also warned her that it would be really difficult to reach B rank within a month. She thinks that to rank up to B, achievements are more important than levels. However, Ikoma suggests she not worry about it and also informs her that he has already got a plan. He tells her that, for now, they will clear portals and rack up achievements. Sometime later, they reach the place to fight with different monsters of different levels. Ikoma sees the Feast of the Savage Tribe portal boss, who is the red troll of level 32. He attacks the red troll with his sword. After the red troll, Satsuki attacks Siren, who is the portal boss of the Lake of the Mermaids and is on level 30. Ikoma gives his meteor slash and attacks Arachnid Ogre, a level 36 monster and the portal boss of the Nest of the Mixed Insects. After killing all of them, Ikoma informs Satsuki that they have cleared 3 portals in 2 weeks, and Satsuki's level has increased. Her level has been raised to 35 from 32. On the other hand, the Ikoma level has increased from 36 to 38. Satsuki is looking at the slate on which her level is mentioned. She tells Ikoma that she knows that they are bosses with lower levels. She asks him if this should not be because it has been more difficult to beat them, to which Ikoma informs her that the bosses are strong and have high attack power. She tells Ikoma that at this level, the movements of the monsters are still very simple, and also, they don't have crazy special skills. Ikoma knows it already because he chose portals that they could clear with ease. In addition to that, he also researched all of the portals that were easy for their level range. Now they have 5 portal achievements above level 30, so he thinks that he should be able to get promoted to rank B. They both go to the receptionist of the information department. She tells Ikoma that it certainly seems like he can be promoted. He sees the achievements of Ikoma and Satsuki and is so impressed by them for having these many achievements in such a short time. She concludes that both of them are surely something else. Anyway, Ikoma requests her to promote him to rank B. However, she informs Ikoma that they have a strict inspection process for B rank and above, so they will contact him in a few days. A man, whose name is Oga-san, is standing at some distance and looking at Ikoma, who is unable to believe that Ikoma, who is looking like a kid, is a B rank. Ikoma looks at the man and sees him wearing a badge, too, which means that he is a contracted adventurer for the guild. Ikoma knows that the adventurers with significant achievements can sign contracts with a specific guild to work for them. Those contracted adventurers mainly do jobs such as portal management, responding to portal disasters, or also giving advice to guilds about unexplored portals. He is also aware of the fact that their influence within the guild is quite large, and the man is so shocked to hear that the kid standing in front of him is a B rank candidate. He thinks that there is no way of that. Meanwhile, the receptionist informs him that Ikoma is almost at level 40. On top of that, he also has quite a few achievements in intermediate rated portals. As soon as the man heard it, he was stunned. He wondered if a kid who looked like rubbish beat a bunch of portal bosses. He realizes that it took him more than 7 years as an adventurer to finally become the first B rank adventurer of the Morima branch. He thinks that the kid Ikoma just appears out of thin air, so he is suspicious of him. He thinks that it looks like a troublesome person has their eye on them. 24 Oga cannot accept it and asks Ikoma how a newbie with less than a year of experience can be a B rank adventurer in the guild. Ikoma knows that Oga is one of the few contracted B rank adventurers in the guild, and he is aware that he won't be able to get promoted to B rank if he ignores him here. He knows the promotion applications are limited to where a person lives on his certificate of residence, so he thinks he cannot avoid him. But he realizes that he has dragged along Satsuki this far already, and has the information they cannot turn away. Ikoma goes to Oga and asks him if he is Oga. Oga, after listening to him, asks him the thing he wants to say. He tells Oga that if he wants to refute his application, he would like to hear an appropriate reason. Oga informs Ikoma of the reason for that. His time in the portals is short. He tells him that portals are not something for little kids like him. So, B rank adventurer is not a title they should just give him so easily. He stares at Ikoma and asks if he is looking down on the adventurers, and Ikoma is surprised to hear him. The other people look at both of them, and one of them says that he was wondering what all the commotion was about. So now he gets to know that it was Oga. The other one says that he was feeling bad for the kid because Oga had his eyes on that kid. Oga informs Ikoma that 17 is the minimum age requirement to become an adventurer. He asks Ikoma if he knows how many 17-year-olds have become B ranks. He asks Ikoma what he is walking about. He informs Oga that it has been 15 years since the portals appeared, and just 6 people out of the entirety of Japan advanced to B rank in less than a year. He asks Oga if he is trying to say that all of their promotions were mistakes. He informs him that to defeat a monster that has a higher level than him, and as long as he can do that, then achieving a high level in a short time is possible. He informs Oga that his level and achievements meet the requirements for a B rank promotion, so if he is going to use his experience as a reason to reject his application, he needs to explain well. He knows that it is true that rules and laws relating to portals are still being worked on, so he thinks that they should be listening to those with a lot of experience with portals. He thinks that they should also take past examples and circumstances into consideration. He thinks rules should not be based on someone's feelings or instincts. He says that it is made up of an accumulation of the past. After all, he thinks that, at the very least, it should be the guild's policy. The receptionist on the information counter agrees with him, and tells him that he is saying something right. Satsuki thinks that it is amazing. She hears Ikoma speaking and realizes that even when the other person is a veteran contracted adventurer, Ikoma still has more knowledge and charisma. The people start whispering that Oga has just lost the argument to Ikoma. He thinks that it is freaking lame, and Oga thinks that the kid is making a fool out of him. He gets in a rage and decides to never forgive Ikoma. He decides to make Ikoma regret messing with him. Oga asks the receptionist to tell him about his Ikoma level and class. She informs Oga that the level of Ikoma is 38 and the class of him is Gravity User. Oga, after listening to the Ikoma class, realizes that he has never heard of this type of class and asks him if it is a rare class. She informs Oga that it is most likely a magic class. If only Ikoma had a strong vanguard in the front, then his leveling speed would have made sense. However, Oga goes near Ikoma and tells him that he was sure a little stubborn and that he rejected an application without thinking about it properly, which is a bit too much. Ikoma asks him what he means by saying that, and now that he wants to say it to him, Oga informs him that there are some conditions in his mind. He tells Ikoma that he will see if he is fit to be a B-rank adventurer himself. He asks Ikoma to come to the guild training ground if he has the resolve. The scene shifts to the B1 underground training. Ikoma is standing there in front of Oga, who tells Ikoma that he will let him be promoted if he convinces him in a mock battle. But if he cannot convince him, then he will simply reject his application for the promotion to B rank. Other people see what is going to happen there, and one of them informs the other that Oga has left two people half dead in a mock battle before. They believe that Ikoma is not going to have a good time. They know that Oga is doing this to inspect his skills, which is just a cover-up. Satsuki is looking at both of them in wonder as she is scared to think what is going to happen next. Oga believes that it was a mistake of Ikoma to make a fool of him. He knows that Ikoma is 38 while he is on the 47 level, and on top of that, which he thinks is a plus point for him, is that Ikoma is in a magic class. He thinks that Ikoma probably got that high of a level from being carried by someone else. He knows that his class is a beast warrior, which is a class that can harness the power of beasts. He believes that he won in all aspects of class, level, and experience. He thinks that on top of humiliating him, he will be sure to leave him in a state that prevents him from ever again being an adventurer. Ikoma gets to know and realizes that it is a class based on pure statistical power, and he is not an opponent that can be taken lightly. Ikoma thinks that he should use the stat points that he has been saving up until now. He sees and gets to know that his remaining skill points are 27. And the gravity magic is increased from level 2 to level 3 and has used 15 points. His gravity manipulation has also been increased from level 3 to level 4, and 15 points have been used. Ikoma sees that he has been notified that he has leveled up gravity manipulation to level 4, and he has used 25 skill points. Ikoma thinks that now that he has leveled up gravity manipulation, his control over his body should be better. Although Ikoma wanted to level up gravity magic, it could not be helped. Oga sees that Ikoma used his skill points even before the match started, so he asks Ikoma if he is quite calm because he used all his skill points before the match started. He tells him that any accidents during the mock battle are unavoidable, so he instructs him to make sure to take care of his body. Ikoma, after listening to him, did not get scared but thanked Oga for the heads up. In addition to that, he also thanked him for letting him participate in this mock battle. Oga sees their confidence in Ikoma and thinks that he is very cheeky. However, now he has made up his mind to show everyone here what happens when someone messes with him. He decides to make sure that Ikoma learns what it is like to be on the verge of death. He tells Ikoma he can come whenever he is ready to start the fight. He tells him that he will for sure restrict the use of his skills, but he is allowed to use his skills however he likes. Ikoma is listening to him quietly, and the people are standing there watching what is going to happen next. They feel that it is very crazy anyway. Oga thinks that now he should begin the public execution. Ikoma also realizes that he should now activate his skill and begin the fight. He activates his gravity moiety. However, Oga thinks that because Ikoma is at a low level and has little experience. On top of that, he knows that Ikoma belongs to a magic class with few physical abilities. He believes that the common knowledge of him is that mages cannot win in a one-on-one fight. He is sure that there is no way that attacks of Ikoma, which he thinks are very trashy, will even reach him. He decides to turn it into a good example. Ikoma rushes toward him to attack him as the fight starts, and Oga sees the speed of Ikoma and gets shocked to see so much high speed of him. He sees the speed of Ikoma and thinks that it is a speed that doesn't fit his level at all. He is so confused to see what is going on and wonders what is happening in front of his eyes. He sees that Ikoma just got the jump on him. He feels that Ikoma should not get too cocky. He thinks that he can dodge his attacks if he fixes his position. He sees Ikoma trying to leap toward and attack him, so he instantly uses his weapon and attacks Ikoma. Ikoma dodged his attack and jumped upward. Oga realized that he had lost his balance. Meanwhile, Ikoma attacked Oga with his kick. Oga thinks that it was a clever move of Ikoma. Oga sees the knee kick of Ikoma and realizes that the combo into a knee kick is not the movement of a newbie. He wonders what this guy is. Meanwhile, one of those people who is standing there and watching their fight is recording that fight on his phone. He realizes that Ikoma is fighting toe-to-toe with the strongest adventurer of the guild. The other guy standing there thinks that it is just a rank-up inspection, so maybe Oga is going easy on him. He thinks that Oga is still not using his skills. However, the fight between Oga and Ikoma is still going on. But Oga thinks that he cannot approve the application of Ikoma because he has reached rank B after years of hard work. He is trying to hit Ikoma, but is unable to because Ikoma is not letting him have a hit on him. Oga remembers thinking of making a fool out of Ikoma, but now it looks like he is the laughingstock. Oga looks at Ikoma and wonders if seriously he is lower level and younger than him. But still, he is too confused to think about what is happening at the moment. Ikoma knows that Oga was mistaken because he knows that the gravity user is the strongest class to exist. He can freely change his physical ability with gravity manipulation in a short battle that does not use all of his MP. He doesn't think that he will fall behind any class. He believes that even if Oga is at a higher level, and is fighting without his abilities is just disrespectful. He remembers his fight with Zabe and realizes that even Zabe puts more respect in his fights because his skills in battle are higher, too. He doesn't even feel any dark or murderous intent. He guesses that he will finish this. He once again attacks Oga while activating his double gravity. Oga tries to block Ikoma's attack and realizes that his sword has suddenly become heavier. He learns that Ikoma is not only fast, but also has other abilities. He attacks Ikoma randomly, but he sees Ikoma is not present there, and the attack does not even touch Ikoma. He wonders where Ikoma went, and he thinks that it is impossible for Ikoma to disappear in a second. Ikoma used his powers and stood upward in the air, suddenly jumping onto the ground. Ikoma is now standing at the back of Oga and puts his sword on his back. So basically, Ikoma lightened the gravity of his body the moment he clashed with Oga. He used the recoil from the collision to jump behind him since he entered his blind spot immediately from his perspective, so it would look like he disappeared. The people who are watching their fight think that it is amazing because they notice that Ikoma is overwhelming a B-rank adventurer. Satsuki is so happy to see that Ikoma has won the fight with Oga. Oga listens to the people and gets aggressive, thinking that they are making fun of him and making jokes. He decides not to accept that thing. Ikoma gives him the last hit and tells him that from this now, his promotion to B rank should be confirmed. Suddenly, he sees that Oga has risen up and abuses Ikoma while attacking him. He activates his beast claw and attacks Ikoma. Oga attacks Ikoma so brutally, but fortunately, Ikoma gets himself saved from the attack of Oga and is not injured at all. In actuality, Ikoma lets his guard down since he thinks that the fight is over. Oga sees Ikoma is still safe and sound. He is stunned to see Ikoma safe and thinks that it is impossible because he, even though surprised, attacked Ikoma, but he is still fine. He wonders if the meaning of this is that Ikoma reacted to his attack. The people watching the fight think that it is cowardly of Oga. Ikoma also knows that even though the match was already decided, he still used a skill even though he said that he would not use any of his skills. Ikoma says to Oga that it is wrong and asks him if he is still going to continue the rank promotion match further. Oga gets extreme aggression to look at Ikoma. He thinks that Ikoma is looking down on him, so he will not accept this thing. Ikoma tells Oga that he thinks that it is plenty enough for a test. Oga decides to recognize him, although, for now, he realizes that he is getting pressured by a kid whose even level is lower than his. He knows that if such a rumor spreads, the guild will not ignore it. Oga gives a fake smile and tells Ikoma that he is saying that it is enough for a test, so he thinks it is meaningless to continue. He announced that the promotion application to rank B adventurer was rejected. All the people standing there, including Ikoma, were surprised to hear that he had rejected his application, though he had fought so well against him. Oga tells Ikoma that he may have been a little clever, but there was no decisive blow, so it won't be forgiven by any monsters he will have to face. He lies to Ikoma that he let him push him back to that point on purpose to make matters worse, but he is still injured by his skill. So he tells him that it is obvious who can react better immediately, and people conclude that it is disgusting. They also know that Oga never intended to recognize him in the first place, so one of them says that. As soon as he says that, Oga happens to listen to him, so he looks upwards. Meanwhile, the other people stop the person from saying that thing so loud. They inform him that he doesn't know what will happen to him if Oga gets his eyes on him. Utsunomiya, all of a sudden, in a loud voice, asks Oga if he is not embarrassed by the act of him. Ikoma sees Utsunomiya standing there and realizes he was present throughout the match. Utsunomiya tells Oga that Ikoma was winning from the beginning till the end. The last hit was because he broke the rule of not using the skills. Oga gets in a rage when he sees Utsunomiya talking to him in that tone. Ikoma looks at Utsunomiya, who tells him to leave it to him because he is his great friend, so he will make sure to spread the truth to the world. Ikoma tells him that though he feels grateful to hear it, he requests Utsunomiya to stop it. However, Ikoma wonders what Utsunomiya means by saying great friend when they are not. They know that Ikoma won, but they don't understand the reason why Oga is acting that way. Utsunomiya starts once again and says in a loud voice to tell everyone that there should be no reason for that adventurer not to recognize him. However, Ikoma fought, intending to clearly show the difference in their skills, but now he realizes that all it did was hurt Oga's ego and self-esteem. He regrets now thinking that he should have saved him some face. He realizes that if Oga has any more of this embarrassment, then it will hurt Oga. Suddenly, Ikoma hears someone stepping in and asking what is happening there. Oga sees that the deputy chairman of the guild, Serizawa, has arrived. Serizawa looks at Oga and tells him that he is looking for him all over the guild. He asks Oga what he is doing here, and Oga tells him that he is just examining if he doesn't know. He continues to inform Serizawa that he thinks that it is a waste of time to conduct the examination. Serizawa looks at Ikoma and sees that he is injured. He says to Oga that though accidents in mock battles do happen, nobody should be injured under normal circumstances. He informs Serizawa that it is nothing serious, just a normal scratch. Anyways, Serizawa lets him know that the reason why he was finding him all around is that he have something important that he need to talk to urgently. He requested Oga to come upstairs as soon as possible and left that place. Oga sees that Serizawa has now gone, so he tells Ikoma that he thinks that it is all for the promotion match today. He tells Ikoma that he is a busy person. Unlike him, Utsunomiya, who is still standing there, calls Oga a coward. He is unable to believe that a guy like that is at the top of the guild. Satsuki is also standing there and asking Ikoma what they should do now. Ikoma thinks for a while and tells her that they have no other option, and they are left with no choice but to find some other way now. The scene now changes, and Serizawa and Oga are both going upstairs. As they reach the 13th floor, Serizawa asks Oga to tell the reason why there was a need to conduct a mock battle for an examination. He informs Serizawa that a kid was talking about trying to become a B rank, so he gave him a taste of reality. Serizawa is surprised to hear him and asks him if such a kid is really applying to be a B rank. He thinks that for sure, that kid means Ikoma sees being an adventurer as an easy job, so certainly, he is the type of person that Oga would hate. Anyways, they both sit on the sofa. Oga reminds Serizawa that he said that he had something to talk to him about. Serizawa informs him that he wants to talk to him about the Mausoleum of the Beast Men, which is the preserved portal in Morima. He tells Oga that it would be big if they left the B rank portal under supervision. Other than that, if they raise the levels of the adventurers, then they will also be able to collect more magic crystals. He further continues to tell Oga the thing that has been reported is that the distribution of monsters has drastically changed. The concentration of magic power is at an unusual value, so they have to do something about it. He believes that it is not about missing an opportunity because he is very well aware that the portal disaster is much riskier than some extra money. Oga asks Serizawa if he wants him to crush the mausoleum of the Beastmen before something happens. He gives the reports to Oga and continues to tell him that a few in the Demon Defense Agency want to leave the B-rank portals, and in addition to that, the guild is also hesitant to crush a viable source of money. Because of that reason, he believes that it is up to an accomplished adventurer like him to investigate whether this portal is safe or not. He informs Oga that there are many who don't know much about the portals, so he thinks that his words are firm and confident enough to convince them. He tells Oga that, in actuality, he wants him to state his opinion and convince the head of the guild. Oga, after listening to him, says that he always calls him to do the most boring tasks. Serizawa sees that Oga has risen up from his sofa, on which he informs Oga that they are not done talking yet. He concludes that he is so persistent anyway. Oga throws all those papers and reminds Serizawa that he already said that there was no problem with the portal. Serizawa immediately gets to pick up those papers from the ground. He suggests Oga at least have a look at the data. He asks Serizawa what he is going to know from looking at some data and calls him Mr. Intelligent. He ensures that he is the one who has experience at the actual place, and so he says that there is no problem, which means that there is no problem. He tells Serizawa that even if something happens there, still there won't be a single problem. He is so sure in himself that he tells Serizawa that if anything happens, then he will come and conquer a portal of that level in a jiffy. Serizawa gets furious and informs Oga that if something happens, then it will be too late, and he doesn't know what kind of portal disaster will appear. Oga did not take what Serizawa told him seriously, so he opened the door and went out of the room. Even though they know that their goal is to protect the city, he believes that it would be great if nothing happens at all. On the contrary, a monster is lying on the ground, growling and making horrible noises. Satsuki and Ikoma are sitting in the cafe when Satsuki asks him if he doesn't feel it is unpleasant to think that someone like Oga is a contracted adventurer by the guild. He knows the rank-up applications are bound to the guild closest to his residence. He knows he cannot ignore Oga if he wants to rank up to B. He knows he needs to be at least B rank if he intends to challenge the illusion library. Ikoma knows that Satsuki can get her rank up at a different branch, but her level is too low. He starts thinking about what he should do now. Meanwhile, Hashinen comes there and tells Ikoma that she has heard what happened to him. She tells Ikoma he heard he got one of the wrong sides of the guild's contracted adventurer. He realizes that the information sure spreads fast. She shows him her cell phone and informs him that one of her fans sent her a video of his match with Oga. She uploaded the video of Oga with the title of the actual state of the guild, Oga Tyranny, so basically, this is how she exposed this to the public. The video had so many comments. One of the viewers commented that it was so lame, while the other commented that nothing is more disgusting than a guy trying to monopolize his position. Another subscriber commented that if there were a guy like this in his workplace, then he would be devastated. In addition to all these comments, another comment clearly stated that it was totally unacceptable. Another view commented that man is talentless, so he should move away. Hashinen tells Ikoma that her 100,000 subscribers will fan the flames. Ikoma tells Hashinen she wants the views and asks if he is saying anything wrong. She tells Ikoma this is not the case, she doesn't want any views. She informs Ikoma that her reason behind doing this is that she owes him after all, so she was hoping that maybe she could be of some use to him. Ikoma listens to her quietly. Hashinen further tells him that the video also increased her earnings, and she is happy about that. Anyway, Ikoma instructs Hashinen not to do anything excessive. In addition to that, he also informs her that the portals are full of things that they don't know yet. The guild has no choice but to listen to those who have real experience. Additionally, Oga does not seem like the type of guy to change, even if he gets criticized. So he lets her know that by doing so, she will make him target her. Hashinen and Satsuki listen to Ikoma. After a minute, Hashinen tells him she got his point. However, Satsuki asks if he is worried about her. Satsuki wonders and asks Hashinen if it could be that she is interested in Ikoma. Hashinen, when she hears her, gets shocked. She calls Ikoma a blunt, inconsiderate, and arrogant guy. She tells Satsuki that Ikoma looks a bit cool, but other than that, she believes that he is not likable. She tells them that she thought she should repay his favor one day because Ikoma once saved her life. She informs them that, in the first place, she is a portal streamer, so she is not allowed to have love affairs in the first place. She sees Satsuki's eyes are full of doubt, and suddenly, the phone starts beeping. They all see that a notification has emerged from the Demon Defense Agency, which states that a B-rank monster disaster has appeared in the Morima ward of Tokyo, so they all should be evacuated to a safe place. Satsuki was shocked to see the notification about the B-rank monster disaster. She informs Ikoma that the origin is from the Northern District. A flood from the B-rank preserved portal mausoleum of the Beast Men. A flood is a disaster when the monsters inside a portal break out. There is only one way to stop a flood. Ikoma thinks it is strange and that such a disaster had never occurred in his previous life. He wonders if it was a coincidence. He doesn't understand what has changed between his last life and this one. When Hoshinin sees the notification, she learns it is a preserved portal going rampant. She knows that even though the guilds should have gotten much better at preventing these things, she has never entered a B-rank portal before. She knows that her level is too low. She remembers when people pleaded not to leave them. She realizes people in the town don't even have a level, so she tells them she is going. Ikoma tells her he will also go with her. They don't know what will happen the longer this disaster lasts. He knows that there is a possibility that multiple phenomena occur at the same time during a monster disaster. It would be great if it were just a flood. On the contrary, Oga is in front of a werewolf of level 34. He uses his berserk technique and is about to attack the werewolf. He yells at the werewolf and tells him he is in his way while calling him a small fry. Oga realizes there is a limit to how bad things can get. He never knew that the things that Serizawa said would come true. He admits this will make his reputation go down even more. He remembers Ikoma and thinks that he, including the other people, is making fun of him like that. Some people are standing behind Oga who see him. One says that he was expecting the same from a B-rank adventurer, as he had defeated a monster of that level with one blow. Oga shouts at them and tells them he doesn't want to talk to the demon defense agents, barely comparable to a C rank. He questions them to say to them about the high ranker and asks them about their whereabouts. They inform Oga that only a few B-rank and above adventurers are in the area. They also let Oga know they contacted them but need to know when they can come. He realizes that the situation is just worsening, and he knows that his position will be at risk if any more damage occurs. Although he has had the results of fighting this boss before, he believes that defeating it should not be that difficult. The monster is a ghost fox of level 47 who is the portal boss of the Mausoleum of the Beast Men. He wonders if he defeats the boss quickly and shoves the responsibility onto Serizawa, he will become Morima's hero. Oga tells them to go and defeat the boss as fast as possible. After reaching the portal, he wonders if it could be the portal boss. They see a monster in front of them who is coming towards them. The monster, while growling, starts taking steps towards them. After seeing that monster realize that it is entirely different from the information they have received, they don't understand what is with the sinister figure. They all learn that the Mausoleum of the Beastman portal boss, Ouija's Ghost Fox, is level 55. 28 he sees the monster standing in front of him, who has now used the evolution. He realizes that not only does the level increase significantly, but the look and figure of the monster have also changed. In addition, they gain new traits and skills, but he looks at them and thinks they are entirely different monsters. He knows that most of them are born through accumulated magic power within a portal, and they usually appear together with monster disasters. He realizes that, at the moment, there is not only a flood but also an evolution. When they see that Ouija's Ghost Fox is of level 55, the other people of lower ranks wonder what they should do against a monster like that. One of them suggests to the other that the thing he thinks they should do is that, at the moment, all they can do is retreat and team up with another group. After fleeing, they would buy time until the Demon Defense Agency and adventurers from other wards arrived. When Oga listens to them, he calls them idiots because he knows that if they take it so easy, then things will get even worse than they are now. He knows that if that happens, his position will be in jeopardy. He turns his face around them and informs them that he is a rank adventurer if they don't know, so he has often had to overcome predicaments of this nature. He tells them to get ready because he will crush that monster in one blow before their eyes. They are shocked to hear Oga and ask if he is saying he will fight that monster. They warn Oga that the monster is too rash for them, and they would not even last 10 seconds in front of it. Oga, when hearing them, calls them idiots and thinks that they don't even listen to them at all. Oga smirked and thought it could not be helped, so he just had to push them. He decided to use his skill on them. He starts using his skill, Berserk. The low rankers hold their heads as that Berserk thing is attacking them straight on their head. Berserk is a beast warrior skill that raises the target's attack power for a short time, which decreases their reasoning and causes them to go rampant. Oga knows that it was a helpful skill he used quite a bit when he was adventuring to run away. He is now using a skill after a long time. He kicks them and tells them to go in front of the monster. Oga orders them to hurry and attack it, so both of those low rankers go in front of the monster to attack it. They both raise their sword to attack it. He uses them to create an opening, and then cause a fatal blow with his skills. He thinks he is not an adventurer if he doesn't end it on a clean hit. The monster makes terrible sounds and uses its poltergeist, but the low rankers cannot attack the monster because of its extreme level skills. Oga looks at the monster's attack and wonders what it is. He sees it as a stupidly large-scale attack. The monster starts making extremely horrible sounds, and the low rankers put their hands on their ears so they cannot hear it. That noise that the monster is making is so horrific and extremely unbearable that Oga sees the low rankers and calls them useless pieces of trash. He sees a large rock coming his way and immediately uses the Beast King's slash to cut the rock into tiny pieces. He considers the telekinesis skill, although he knows that even so, the scale of the attack is too big. However, it is his first time seeing a level 55 monster. Oga did not know that it would be this much different. Suddenly, he noticed that the monster was standing behind him. As soon as he turns his face around to look at the monster, he sees that the monster is about to attack him, and he immediately takes his sword out. He realizes that he should have run while he still had the distractions. The monster attacks Oga and throws his giant rocks in his direction. Oga starts breaking them with the help of his sword. He sees the monster growling, and suddenly, the monster attacks him. Oga falls to the ground and realizes that the monster is too strong. He wonders what is going on with it because it is just not beatable. He is so confused that he doesn't understand what he is supposed to do, but he remembers that he has that skill as a beast warrior. Meanwhile, a status window shows the skill Play Dead. The skill Play Dead is when a person seems dead upon taking damage. He thinks of using this Play Dead skill. He lays on the floor, and with the help of this skill, he sees that when the monster comes near him and thinks that he is finally dead, it turns its face. As soon as the monster turns its face to go back, Oga opens his eyes and gets up because he now decides to use this chance to run away and save his life from the unbeatable monster. He realizes it is not the time to talk about responsibilities. As soon as he gets up to run and starts running, the monster learns it. The monster turns its face around as he notices that Oga is running away from it. Oga immediately falls to the ground again and lies there. He realizes the monster can see through it and thinks he can't run away. He believes he will die and wonders how the great him can die in such a place. He sees the monster about to use the telekinesis. Oga is shocked to know it will use it. He wonders if the monster will play with him. The monster comes near Oga and starts activating his telekinesis. It uses its telekinesis to grasp Oga and then uses it to attack him directly, forcing him to open his mouth to assault him inside. On the other hand, Ikoma is fighting the monsters, and a notification emerges that informs him that he has gained 554 EXP. Meanwhile, Hoshinen also helps injured people heal. She helps a man heal his wounds. The man sees that his wounds have been healed anyway. Ikoma instructs the guy to run towards the place they came from. He knows there should be no monsters, so the guy agrees to go there and thanks them. As soon as the guy leaves, Hoshinen tells Ikoma they cannot keep doing this forever because she knows the disaster will spread if they don't stop the flood soon. Ikoma knows that Hoshinen is saying right and sees the time on his mobile phone. He learns it has been over half an hour, but he still has yet to be defeated. He thinks that if it is the boss of the Mausoleum of the Beast Men, then the demon defense agents should be able to beat it. He concludes that this is most likely the worst-case situation after realizing that too much time has elapsed. She sees Oga in front of her, who is out of control now. She is blocking his attacks so she doesn't get harmed. She tells him to calm down and informs him that they are the demon defense force. Another man from the Demon Defense Force tells him it is useless because she is losing his sanity, and the monster's skill probably messes with his mind. Oga is the Shum Guild contracted adventurer of a B-rank class and is a beast-man warrior. No one ever thought that Oga would be this troublesome when he became an enemy. Anyway, the name of the city, Morma, has been changed to Shum because it is more accurate. The Demon Defense Force members are constantly trying to stop Oga, who is acting unstoppable currently. They both attack Oga from behind with the help of their swords. As soon as they both attack Oga, one of those girls blocks Oga's front attack. Oga activates his beast claw and attacks that girl so brutally that the girl screams. Another boy from the Demon Defense Force attacks Oga with his sword, but Oga successfully blocks his attack using his sword. Oga starts laughing, though the guy gets confused and sees himself about to defeat Oga. The girl shouts to see the guy who is getting confused and nervous by Oga. The guy who is fighting against Oga is the Chief Kirizawa. Oga starts to laugh loudly. It is a fight to the death with a B-rank adventurer. Nobody ever thought it would be that difficult to fight Oga. He wonders if the problem with the strange condition of his body is the byproduct of the monster disaster. They conclude that the current monster disaster is clearly weird. They realize that it is not a disaster that can be dealt with by the adventurers and teams present on the spot. Oga raises his sword as he is going to kill Chief Kirizawa. Meanwhile, Ikoma comes there and activates his gravity moiety. He attacks Oga by using his gravity moiety. He learns about a monster with mental interference skills. Chief Kirizawa stops Ikoma and informs him that Oga is not someone whom any average adventurer can go against. Anyway, Ikoma did not stop and started attacking him. Chief Kirizawa sees that Ikoma is successfully beating Oga, who is a B-rank adventurer. He is so surprised to know that there is such a rookie in the area. Anyway, Ikoma sees Oga and notices that the movements of Oga are much simpler now than their mock match. He thinks it is an effect of the mind of the monster interference skills. As soon as Ikoma attacks him, Oga activates his beast claw. Ikoma sees it and realizes that Oga is getting impatient, causing him to change to a full attack. Ikoma activates his double gravity and attacks Oga. After attacking Oga, Ikoma asks him if he is awake. However, Oga opens his eyes and sees Ikoma standing before him. Ikoma asks Oga if he wants to continue the fight. As soon as Oga sees Ikoma, he remembers that he looked down on him earlier. He gets in a rage and yells at him, telling him that he will kill him. He activates his berserk and attacks Ikoma. He realizes that the effect of the mind interference skill is more potent than he expected. He knows that even though Oga is a higher level opponent, he realizes he doesn't have any extra time to fight with him, and he tells Oga not to take him wrong for this. Saying that, he instantly jumped on his arm. Oga screamed as soon as Ikoma jumped on his arm. Ikoma takes out his weapon and is about to attack Oga with that. He thinks that he will do that with one attack in mid-air. He activates his double gravity, enabling his meteor slash and attacking Oga. As soon as he attacks Oga and cuts off his right arm, Oga yells and screams so loudly because he is suffering pain. His right arm falls on the ground. Ikoma knows that his broken right arm will take out the strength from his legs. He thinks that now Oga should be powerless as no power would be left in him. Chief Kirizawa sees Oga lying on the ground and wonders how it is possible because he knows that Ikoma is fighting a B-rank adventurer while holding back. He realizes that the kid Ikoma, who is in front of him, has no limits. Hoshinen and Satsuki also came. Hoshinen told Ikoma he had gone too far ahead. Ikoma, after hearing her, apologizes to her. He tells her that it is an emergency, so he does that. So basically, it all happened because there was a difference in speed between classes. Satsuki suggests to Ikoma that they should take these guys somewhere safe. Ikoma hears some voice coming from there. He sees that the wind is blowing so much faster, and suddenly, the dust starts rising. He notices what is making noise there and realizes it does not seem like they have the time to take those guys to a safer place. He sees the monster, who is the portal boss, appear. The monster is making horrible sounds. Satsuki looks at the monster and wonders what is with the strange figure of it. Ikoma immediately sees the status window and learns that the monster is the mausoleum of the Beastmen portal boss, who is Ouija's ghost fox. It is on level 55. He remembers that it was reported before that the level of the ghost box is 40 level, but in actuality, it is 55. He realizes that the level is way higher than what was reported before. Anyway, he concludes that if it is to think that an evolution also happened, It is safe to say that the response to this disaster is way too slow. He realizes that in cases of evolution, he doesn't even know exactly what skills it will use. However, he thinks that this monster disaster will end as long as they defeat that guy. He realizes the ghost fox does not seem like an opponent they can beat with standard methods. He sees the beast spirit, the ghost Garmer of level 30, flying there. Hoshinen also stands beside Ikoma and tells him that the monster is being summoned. They realize that the longer this goes on, the worse the flood disaster will get. She sees the monster and realizes it is almost like it is toying with them. Ikoma orders Satsuki and Hoshinen to deal with the enemies around them and protect the demon defense agents who got hurt. Hoshinen, after listening to Ikoma, sees that he is going forward and asks him what he will do. Ikoma then tells her he will attack the monster quickly and end the flood disaster. At first, Hoshinen is about to stop him, but then she realizes that if it is Ikoma, it is undoubtedly a doable thing. Anyway, she tells Ikoma that she got his point, so she tells him to leave the rest of the wolves and the injured people to her. Ikoma rushes towards the monster to attack it. The chief Kirizawa, who is standing there, tells Satsuki and Hoshinen that the thing they are trying to do is useless. Satsuki tells Hoshinen that it is a level 55 portal boss if she knows, and tells her that there is no hope unless teams from other regions come to help them. Ikoma sees the monsters flying there and says they are all getting in his way. Anyhow, he jumps and tells Hoshinen and Satsuki that he is leaving those monsters to both of them, so they need to handle them. He leaps towards the Ghost Fox portal boss to attack it, but he realizes it is using a poltergeist. When the monster activates his poltergeist, all the rocks start coming towards Ikoma. Ikoma realizes it is pretty grand. The chief Kirizawa from the demon defense sees the monster's attack and is surprised. He was so shocked to see the scale of that skill that all the rocks started moving towards Ikoma. Meanwhile, Satsuki also looked at Ikoma in wonder. Hoshinen also thinks that there is no way that they can handle all of that. She believes the monster is toying with them. They are just toys for that giant monster. Ikoma looks at that monster carefully. He sees that rocks are coming his way, so he splits them with the help of his weapon. Chief Kirizawa is amazed at his swift movement when he sees Ikoma because he has never seen an adventurer like that. However, Ikoma knows it is the culmination of many fights with his life on the line while using the thief class, which only had speed and nothing else. He realizes his life was not wholly pointless either. He survived the monster's attack. He sees the monster, who he thinks is standing in shock, and he asks what is wrong with it. He asks the monster if it is panicking now that his absolute killing skill did not work. The monster starts growling and rushes toward Ikoma to attack him. Ikoma immediately activates his gravity moiety skill and throws a massive rock in the face of the monster. He says to the monster that it is full of openings and then decides to use his Garan technique to attack the monster. Chief Kirizawa is looking at how Ikoma is fighting. He wonders how many people can apply pressure to level 55 bosses. He doesn't know who Ikoma is and wonders just who he is. He feels no doubt that Ikoma has the makings of a top-class adventurer. Anyway, Ikoma is aware that if he defeats the monster, the portal will close, so the overflowing monsters will also disappear. He realizes that he doesn't have any time to go easy on the monster, so he decides to end the fight quickly. He apologizes to the monster and tells it that he will end the fight soon. The monster again attacks Ikoma and throws the rocks towards him. The monster is growling. However, Ikoma looks at the rocks and instantly jumps from there. He knows that although the scale and power of his attacks are quite remarkable and too broad, he says sorry to the monster. He informs the monster that he is proficient at dealing with things like that. Ikoma leaps towards the monster to attack it. He enables his double gravity when he is about to attack the monster. He uses his meteor slash and attacks the monster while throwing a huge rock towards it. After that, he activates his double gravity and once again is about to attack the monster. He asks the monster if it thought that he would be defenseless just because he is in midair. He once again says sorry to the monster and tells it that he is a gravity user, so the thing that it is consuming about him will not happen. He sees the monster and realizes that the monster is now finally going to get serious in a fight with him. The monster starts hurling once again. Ikoma leaps towards the monster to attack it using a specific technique. He knows using this technique on human-type monsters rather than beast types is usually more effective. He raises his sword and swings it to attack the monster, but he knows he should be pushing back it. He cannot push it back because of the difference in the levels. The level difference between them is so big. The HP of Ouija's Ghost Fox is 103 left out of 249, while the MP is 132 left out of 206. On the other hand, the HP of Ikoma is 68 left out of 84, and MP is 11 left out of a total of 67. Ikoma realizes that he doesn't have much MP left, so he already knows it will happen. Ikoma knows it would still be a tough opponent even if they were at the same level. He is aware that he has not received any attacks from the monster until now, but he also knows that once his MP runs out, avoiding attacks and taking damage will be unavoidable. He wonders if he can save any more MP at the moment. He looks at the monster, who is still standing safe and sound. He feels it does not seem like he can save any MP right now, and he won't be able to defeat the monster due to its auto-regen. He wonders if he should have Satsuki and Hoshinen join the battle. He turns his face back at Satsuki and Hoshinen, who are already busy fighting the other monsters. Ikoma glances at them and realizes that he was thinking wrong about them joining him because, on top of being unable to defend against the other monsters, they will leave the injured people to die. He feels so grateful to all of his experience in battles from his previous life because he understands the attack patterns, defense mechanisms, and HP regen of the monster he is fighting at the moment. Ikoma realizes that if he keeps going like this, it will be over when he runs out of MP. He knows that it is so frustrating to be cornered to this extent, but he thinks that the best option might be to withdraw. He is well aware of the fact that the longer this goes on, the worse the flood disaster is going to get. He smiles and decides to run away like hell, and he is sure to do that at all costs. He reminds himself to focus harder on the monster, use his skills effectively, and move precisely. He knows it is important to catch up with people from his previous life, but while he is about to attack the monster, he thinks he is even more reckless than before. Ikoma hits the monster so brutally that the monster screams and immediately uses its beast spirit summoning. Ikoma sees that another large spirit summon has arrived anyway. He notices the MP pool of the monster, which is large, so he thinks that it just keeps coming. The monster then activates its poltergeist skill and starts throwing rocks toward Ikoma. He realizes that the monster has begun throwing out skills without any care about its MP. Chief Kirizawa thinks that it is not a monster that can be dealt with by a single adventurer alone. Hoshinen looks at Ikoma fighting with those monsters and thinks that not even Ikoma can deal with those many monsters at once. Hoshinen and Satsuki think that they need to help out Ikoma in fighting with those monsters. Satsuki looks at Ikoma and questions herself why she wonders that Ikoma should be completely cornered. But she thinks it feels as if the monster is being intimidated by Ikoma. The monster is looking at Ikoma and making terrible sounds. Ikoma looks at the other monsters that have just appeared. He thinks he should focus on the monsters. He raises his sword and decides to focus even more than before. He stares at all those monsters that have arrived by the skill of the Ghost Fox. He swings his sword and kills all those monsters in a single blow. Chief Kirizawa gets shocked to see Ikoma and wonders what is with that movement of him. He thinks that it is not a technique that humans should be able to pull off, and Ikoma tells the monster that it looks like his clear, weak point has made him defenseless. Ikoma realizes that the fight is a now or never thing, so he activates his meteor slash and swings his sword to attack the monster. Hoshinen, after listening to Satsuki, wonders if she has gotten a little closer to being able to protect people. She remembers her memory with her dad. Chief Kirizawa sees Ikoma in wonder because he is so surprised that a single person has defeated the boss. He wonders what the kid Ikoma is because he is so extra powerful. The scene shifts to a few hours later in the Adventurer Guild. Ikoma, along with Satsuki and Hoshinen, goes to the receptionist. The receptionist, after seeing Ikoma, gets up because she never thought that a C-ranked adventurer would be the one to end the flood disaster. She thanked them because she knew that it was all because of them that the number of casualties was kept to a minimum. She bent down in front of them and thanked them for cooperating with them. Satsuki saw some guys talking about them. She sees two guys standing, and one of them tells the other one while pointing at them that they are the guys who solved the flood crisis. They know the monster they defeated was a portal boss that even the Demon Defense Agency could not defeat with the men on hand. Satsuki tells Ikoma that even though he did it all by himself, it still makes her uneasy to some extent. Ikoma corrects her and ensures the credit goes to both of them for defeating that monster. He believes that if those Garmer had surrounded him, then he would have been out of MP. Hoshinen tells them that they have risen to flame in one leap. When Ikoma listened to her, he told her it was too bad that the camera was not running. Hoshinin gets serious and tells him she would not prefer doing something so leisurely in a monster disaster. She tells Ikoma that there were even injured people there. Ikoma sees Hoshinin and thinks that, unexpectedly, she is quite serious about those things. The scene changes, and now Serizawa is going with another guild member. He never thought a portal disaster would occur right after failing to convince Oga. He was informed that the first responding demon defense forces were not enough to end the battle quickly, and it ended up being an ordinary adventurer who had to come and finish the boss. He wonders what would happen if the adventurer was not there. The man from the guild shows Serizawa those 3 people who beat the portal boss earlier. Serizawa sees Ikoma and wonders where he has been Ikoma before. He remembers that he saw Ikoma at the time of a mock test from Oga. Anyway, now he gets to know that Ikoma is the one who has defeated the portal boss. He recalls the time when he asked Oga if such a kid is applying for B rank. He earlier commented after looking at Ikoma that he sees being an adventurer as an easy job. After being reminded of everything, Serizawa thinks that it looks like he has a pretty bad eye for people. Anyway, after some time in the hospital, Oga sits on his hospital bed. He thinks that the memories of him being controlled are faint, but still, he can remember some of them. He abuses Ikoma and recalls that he wanted to be a B-rank adventurer and cut his arm off. He wonders if now Ikoma has been hailed a hero for ending the flood. He considers it all rubbish. He decides to make Ikoma pay for cutting his arm. He has now decided that he will use his position and statute to ensure that he gets punished and wishes that Ikoma would not think it would be the end. All of a sudden, the door of the hospital room opens, and Chief Kurosawa tells Oga that it is the opposite. He informs Oga that few people can subdue a B-rank adventurer who has gone rogue without killing them. So he lets him know that if he was not there, then he would have probably died. He yells at Kurosawa and tells him that there is no chance that he would die to some small fry lower-ranked defense forces. Besides that, he asks him what they are all doing, swarming him like this. Kurosawa requests a guy standing behind him to enter the room. As soon as the guy enters, Oga is shocked to see him. He is the guy he calls a ranked defense member. He sees the man and remembers that he is one of the defense members from that time. He sees that he managed to live. Kurosawa tells Oga that he knows he used his skill on the guy to make him rampant and asks if he is saying true. Oga has used a skill that affects the psyche of someone without their consent, so he lets Oga know that it is a grave crime. He adds that even more so if he was using it so that he could run away. He tells Oga that a contracted adventurer would not know the laws regarding portal crimes. He asks him if there is a possibility of what he is saying. Oga, after listening to Kurosawa, gets in a rage and starts using abusive language. Anyway, sometime later in the Adventurers Guild, Ikoma once again submits his application for ranking up. He is informed that he cannot apply to rank up to B and is shocked to hear that. The receptionist apologizes and tells him that the influence of contracted adventurers in the guild is huge. She informs him that if he is rejected by a contracted adventurer once before, he cannot apply again for another 3 months. He tells the receptionist that he is on level 44, which is different from before because he is far past the minimum requirements. The receptionist tells him that he has to wait for 3 months, then he will pass without a doubt. After listening to her, Ikoma realizes that he won't be able to conquer the illusion library in time if he waits 3 months. He realizes that Oga has really done, and it is the time now. Meanwhile, Ikoma sees that Satsuki starts arguing with the receptionist and tells her that Ikoma is the hero of Shum. On top of that, he has beaten that contracted adventurer twice now. She tells her that in the first place, that guy got caught using skills on other people and got fired. After listening to Satsuki, the receptionist still says she is sorry because she tells them the guild's policy cannot be changed. Ikoma stops Satsuki from arguing further, so he tells her that it is enough for now because there is no point in arguing further. He knows that the decision has been made, and he realizes that the Ring of Wisdom is an item that is like no other, so he thinks that he will have to think of another way to get his hands on it. Meanwhile, Serizawa comes there and informs them that he heard all their conversation. The receptionist was surprised to see Deputy Chairman Serizawa there. When the Deputy Chairman Serizawa tells them he has heard their conversation, the receptionist is surprised to see him. Ikoma turns his face around and looks at him. After hearing that he is the Deputy Chairman, he wonders why the Deputy Chairman came out of his way to see them. Serizawa asks Ikoma if he is saying right that he is Ikuno's Ikoma. He tells Ikoma that he will give him special treatment to rank him up to B rank with his authority. The receptionist is shocked to hear him and gets up from her seat. Ikoma asks Serizawa if it is okay for him to do that. The receptionist tells Serizawa, the deputy chairman, that he is giving him rank B so easily. She informs him that he might get the guild inspector's eyes on him if other adventurers complain after hearing about this. Serizawa already knows that the chief would not be happy if he knew it. However, he knows about Oga's actions during the flood disaster and his achievements beforehand, so he looks into it and researches it himself. He thinks that the possibility that Oga dismissed the rank due to his ego is very high. He knows that it is not completely set in stone, although he believes that postponing his ranking is unfair and that he can think of it as a failure on the part of the guild. He also knows that the guild chief does not like this kind of special treatment. They know that the chief is a person who is not flexible at all, and he instructs everyone to let sleeping dogs lie. Serizawa ensures Ikoma that he will do something to convince the chief, so it is not something for adventurers to worry about. After listening to Serizawa, Ikoma asks him a question. The question he asks is to tell him why he is doing this much for one adventurer only. He informs Ikoma that he is assisting adventurers in their activities. He believes that protecting the country is their duty. He knows their guild originally predicted the portal disaster that happened a few days ago and should have been prevented. He thanked Ikoma for stopping the disaster, letting him know that he wanted to show his gratitude as the deputy chairman. He moves his hand towards Ikoma to shake his hand with him. Ikoma also moves his hand forward, and they both shake their hands. After a while, their application of Ikoma for ranking was approved. Satsuki congratulated Ikoma on ranking up to B rank. She looked so excited and told Ikoma that the B rank was amazing. She knows his level is so high that only a few people top him in the guild. Ikoma realizes that even compared to his previous life, his current leveling and ranking speed is insane. He knows that even though it is true that defeating higher level monsters makes him level up faster, he did not think he would reach level 44 this quickly. Satsuki looks at Ikoma's face and asks him what is wrong because he looks upset instead of happy. Ikoma disagrees with her and tells her that he is not upset. He just has something on his mind which he was thinking. He realizes that they just happen to be able to resolve the incident. But a B rank portal disaster is a big deal. However, it happened in the Shum district. He thinks there is no way that he would not have known about it in his previous life. But the current incident did not occur in his previous life. He wonders if something changed due to him going back in time. He thinks that he is assuming wrong because, in actuality, the matter is that there are a lot of unexplained things about the portals. He thinks that if he redo this life as well, it would not be strange if something entirely different happened. He realizes that, in the first place, he doesn't even know how the mechanics of his time regression work. He knows that there are also some things called the butterfly effect. It is the idea that a small change can cause a great change down the line. However, he wonders what it is. He feels some kind of noise in his chest, so he puts his hand on his chest and starts wondering what the noise is. He realizes that thinking too negatively is one of his bad habits, although he remembers that now he has reached his goal. He has been aiming to reach B rank for so long and has finally accomplished that. Suddenly, his phone beeped. As soon as he took his phone out, he saw a notification on his lock screen. He sees the notification and learns that it is about breaking news in which everyone is informed that a new portal has appeared. Ikoma learns that the illusion library has finally appeared, and he realizes that the news about the portal just came out a few minutes ago. He feels very grateful to the deputy chief because he somehow made it to B rank in time. Satsuki, sitting near Ikoma, asks him if this is the same portal he was talking about, and Ikoma agrees to her. He informs her that he is aiming for the item called the Ring of Wisdom that the boss drops. He thinks it is an important item to unlock the secrets of the portal disaster. In addition to that, he also lets her know that they need a pre-application and inspection to enter portals B rank and higher. He tells her that he wants to go and fill out the application there now and asks her if there is any problem. She agrees to go with him, so they both get up to go. The scene shifts, and after some time, he sits on his chair and is busy on a call. As soon as he starts talking on the phone, he informs that the portal, the illusion library, will appear quickly. He tells the person on the call that the drop from the boss of this portal is quite troublesome, so he concludes that he cannot have anyone get their hands on it. The person on call asks him to tell him about his team collecting it and watching over it. He believes that with his authority, Completely monopolizing the portal should be easy. He suggests that the person on call should not act stupid because he cannot have the country begin to distrust him. He informs the person who is present on the phone call that he needs someone for the official procedures. He knows that he has a few obedient people whom he considers dogs. But he thinks that it is not the time to use them yet, and he knows that the exposure of his goals and identity will not be forgiven at all. He concludes that they need someone who won't catch on to their moves. He orders him to get in touch with the Chimera's Fang as soon as the portal appears. He then thinks about the subjugation of the boss and the destruction of the item. And in addition to that, he also orders him to kill every adventurer that goes in there. Furthermore, he also gives him the order to take care of the groups and change their family register. He knows it is the specialty and asks if he is saying anything wrong. He believes there is no reason for them to get their hands dirty. After saying all that, he hangs up his phone call. In the afternoon, the room where he is looking at his phone gets knocked. A person comes in and says he would like to consult him about the preparation of the Demon Defense Forces. He asks him about the person who was talking to him on the phone call earlier. He asks the person why he is asking such a question to him. He tells him that it is not a big deal anyway. The person who was busy on the phone call was the chief of the Demon Defense Force, and his name was Haju Kirabai. Ikoma and Satsuki are sitting on the train. Satsuki asks him to tell him what kind of place the illusion library is. Ikoma informs her that, as the name suggests, it is an enormous library with many enemies that use magic attacks. He tells her that the level of the portal boss is 60. He is well aware that it is not an opponent they can be careless with. Satsuki starts thinking about whether they could beat a monster of level 60 on Ikoma, and tells her they can surely beat it. He further tells her he has a strategy to help them win against the monster. The scene changes, and Ikoma reaches the Adventurer Guild Kanagawa Prefecture Urakira City branch. He is informed there that they are not going to accept it, and the receptionist tells him that the decision is made on the guild's behalf. She tells him that she, unfortunately, cannot allow him to enter the illusion library. Although they know that they are unknown people from a different guild branch, she is doing it unfairly. Recently, there have been many adventurer deaths at the Urakira Guild branch. It was reported in the Japan Daily magazine that it is Urakira Guild again. She informs Ikoma that if the numbers look bad, the guild head will keep nagging. In any case, their branch is quite strict at the moment. Ikoma listens to her quietly, and after listening to her, he informs her that if the portal is left as it is, it will become unstable. He asks her if she doesn't think they should permit B-rank adventurers to enter in that case. She tells him that if it is just managing the portal, the Demon Defense Forces are more than enough. If it seems like it will drag on for a while, the city can hire adventurers from another place. She informs him that the chances are very low, and that they will hire a fresh B-rank adventurer and his partner, who is only C-rank. She knows that Ikoma is on level 44, while Satsuki is on 37. She says sorry and tells them they won't get anywhere by talking to her. Meanwhile, a man appears there and asks them if they want to challenge the illusion library too. Ikoma and Satsuki look at the man and ask him who he is. He is the monk Jugoya Seiji of level 43. He informs Ikoma that he is also a B rank, just like him, and wants to conquer that portal. He feels like it just seems that there are not enough high-rank adventurers at the moment. Ikoma thinks having Seiji and other adventurers is a godsend because they might be less restrictive. Ikoma planned to level up with Satsuki within the portal before going to the boss anyway. He was also worried about whether or not they could subjugate it in time. But after looking at Seiji, he thinks there are worries about that now. He looks carefully at Seiji and thinks he is a little shady, so he wonders if they can trust him. He hears Satsuki, who is standing beside him, that it is a relief because they can now challenge the portal. Seiji moves his hand forward to shake hands with Ikoma and asks him if he is wrong. He offers Ikoma to please join his party if he is a B rank. When Satsuki sees Seiji offering Ikoma to come and join the party, Satsuki also asks Seiji what he thinks about offering her too. Seiji looks at Satsuki and thinks for a while, then tells them that he is trying to enter a dangerous portal. He informs her that he has looked through her documents and knows she is a shaman class that is difficult to use, even within the mages. He knows that Satsuki's achievements are widespread, but he informs her that he cannot have excess waste in his party. After hearing him disrespecting Satsuki, Ikoma tells him that if he excludes her, he must also count him out. Seiji starts thinking. However, he informs them that he is not trying to use them for his profit or anything like that. He clears them that it is just that they already have two very superb members who are the vanguards. He informs them that he wants to conquer that portal. However, Ikoma tells him that the shaman class can use mana drain and restore the entire MP of the party. He ensures Seiji that it benefits people who use a lot of MP like him and him. After listening to Ikoma, Seiji thinks for a minute and then tells them that he guesses it is fine, so he suggests they exchange the contact information. He tells them that he also wants to get permission from the other members first before they register as a party together and meet in front of the portal. After some time, Satsuki and Ikoma sit down and ask Ikoma if that person is okay to trust. She feels that he looked at her as if she was a nuisance. Ikoma thinks that he seemed a little calculating. Calculating means that he is acting in a scheming and ruthlessly determined way. He feels they can trust him at the very least, and he thinks it is better to point out what he is dissatisfied with first than bring it up later. He thinks he is the party's face, so he must be friendly and avoid unnecessary disputes. Ikoma thinks that Seiji won't do anything that will harm his reputation. Satsuki asks him if that is okay. Ikoma knows that they are not really in the situation to be picky, so he realizes that the more members they have, the harder it will be to secure the Ring of Wisdom. He knows that if they cannot enter the portal, they won't have any hopes, so he thinks that having 3 high-level members would be a relief. He is aware that their worries about being able to conquer the portal are gone now. On the other hand, Seiji informs his other party members about adding Ikoma and Satsuki to their party. Inaoshin, a part of the party of Seiji and on level 40, tells him that this is completely different from what they have planned. She tells him that pulling in 2 people with weird classes right before they go in is so embarrassing that she instructs him not to do such things. Seiji passes a smile and tells her that it cannot be helped if she knows because the restrictions from the guild just won't go away, and the fact that they don't have enough members is true. He reminds her that she also agreed to that and asks her if he is saying wrong. Inao tells him she just wanted a support and damage magic caster, with someone who could fight up front and be an all-rounder. She knows that he intentionally ignored their classes as if he was okay with anyone. He explains to her that he did that because they had the perfect number of people. He knows that the level of Ikoma is also high and the level of Satsuki is also not bad. Ikoma and Satsuki are listening to them. However, Satsuki thinks that though it is good that they all group up without a problem, she feels like the atmosphere is awkward. She asks Ikoma if this is okay anyway. Ikoma is thinking something. He realizes that earlier, he thought that Seiji was as suspicious as he was, but he thinks that the other members are even more so. Inao tells him that she will say this now. She warns him that if he ends up being useless and takes away a share of the profits, she will kill them. She asks him if he minds reading the room a bit, and he asks her if it is a system where only those with achievements. He thinks that it is better for him. She gives Ikoma a shut-up call. There is also a man standing at some distance whose name is Kasai. She asks him what he thinks about that. He tells her he doesn't care as long as they can enter the portal. Kasai Haru is level 45. He tells her that as long as they don't hold him back. Ikoma knows that everyone's level is quite high. He guesses that they try to ignore everything else about them. He creates a makeshift party. The merits of going deep into an unexplored portal are high. They know that they can also sell information to the guild, so it is possible to get rare items. They get talked about a lot, so just the name alone will make it easy to sell, but he could have done a better job choosing his members. Kasai tells Seiji that he could have done a better job choosing his members. Ikoma realizes that he was also not in a position to be picky. Anyways, Seiji smiles and tells them that it is a party that is built on a whim. He knows that they might have complaints or things that he is not satisfied with, but he believes that being able to gather adventurers at this high level is quite a miracle. He thanked all of them because he could do that for them. They all head to the illusion library. Seiji is greedy, while Inao is prideful. On the other hand, Kasai is the one who has arrogance in him. Ikoma looks at all of them and hopes that it will be nice if nothing troublesome happens. They all reach the illusion library. Seiji tells everyone this is a difficult portal, even amongst the other B rank ones. He also believes it is quite an interesting and refined place. He knows that it is rare for a portal of this caliber to appear, and if they manage to conquer it, they will all become famous in no time. Inao sees Ikoma and Satsuki standing there and asks them if they are Ikoma and Satsuki. She tells them that Seiji said this already. but they are only here, so they have enough people to enter. She instructs them not to do anything that will get in their way. After listening to her, Satsuki thinks that though the level of Ikoma is higher than theirs, she is still dictating to him what to do. Ikoma tells her that he is sorry, but because they came all the way here from a different city to explore this portal, he doesn't plan to leave empty-handed. When she hears Ikoma that he is giving answers and talking back to her, she gets furious and in a rage. She, in aggression, asks him if he is talking back to her. He clears her that he just wants her to at least understand their feelings, too. He is aware that they guys just needed more people, so he ensures her that he will not engage in any unnecessary attacks or actions. She turns her face around and tells Ikoma that she doesn't think they will need them as long as he understands. Satsuki asks Ikoma if he thinks that it is okay for him because she feels like, at this rate, there is no way that they will hand them the item from the boss in any case. After listening to Satsuki, Ikoma tells her that it is a little problematic, but he is happy that they made it into the portal. He knows that, in any case, they should focus on conquering the portal first. He knows that the B-rank Portal Illusion Library will not be easy to conquer just because a group of high-level adventurers has banded together. The perspective of Ikoma on conquering portals is based on his knowledge from his previous life. So he believes that this ending without them doing anything is impossible. The scene shifts to Seiji, who is very intrigued as he opens the book. He doesn't know what kind of language is written inside the book, so he guesses that this is what they call a culture from another world. Ikoma knows that the objects inside a portal or anything other than items and magic crystals are erased as soon as they leave the portal. He is aware that future research on the culture in the portals will advance, so they will discover more about level distortions and how unclear the cultures were. He knows that the language inside the portals is practically not a language at all. He is aware that the possibility of it just being a string of random characters is high. He remembers that some counter-theories were presented against this notion, but most had no real evidence and could just be summed up as delusions. This is the multiverse theory. He knows that the Ring of Wisdom from the Illusion Library, which was said to be a rare item, was able to unravel that exact mystery. Ikoma decides not to let it be lost in this world this time. Meanwhile, Seiji sees a fireball coming his way, and he immediately protects himself from the fireball by activating his shield. They see a librarian goblin of level 40 in front of them. Kasai instantly enables his shadow step and attacks the goblin. He takes his sword out and cuts the throat of the librarian goblin with his sword. The neck of the librarian goblin gets fallen on the ground near Ikoma. Ikoma was already expecting the same from Kasai. Meanwhile, Seiji claps for Kasai as he has defeated the monster so very well, so he compliments Kasai that he has amazing talent and performance. Kasai stops him from doing that and tells him that he doesn't need the flattery because he is feeling annoyed by that. Kasai orders Satsuki and Ikoma to go and collect the magic crystals and informs them that it is their job to collect them. When Inao hears Kasai assigning that small task to them, she asks Ikoma if he now knows that they guys came a long way from Tokyo, but he has no job here. Satsuki tells her that it does not seem like she did much herself. When Inao listens to Satsuki, who kind of insulted her, she gets in a rage and tells her that it is just not her turn yet. She asks Satsuki if she is trying to start a fight or something like that. Anyway, Satsuki says she is sorry for offending her. Ikoma thinks that both of their decision-making processes are quick, and they make good use of their skills, so he thinks it is very reassuring that their skill is true. He now gets sure of it after seeing his skill of Kasai. He looks at Kasai and asks him if his name is Kasai Haru, because he told them that name earlier. Kasai says to Ikoma that he is being a bit too familiar. Satsuki looks at Ikoma and wonders if he is trying to talk to that moody guy. Ikoma knows he recalls that the skills Kasai used earlier were Shadow Step and Execute, so he gets to know that he is in actual a thief class. He says to Kasai that he knows that he is a thief class and asks him if he is saying wrong. Satsuki gets confused to hear Ikoma. Anyways, Ikoma tells Kasai that from this point onward, doing damage to the boss will be pretty difficult. He gives Kasai a suggestion if he is aiming for the top. Then he recommends he narrow down his skill point usage. Kasai looks at Ikoma and wonders what is up with him considering him a kid. Anyways, Ikoma tells him that he is either a thief that pulls aggro for his team or a support specialized class. Hence, he recommends he focus on either one of those. Kasai, after listening to Ikoma, gets in a rage and uses an abusive word for him because he is mad over the thing that he is giving him advice. He asks Ikoma what he is trying to do. Ikoma tries to clear him, so he tells him that he is just trying to help him, nothing more than that. Kasai warns Ikoma that if he says anything more meaningless to him, then he is going to cut his head off. Satsuki asks Ikoma what is wrong with him because he is talking to that scary person like that. Ikoma tells her it is his bad because he knows about the thief class. So basically, Ikoma knows that thief classes must be aware of their low attack power. Otherwise, they will become useless at higher levels. Ikoma just doesn't want Kasai to go down the same path as he did. Meanwhile, Inao asks Ikoma if he is stupid or what. She asks him what he meant to say earlier that he knows about the thief class. In addition to that, she also informs him that Kasai is a top-class adventurer, even amongst other B-rank adventurers. She questions how many people he thinks know more than him in this country. Ikoma knows he was originally the best thief class user in the country, but he realizes he cannot say anything now. Kasai tells him that he heard that it was a rare high-grade portal, but he thinks that it does not seem like it. Seiji tells him that he is pretty sure he is just too strong, and he feels so happy that he teamed up with him. As Kasai was searching the book, all of a sudden, he thought that someone was standing at some distance. He turns his face and sees that it is the clock rabbit of level 45. He sees the clock rabbit and concludes that it has a stupid face. Apart from its stupid face, he knows that the clock rabbit is on a higher level than the goblins. Ikoma is shocked to see the clock rabbit and finds out they are also in the illusion library. He knows that it is a nightmare monster known to eradicate entire parties. He is aware that the clock rabbit is not an enemy that he should fight without thinking first. He informs Kasai that the clock rabbit won't begin to fight unless he gets within a certain range of it. So he tells everyone that they should go around it and search for a different route. Kasai says to Ikoma that he has been annoying since earlier, so he gives him a shut-up call and instructs Ikoma not to tell him what to do while calling him a kid. Kasai starts stepping towards the clock rabbit. When Ikoma sees Kasai going near the clock rabbit, he realizes that if the clock rabbit uses its ability now, then it would be bad. Kasai sees the clock rabbit after going near it. Ikoma knows that it would be tough fighting that thing while trying to protect everyone. Kasai starts the fight with the clock rabbit. Ikoma shouts and informs Kasai that the clock rabbit is dangerous. He requests Kasai to come back and stop chasing the clock rabbit, and Kasai attacks the clock rabbit. As soon as he attacks the clock rabbit jumps and dodges his attack. Kasai realizes that the clock rabbit is so fast and wonders if it is the type that excels at evasion. He sees that the clock rabbit is small, but since it is high level, so a person never knows what it is going to do. Kasai sees that the clock rabbit has activated his skill, which is called dash. He feels so annoyed to see that he has activated an evasion skill. He notices a special movement pattern and wonders if it is a rare monster. He thinks that if it is a rare monster, he can look forward to the drops it gives. Ikoma tells him that it won't overlook them because it has been driven this far. He realizes there is no choice but to defeat it. He informs everyone that it will use its skill, so he instructs them to cover for each other. He tells everyone that if anyone lets his guard down for even a second, the clock rabbit will kill him. Seiji asks Ikoma what he is saying and what he means by saying they will be killed. He looks at the rabbit, and he knows that its level is 45, so he believes that the 5 of them should be able to defeat it. He gets shocked to see it and wonders if it is a rabbit skill. Kasai turns his face back and tells Ikoma that he doesn't take orders from a lower-level kid like him. He reminds Ikoma that he has already warned him not to say anything more that is useless and meaningless. The clock rabbit starts using the clock and activating its skills. It starts moving the books by using the Ars Magica. Kasai sees the book start moving and wonders what is happening there. He sees another monster named Grimoire, who is on level 43. After the level 43 monsters, he also sees the level 42 monster Grimoire. Seiji was shocked to wonder if 4 level 40 monsters were in a tight place like this. Ikoma suggests Kasai to get back and informs him that he cannot do anything if he gets trapped in that. Kasai stares at Ikoma and reminds him that he has already told him not to order him around. He sees that grimoires from both sides are about to attack him, so he uses his powers to attack them. He tells those grimoires not to underestimate him and calls them stupid monsters. Seiji, in a loud voice, informs Kasai that there is one more monster in his blind spot. Kasai sees upwards and finds out that a clock rabbit is standing there and is about to attack him. Kasai comes to know that the clock rabbit does not just run away earlier. He realizes that it is a bad scene because he cannot avoid it in any case. Suddenly, Ikoma steps in with his weapon and attacks the clock rabbit. Ikoma realizes that he made it in time. Kasai looks at Ikoma, who has saved his life. Always, Ikoma sees that the clock rabbit is still alive even after his attack. He removes his weapon from the clock rabbit and kicks it in its face. Ikoma knows that as long as he has gravity manipulation, he will not lose any of his fights in the air. He sees that the clock rabbit starts making sounds and makes a pout, and he tells the clock rabbit that it is not looking cute even if it pouts and calls the rabbit trash. Kasai realizes that it was a close attack from the clock rabbit, and he almost died. In addition, he wonders if Ikoma anticipated the surprise attack of the rabbit and covered it for him. The clock rabbit once again activates its skill named Dash. Ikoma is aware of the clock rabbit's strategy. He knows that the clock rabbit won't directly come to a person, but it only runs and uses surprise attacks. Ikoma informs Seiji that he will take on 3 of the grimoires, so he instructs them to take on the last grimoire. Seiji concludes that it is far too reckless. He tells Ikoma that his reactions were slow earlier, and Kasai was surprised to be attacked too. However, he still ensures Ikoma that they are strong adventurers too, so he requests him to at least trust them a little. He knows that there is no living twice, so he instructs him to stand down. He informs everyone that the movements of the clock rabbit are fast. The most important thing is that it is extremely cunning. He tells Seiji that while fighting with multiple enemies, he must be used to looking out for surprise attacks. They know that even the most reliable one here was almost killed by it, and Inaoshin was also slightly panicked. So, the support classes, like the monk and shaman, need protection from the vanguard classes to fight properly. Inao asks Ikoma if he is planning to fight 3 of the grimoire alone simultaneously. She tells Ikoma that he can't do that anyway. Satsuki has full trust in Ikoma. She thinks that if it is what Ikoma has decided, she fully trusts him. She thinks it is probably the best way to win. She tells all of them to hurry up so that they can defeat his one monster and help Ikoma as soon as possible. Ikoma sees a grimoire coming towards its way, so he attacks it. He realizes that the grimoire can fly around in the air freely. He learns that it is strong even at long distances, and its magic is fast. In addition to that, he also realizes that he has to be very cautious about its surprise attacks. Ikoma sees the clock rabbit behind him and remembers that it is one of the monsters who was very troublesome even in his past life. Anyway, he doesn't dislike fights that test his limits. He says it to come and calls it a waste of paper. He warns it that he will shred it all at once, and the clock rabbit, after listening to Ikoma, gets excited to start the fight. The 3 grimoire come close to Ikoma to attack him. Meanwhile, Seiji activates his shield. He uses his shield to protect him from the attack of the grimoire. However, Inao also is about to attack the grimoire, telling it not to underestimate her. She attacks the grimoire using her weapon. As soon as she attacks it, she realizes its attack power is high. It can use magic, and movement speed is high too. She thinks she needs to keep her eyes on the clock rabbit standing behind her. She feels frustrated as Ikoma is fighting 3 of them simultaneously and asks Ikoma, what is he thinking? On the contrary, Ikoma is fighting with one of the grimoire and attacking it. He leaps towards the grimoire and uses his powers. He activates his gravity moiety and attacks the grimoire. He then leaps towards the second grimoire and gives it a meteor slash. As soon as he gives the grimoire a meteor slash, it gets killed. A status window appears informing Ikoma that he has gained 2015 EXP. Ikoma gets to know that he has killed one of the grimoire. At the same time, Satsuki activates her shadow balls in addition to her Kasai also activates his wind slash. They kill another grimoire, Seiji, and Inao gets happy to see that. Inao informs them that with that now 2 grimoire are destroyed. The clock rabbit, all of a sudden, activates its Ars Magica. The clock rabbit makes replacements with the new grimoires. Ikoma knows that the maximum number of monsters the clock rabbit can control at once is 4. So it is basically getting replacements for the 2 monsters they defeated. In a loud voice, Satsuki tells them that at this rate, it is a never-ending phenomenon. Inao sees that the new 2 monsters are coming towards her. She tells them not to underestimate her, takes her light, and decides to kill those monsters. Ikoma comes before her and instructs her to return. He orders her to get behind Seiji's shield and reposition it. Inao thinks that though Ikoma is pretty good, she gets annoyed and wonders how he dares to order her around like a puppet. She decides to blow the two away in one attack. She says those monsters come at her while she is about to use her reap technique to attack them, but she hears a sound. She wonders if it is coming to her and sees that the clock rabbit is about to leap towards her. She sees that it stopped and learns that it fainted using a noise on purpose. She wonders if it is a monster. Anyways, Seiji, in a loud voice, instructs Inao not to let the monster get away, and she suddenly sees that the monster has bitten her. She falls on the ground after the monster bites her. She is trying her level best to get it off her. Anyways, she is unable to get the monster off her body, and so she thinks that she is going to die at this rate. She sees that Ikoma comes near her and informs her that he must remove it with force, so he instructs her to clench her teeth. Ikoma uses his technique, Garand, and hits the monster to get it away from Inao's body. As soon as the monster takes her body, Inao feels pain in her body, although she thanks God that she was saved because otherwise, she was going to die at that rate. She sees that Ikoma is still attacking that monster to kill it, and he instructs Seiji to heal Inao with his white magic. Seiji agrees to follow Ikoma's orders. Anyways, Satsuki stood there and watched everything. She thinks the situation is collapsing, and they are getting closed at this rate. Ikoma disagrees with her and tells her that they can still make a stand and informs her that the Ars Magica uses a lot of MP. So he lets her know that as long as they keep defeating the grimoires, then they can surely win. He believes that the clock rabbit also realizes that, which is why it is so impatient. He feels like the impatience of the clock rabbit shows in its actions. Ikoma then activates his double gravity and attacks the monster. He feels like the spines of the grimoire have a high defense. The grimoire is the monster they are fighting with. Ikoma knows that its mouth is protected by its fangs. He attacks the grimoire with his sword, and the grimoire, in return, clenches his sword in its fangs, so Ikoma decides to use his skill, Garand. As soon as he uses Garand, a status window appears, informing him that he has gained 808 EXP. Satsuki gets happy to see Ikoma and concludes that because they have defeated another one, so if they keep it up at this pace then they are going to kill all. But Seiji informs her that she is too far up, and lets them know that there are too many grimoires. He tells them that it is what they want. Ikoma sees the clock rabbit sitting behind him, so he tells it that he already knew it would come. Ikoma instantly uses his inverse gravity and dodges the attack of the clock rabbit. He knows that it does not matter whether he beats one or two of them. He realizes that if he wants to defeat all of them, he has no choice but to kill the commander. He sees that he is being cornered by the walls, which he believes is helping them. He thinks that being cornered should make it difficult for the clock rabbit to launch surprise attacks on them. Although he knows he got too deep and will come after him head-on, he calls the clock rabbit a trash thing and lets it know that it has failed in its plans. He leaps toward the clock rabbit to attack it with his sword, but the rabbit instantly notices him, and Ikoma realizes that the reaction of the clock rabbit is fast enough. Ikoma swings his sword to kill the clock rabbit with his attack. As soon as Ikoma swings his sword, he cannot attack the clock rabbit, as it jumps and dodges his attack. Ikoma realizes that he cannot get it. Ikoma wants to ride the momentum of his gravity and slice the clock rabbit. But he saw that the clock rabbit was much faster than expected, so he could only hit it on its side. He concludes that because the clock rabbit is small and fast, it is troublesome for him to kill it. On the contrary, the monster attacks Kasai and bites his hand. When they see it, Seiji immediately attacks those monsters and protects his friends by activating his shield. They realize that they won't last much longer at the current rate, but they know that if they defeat the clock rabbit, then the Ars Magica will be undone on its own. Ikoma leaps towards the clock rabbit to attack it and decides to finish it in just one quick attack. He sees the clock rabbit and thinks that he won't be able to catch up by just chasing it around. The clock rabbit thought that if Ikoma attacked it with his sword, it would immediately jump and dodge Ikoma's attack. But Ikoma uses Garand instead of the thing the clock rabbit thought in its mind. Anyways, when Ikoma activates his Garand simultaneously, the clock rabbit also activates its dash technique and leaps toward him. But it gets trapped in the attack of Ikoma and falls to the ground after being hit by the attack. As soon as he falls to the ground, Ikoma goes near it and asks if it thinks it has dodged his attack. He tells the clock rabbit that he has already predicted its movement and skills. He informs the clock rabbit that its high movement skill has many weaknesses. In addition, he tells the clock rabbit that its dash skill's movements are simple, and that it opens when it uses it. So, he knows that if he times it right, it makes hitting it easier. When Ikoma says this to the clock rabbit, the rabbit suddenly leaps towards Ikoma to attack him. Ikoma was expecting a surprise attack from the clock rabbit, so he immediately took his sword out and attacked the clock rabbit. A window status suddenly appears, informing Ikoma that he has gained 2004 EXP. In addition to that, he has also leveled up from level 40, 44, 45 and gained 4 skill points. As soon as the clock rabbit gets killed, they see the grimoires coming back to their normal condition. Ikoma informs them that they made it in time because now the Ars Magica is also over. They are all so happy to see it. Anyways, Inao with tears in her eyes asks them if it all is over now. Satsuki looks at Inao. When Inao sees Satsuki staring at her, she immediately starts clearing her point and tells her that she is not crying. She starts explaining that she has tears because dust got into her eyes. After listening to her, Satsuki tells her that she has not even said anything yet, so there is no purpose in explaining all this herself. Seiji thanked Ikoma because he initially underestimated him. He told Ikoma that he was only trying to have enough members. But now, if he speaks honestly, he lets Ikoma know if the clock rabbit cam is up with only the 3 of them here, which would have been wiped out. However, he notices some sort of sound. He sees it and asks them what the thing is in front of him. Ikoma learns that it is a magic crystal and seems like it is an item drop. A status window appears, mentioning that it is the clock rabbit's skill book of B rank. In addition, another notification notifies that by using skill points, he may learn dash. Ikoma tells them that it is not useless, but he can utilize it differently depending on his class and path. He thinks he can sell it at the guild for over 10 million, and they all get shocked to hear Ikoma saying the amount of 10 million. Seiji tells them that if they split it among the 5, each person will get 2 million. He gets happy to think that it has gotten quite interesting. He tells Ikoma that he wants to return for now and asks if he minds him saying that. He also gives Ikoma the reason behind thinking that and informs Ikoma that he looked down on the illusion library and that his MP is also looking a bit rough. Although he knows that Inaushin is trying to keep it together, he would normally be much more lenient, but thinks that he cannot have someone else getting their hands on the Ring of Wisdom. Ikoma tells them that the most troublesome one in this portal is that clock rabbit, so they can avoid a fight if they run away whenever they see it. He believes that they can heal with their priest skills anyway. In addition, he tells Seiji that he also has a good to recover MP. Seiji, after hearing Ikoma, is surprised to know I and asks him what the way is. Meanwhile, Satsuki questions Ikoma if he will make her do that again. He remembers what she did earlier by using the reliving trauma. Ikoma informs them that because goblins are simple, they can give them a lot of MP after all, so it is the perfect food for mana drain. Seiji tells them he is fine with following Ikoma's ideas, so he concludes that he doesn't mind. The important thing now is that he tells them he doesn't want to return after getting here anyway. Kasai realizes that he can use it because he can be usable. He thinks that he looks like someday, from which he can get good results at the end of the day. He now asks him if really he is saying that after what they just went through recently. Seiji tells her that she was about to be killed after all, so he thinks that nobody can blame her for feeling the way she does. Seiji suggests to them that they should go back after all. When Kasai hears him, he gives him a shut-up call and stops him from saying trash. He lets them know that he is not scared or anything else. After listening to him, he thinks it is fine if he is not scared. Anyway, he suggests he not push himself. After a while, the scene changes and is shifted to the portal entrance. The man standing at the entrance is informed that the 2 of them are from the Demon Defense Agency. He tells the man that he did not hear any information about the Demon Defense Agency taking over. Anyway, he shows him and informs him that it is a classified mission from the government HQ. He is shocked to hear that both are from the government HQ, and after hearing that, he immediately apologizes for his rudeness. He requests them to excuse him for his rudeness. They both enter the portal. The girl asks the guy if there is a need to use such a bothersome method. She throws the identity thing, which they both show to the man standing at the entrance at the entry. The guy tells the girl that because portal management rules are pretty strict, it is inconvenient for them. He tells her that her skills make it much more straightforward. However, she says to him that the subjugation and collection of the item from the boss and wonders the reason why they want an item to be deleted entirely. He suggests that it is not a thing she should be concerned about because they just have to carry out Chimera Fang's duty. He advises her that she should get rid of the illusion magic soon because it is a waste of MP. She listens to him quietly and then concludes that he is stiff and asks him if she is saying anything wrong. He reminds her that it is an order from the boss of Chimera Fang, so they cannot afford to fail at all. He thinks that there is no way that he would fall behind in a portal like this, though. The name of the guy is Kyoyugoku Kikayou, and he is on level 54, while the name of the girl is Yumikawa Arisu, who is on level 57. She tells him that it is okay if they kill everyone that they see and asks him if she is saying anything wrong. She knows it has been a while since she could play, so she is excited. They see the book demon of level 43. As Inao sees the book demon, she is about to attack him when Ikoma hits him the book demon. Ikoma instructs Inao to reposition herself. He comes in front of that book demon again and attacks it. Ikoma knows the book demon is an attack-type monster that can stretch its body. He believes that someone who has never fought it before should not make an enemy of it. He sees Inao and feels his mental strength from seeing the fight with the rabbit is not very strong. Satsuki activates her shadow hand and attacks the book demon. As soon as Satsuki attacks the book demon, it makes a horrible sound after receiving a hit from Satsuki. She once again hits the book demon and kills the book demon. A status window notifies him that he has gained 980 EXP. He realizes that Satsuki has gotten a lot stronger and that she has a new skill from using her skill points after beating the rabbit. He feels like it will have a lot of different uses later on. Ikoma thinks that using that skill on a book demon seems like a waste of MP. He thinks that they must first cut down the number of monsters. Inao appreciates Satsuki and tells her that they just need to get rid of the other two. After listening to Inao, Satsuki gets happy to hear her. Satsuki sees Inao grabbing Ikoma's arm and asks if she could please step away from Ikoma. She yells and tells her that it is not like what she is thinking. She tries to explain to her and tells her that she is not scared by the monster's attacks. In addition, she tells her that she did not grab Ikoma's arm for protection. Ikoma says to her that she is the only one saying all of that. Anyway, she starts clearing them again, saying that she just slipped and grabbed onto him, which is why she grabbed his arm. She looks at Satsuki's eyes and asks what is up with those guys. Inao tells Ikoma that she is grateful because he saved her. Ikoma sees her and thinks that she is unexpectedly honest, but tells them that this is the last time she will behave this way. Seiji activates his shield to save themselves from the book demon. Kasai, including all of them, are looking at the monster. Ikoma tells Kasai that only one more is left, and then it is over. Seiji reminds Kasai that Ikoma said not to kill the last one. Kasai is fighting with the monster. He swings his sword to attack the monster. However, he tells Seiji he doesn't have to tell him what to do. Kasai goes to the back of the monster and pulls his neck with the thread around it. Ikoma knows that the MP of the goblins is high. He knows that it is perfect for Satsuki's MP drain skill. Kasai noticed that the monster he was fighting with was using his head the most out of the three. He thinks that even though he has quite a difficult personality, he is also a hard-working person. He realizes that it is amazing how he ended up at Seiji's party. They see the monster they have tied up with ropes. Satsuki activates her mana drain and starts transferring MP. Seiji gets happy to see it because he realizes that with this, he will be able to use the barrier too. Inao looks at the monster and tells them that they can keep exploring the portal forever at this rate. Seiji tells Ikoma that if they catch 2 more goblins, they can completely restore Ikoma and the MP of Satsuki. He tells Seiji that even if they recover MP, the fatigue on the body remains the same. Ikoma tells him that if he uses more energy catching them than defeating them, that is the trade-off for using mana drain yields. He believes that it is the least they should do. Seiji agrees to Ikoma and thinks that if Ikoma, then it is fine. He is sure he is reliable, so Seiji puts his hand on Ikoma's shoulder and tells him he is very reliable. He realizes they have come pretty deep into the portal, so he thinks about their action plan this time. Ikoma asks everyone if they will challenge the boss of the portal with him. Kasai looks at Ikoma with wonders. Inao is also shocked to hear it. She asks them if he is serious because challenging the boss is not something he can do on a whim. Ikoma asks Inao if she is scared, and Inao tells Ikoma that it is impossible. Although he feels like Ikoma already knows how to deal with Inao, Seiji starts thinking about something and remembers that he created the party with the original intention of defeating the boss. He feels that just going around the portal and getting magic crystals and EXP is already good. He also realizes he was overconfident before. He asks if he doesn't think fighting the boss today is too risky. Ikoma tells him he has some information about the item in this portal. He thinks that they can easily defeat the boss with the members they have here. Seiji remembers that he wants the achievement of beating a B-rank boss. With that alone, higher level parties will swarm around him. Anyway, after saying that, Ikoma also tells him that there is something they need to discuss now. So he asks Seiji if he can take the item that is dropped from the boss. He tells Seiji that it is the first reason why he came here in the first place. He ensures Seiji and others that as long as he has that, he will give him all of the magic crystals and items they get. Ikoma knows that Satsuki has already agreed to this in advance. Anyway, further tells Seiji that if it is not enough, he will also give him some of his own money. Although Seiji is curious about what kind of item makes him go so far for it, he feels great about his offer to get 3 times the amount from the dropped item from the clock rabbit. He gets so happy to think about the 10 million yen that Inao yells at Seiji and asks him if he is serious. Kasai tells Inao that everyone else is okay with his offer except her, so he asks her if she wants to go home herself. She looks at Kasai and asks him if he also accepted his offer. She, after knowing that, also agrees to go along with it. But she tells Ikoma that this is just her paying him back for saving her. Ikoma thinks she is unexpectedly righteous. Satsuki gets jealous of Inao, and although the scene shifts from there, the portal boss is standing there. It is the Illusion Library portal boss whose name is Akasha, and she is of level 60. They finally reach the place, knowing that behind these doors lies the portal boss. Ikoma will handle its skills as planned. He lets them know that this boss has little mobility and has large movements. He tells them that as long as they don't rush it, they should be able to defeat it without any problem. Seiji says that if Ikoma's information is correct, they will undoubtedly defeat it. Seiji asks them if he will have experience defeating a B-rank portal, and Inao asks them if they believe it. She questions them if there is something like an item that can tell him information about a boss before he fights it. Satsuki reminds her and tells her that she was convinced before. She shouts at Satsuki and tells her that it is just strange, that is all. She tells them they are open to discussing such an item. She thinks that they all are pretty gullible. Seiji tells her as an adventurer, not recklessly talking about his strengths is important. In addition to that, Ikoma is not the type of person who says something without having some meaning behind it. Kasai, after listening to him, realizes that even if Ikoma is talking big, but he still doesn't want to defeat the boss after someone else already has. He reminds her because he is sure he has already asked her to go home if she is scared. She feels annoyed after listening to him. Ikoma tells her that adventurers always risk their lives, but if she is worried, he suggests they go back. He now yells at him and tells him what she already told him, that she is not scared, but that she was just trying to tell them that they should not believe everything they hear. Ikoma tells her not to worry and informs her about the plan that he and Kasai will draw the attention of the portal boss. Apart from that, Seiji guards her, which is all part of the plan. She gets extremely aggressive when she listens to him. She asks all of them if they are all looking down on her. Ikoma ensures her that they did not look down on her, but the fact is that he felt that she just seemed worried. Kasai looks at Inao and realizes that though she seems worried, but it looks like she will go with the flow of things. He feels good because challenging the boss and getting stronger was his goal. He thinks that he can run away even in the worst case scenario since he is at the highest level. Ikoma opens the status window because he wants to use his skill points before they challenge the boss. He sees that his remaining SP is 29. He looks at the status window, which informs him that his gravity magic has increased from level 2 to level 3, costing 15. He reads that there is mention of the manipulate gravity type magic. He was already planning on saving it to get gravity manipulation to level 4, but he feels the right thing to do before a boss fight is to level up the gravity magic. Suddenly, another status window informs him that he has leveled up the gravity magic to level 3. Moreover, he used 15 skill points too, and he was notified that he had unlocked the gravity field. He sees the new magic skill and thinks that it is good. On the contrary, he is informed that the gravity field covers an area of choice with gravity magic. So now his gravity magic includes the gravity binding, Garand, and the gravity field, which is the new one. Ikoma feels glad because his options increased before the boss fought. Anyway, they all continue to move further. As soon as they reach there, they see the portal boss of the Illusion Library. Akasha turns its face around them. After seeing it, Inao gets to know that it is the portal boss. Kasai, when he sees Akasha, He concludes as it seems to him that it does not have much mobility. Seiji orders them all to follow the plan and just go according to their plan. Ikoma and Kasai run to attack the portal boss Akasha. Akasha immediately activates its thunder break and attacks them. Ikoma notices that the type of magic it uses most is quick lightning attacks, so it is exactly as the documents in the past said. He feels like the power of the lightning magic changes depending on the range. He knows that this is the reason the one it is targeting is Kasai, and he is in the front instead of the rear guard. Ikoma knows he can increase his movement speed using the gravity moiety. Kasai Haru has the thief class that specializes in movements, so he believes that there is no chance that the boss with no movement can hit them. They both hit the portal boss, Akasha. After hitting it with his sword, Ikoma is just waiting for the opening after it uses its magic. Meanwhile, Satsuki activates her magic balls, and Satsuki now also gives the portal boss a slash. The portal boss survived that attack on them, says a word of apology, and speaks about Oi. After listening to it, Satsuki gets shocked and wonders if the monster is talking to her. Ikoma realizes that the portal boss is probably sending an Aya attack on Satsuki and the other. So basically, an Aya attack is the area of effect. An attack or defense, such as a spell or special skill, affects all characters within a specified range of the target place or character, rather than only a targeted character. He immediately instructs Kasai to hurry up and fall back to Seiji. Although Seiji doesn't like getting orders from a brat, he will them this time. The portal boss throws a fire wave towards them. He now shouts and tells everyone that there is no way they can dodge this attack from the portal boss. Ikoma tells them that they just need to defend against it in that case, and they all go behind Seiji. Seiji tells them to leave it to him and activates his shield to protect them from the fireballs. He knows that since AO attacks do less damage, the magic barrier is enough to block it, and informs everyone that it is the calculation of Ikoma. He tells everyone they can handle Akasha's magic attacks with their skills as long as they are careful. So he instructs them all that they will just attack when they can do that. They know that portal boss Akasha has multiple large-scale attacks in exchange for having no movement ability. He believes that because of that, it is quite easy to fight as a portal boss. He informs everyone that in that way, they are going to subjugate it just like that. He now, after listening to Kasai, concludes that they might be able to do it as Ikoma told. Kasai sees that it is going far too smoothly. He would have liked a few people to get crushed, but when he looks at Ikoma, he concludes that Ikoma is a bit too outstanding. He thinks he must start with Ikoma if he wants to destroy this party. Ikoma, with Kasai, rushes towards the portal boss to attack it, and the portal boss Akasha takes out its sword to attack them. The sword it will use is Zeus's sword, which gives a brutal attack using its sword. Anyway, Ikoma dodged its attack. He told the portal boss that it was prolonged, and he expected it to be slow in hand-to-hand combat. The portal boss stares at Ikoma. Ikoma makes fun of the portal boss and asks what happened to its strong range of attacks. He now tells them it is an easy mission as long as those two with speed stats pull aggro. She knows that the portal boss at this level will be unexpectedly easy, so she believes they can finish this quickly. Satsuki, when sees Inao and hears her, she remembers that she was the one who was the most scared out of all of them at first. At first, Seiji thought Ikoma was just being optimistic, but when they started the fight, he saw that Ikoma was too accurate. He concludes that Ikoma accurately understands the enemy's strengths and chooses the best path to victory with the least risk. The most important thing is that Ikoma's skills and courage are also amazing. He knows that it is true that the attack was mainly reliant on pure brute force power, but he realizes that Ikoma could have been completely out of it if he got hit by it. He believes that going in without a second thought, despite that, is only something that a person can only do if he has experience and confidence. The portal boss, Akasha, activates its rock pillar and exerts pressure on them. After seeing it, Ikoma realizes that it has changed the direction of the fight. He sees that the portal boss has created a barrier from the attacks from the rear guard while also restricting the movements of the vanguard. He sees the protection and realizes that the protection for long-range attacks has also increased for them. Ikoma instructs Seiji to pull the rear guard lineup. Seiji, after listening to Ikoma, ensures him that he understands what he says. Meanwhile, the portal boss once again attacks Inao, who is standing there and sees that the portal boss has just attacked. She is pleased to see it and concludes that giving them a shield to attack at a closer range is nice. She abuses the portal boss and tells it has made a bad move. After listening to Inao, Ikoma thinks she is too far forward. He sees Inao sitting there and believes that her positioning is just right at the moment. He rushes towards Inao and says he is sorry. While running towards her, Inao looks at Ikoma and wonders why he apologizes. Ikoma puts his foot on Inao's back, and with the help of her support, he climbs the pillar. Inao yells at Ikoma and asks how he dares to use her as a stepping stone. However, Ikoma was about to attack the portal boss and thought that because he could not get close to it because it was keeping an eye on him, he could now use the gravity moiety to create a surprise attack from above. He activates his meteor slash and attacks the portal boss. Inao is looking at Ikoma and wonders if he got her. Ikoma sees the portal boss and realizes that it is not over yet because the defense of her was higher than he expected. He sees that the HP of Akasha is left 42 out of 302, and the MP of it is 226 out of 358. Kasai is looking at Ikoma fighting with portal boss Akasha, and thinks that as it is looking that it is going to be over soon no matter what happens. He thinks Ikoma is a bit extra good at those things, so he makes him receive a wound here. On the contrary, the portal boss starts activating magic. Ikoma sees the portal boss and realizes that it is up to cast magic, which is Ruin Burst. He knows that the casting time is long and the MP cost is huge, but if it gets it off, it will be untouchable. He is aware that some portal bosses have a pattern where they go into a crazed condition once they get cornered. He knows that, in this case, it is a Ruin Burst. Anyway, he realizes he must defeat it before it releases the magic. He sees Inao, who is on the opposite side of the portal boss, and thinks that he got lucky because Inao is on the opposite side. In addition, the rearguard line is also pushed up, so he thinks it should not be hard to defeat the immobile boss. Kasai throws his weapon towards Ikoma, but Ikoma immediately dodges it. Kasai sees that Ikoma gives him an immediate reaction. He thinks that it is a scary reaction time anyway. When Ikoma looks at Kasai, he says sorry and accepts that it was his mistake that he did that. Ikoma wonders if there are chances that Kasai did it on purpose, but he realizes that it is not the right time for that kind of stuff. He asks everyone to prepare because a large-scale attack is coming, and he suggests that everyone do their best to avoid it. The portal boss throws its Ruin Burst attack toward all of them. Kasai looks at the attack given by the portal boss and wonders what it is. Inao also looks at it and wonders if it is kidding her. They all see the Ruin Burst. Ikoma knows that the Ruin Burst attack is a super powerful magic bullet that won't stop until a person uses all of his mana. But he knows that as long as they get through this, the rest should be easy. He realizes it is the last hurdle to get his hands on the Ring of Wisdom. Ikoma starts running towards the portal boss to attack it as he thinks that the portal boss should have left a bit of HP. Though he realizes that he cannot get close enough to the portal boss, he sees the portal boss is marking him. On the other hand, Kasai is also looking at Ikoma and the powers of the portal boss. He never expected it to have such crazy powers. However, he knows he doesn't have to worry because he is safe as long as he has the pillar. He feels he will have a good view of the battle because of the pillar. Suddenly, the pillar behind which Kasai was hiding gets broken. Kasai gets shocked to see it and runs from there. He sees the power's speed and size of the power and wonders what is with that power. Kasai realizes that he won't be able to keep dodging this forever. He abuses him and thinks that he brought him something crazy. Anyway, Ikoma looks at the portal boss and realizes that Satsuki and others will eventually get hit. He knows being in a stalemate is terrible, so he must force an attack. Ikoma starts to go towards the portal boss again and is about to attack it. Inao is shocked to see Ikoma that he went in again. Inao sees Satsuki thinking of something, and Satsuki sees Ikoma fighting alone. She says to Seiji that they should also go in and join Ikoma fighting with the portal boss. She tells them that the HP of the boss should be at its limit, and it is also practically only on Ikoma. After listening to Satsuki, Inao asks her what they should do if that is the matter, and Seiji tells them that Satsuki is saying right and they should go in. Seiji believes that they have to do their job as a party, but they are relying too much on Ikoma. He believes that they cannot just push all the risks onto Ikoma alone, so he feels that he needs to put his body forward, too. The three of them move forward to step into the fight, but the portal boss attacks them. Seiji realizes there is nowhere to run, so they cannot avoid it. Seiji instructs Satsuki to get behind him, and as Satsuki gets behind him, he immediately activates his shield. He realizes he cannot take the attack on the portal boss, so he tells them to go ahead. Satsuki thanks Seiji for letting them go. Meanwhile, the shield of Seiji got broken, and he fell to the ground. He realized that it had been a while since he had been pushed this much, exploring a portal. Anyway, he leaves the rest to Ikoma. On the contrary, Ikoma, still in a fight with the portal boss, realizes that his focus on him has diminished. He knows that Satsuki and the others coming helped distract it a bit. Ikoma knows it is his chance, so will finish it off in one magic attack as long as he can land Garand. He decides to use and activate the gravity field. The gravity field is the magic that applies gravity in a selected area. He sees the portal boss aiming for a ruin burst, but he knows that it cannot aim well with a ruin burst if it isn't used from a high place. He realizes that using precise magic control under high gravity conditions should be challenging. Ikoma is determined that he will have it drop that magic sphere of it. Satsuki sees that the magic of Ikoma is losing power, so she activates her shadow hand. Ikoma knows that the odds are against it, but they still don't have enough, so he realizes that if it stays like this, then it will never run out of mana. He knows that if that happens, there will be nothing they can do. Inao steps in to attack the portal boss. She activates her hell thrust and attacks the portal boss, and with that, the portal boss gets hit by the attack of Inao. It starts making terrible sounds and falls to the ground. Ikoma, with Satsuki and Inao, looks at the portal boss. Ikoma appreciates Satsuki and Inao for their attack, and after appreciating them, he attacks the portal boss. He gives a brutal hit to the portal boss, and suddenly, the status window appears, stating that he has gained 11,016 EXP. In addition to that, he has also leveled up from level 45 to 49. Apart from gaining EXP and leveling up, he has also been informed that he has gained 16 skill points. Satsuki was happy to see that they did it and finally defeated it. Seiji also looked at Ikoma and appreciated him for the achievement he had made. Ikoma thinks he can finally discover some of the secrets that he did not know about in his previous life. He knows that now he can finally learn about the secrets of the portals and the items that were lost in his last life. He is aware that the Ring of Wisdom has been retrieved. Kasai is looking at Ikoma while standing far behind. Ikoma sees that Akasha, the Illusion Library portal boss, dropped an item. He goes near it and picks it up. It is the Ring of Wisdom of B rank. A status window appears, informing him that he can summon a great mage from the library. Satsuki looks at Ikoma and asks him if it is the item that might have something to do with the portal phenomenon. Ikoma tells her that it is what he thinks, too. Satsuki asks him if he doesn't think they should give it to the Demon Defense Agency. Ikoma informs her that there is a reason why they cannot do that. He tells her that, in actuality, there are 3 reasons in total for it. The first reason is that the one who lost the ring in his previous life was the Demon Defense Agency, and it was under their research institute. He knows that unless there is a person he can trust to give directly to, he won't hand over the Ring of Wisdom. The second thing is that to take out the true potential of the ring, a person needs to be at a high level. He believes it is much more convenient for a previous rank adventurer like himself to hold on to it. The last reason is that he believes that no adventurer could simply give up a rare item they have obtained. Satsuki looks at Ikoma, who is looking very happy after obtaining that Ring of Wisdom. She asks him, in general terms, what does that ring do? Meanwhile, Seiji comes to Ikoma and appreciates him because he did well as he defeated Akasha. He believes and tells Ikoma that they are going to be famous for a bit now after defeating the portal boss. Ikoma looks at Seiji because he knows he was hit quite a lot back there, so he asks if he is doing well now. Seiji tells Ikoma that his white magic has already healed him, and he asks Ikoma if he should heal him, too. Although Ikoma did not get hit by anything directly since Seiji is offering him, he agrees and tells Seiji to heal him a bit. Ikoma sits down while Seiji starts using his power to heal Ikoma. While healing, Ikoma thinks he is the real deal because he sees that Ikoma is the first adventurer he has seen with so much potential. He tells both of them to go forward. He always considered exploring portals as a business venture, but he never thought Ikoma could get him to act like that. He is so glad that he met someone with his spirit. Inao, on the other hand, gets relieved because she doesn't remember how many times she thought that she was going to die. She tells them that she is now done with the portal bosses for a bit. Kasai sees that Ikoma has now got the items and also the experience from the portal exploration and even safely defeats the boss. He stares at Ikoma and thinks that it is time to stop playing friends with them. He takes out his weapon. He knows that after people overcome a nerve-wracking challenge, They automatically rest their minds and let down their guard. He decides to take advantage of that thing with the help of his thief skills. Because he belongs to a thief class and is a righteous thief, he believes that he can move without making a sound. On top of that, he knows that the thief class is one of the fastest, so he decides to attack Ikoma. As soon as he moves towards attacking Ikoma, he thinks that Ikoma will never be able to react to his attack. He gives a rouge attack to Ikoma, but Ikoma notices from the corner of his eye that Kasai is about to attack him, so he immediately reacts to the attack of him. Kasai gets shocked to see that Ikoma reacted to that surprise attack also, and asks him if he has eyes in the back of his head or something. Ikoma activates his double gravity and punches Kasai. After receiving a brutal punch from Ikoma, Kasai falls to the ground. When Seiji sees both of them fighting, he gets so shocked and asks them what they are trying to do. Ikoma informs Seiji that Kasai betrayed them and also lets them all know that the battle is not over yet, so they should all get ready. Ikoma thought that Kasai was a shady guy, but he never expected that he would come and attack directly. Ikoma says to Kasai that he knows that he conserved his strength during the fight by running around, but he lets him know that he still has MP left over. He tells him that there is no chance that he can win 4 versus 1, but he tells him that the thing he is thinking is not right. He informs Ikoma that he has already achieved his goal in the split second he defended himself. He tells Ikoma that he put the Ring of Wisdom in his arm bracelet storage. Ikoma gets surprised to know that Kasai managed to use a thief skill in that single attack. Seiji knows that the storage arm bracelet stores items in different dimensions. Moreover, the storage bracelet is a valuable item, but inside it are all the dropped items they got from this portal exploration. He now yells at Kasai and stops him from messing with her. She doesn't understand how he could do such a cheap thing. She warns him that she will kill him if he does not return the Ring of Wisdom. Kasai is about to run from there, so he challenges all of them to catch him if they can. He informs them that he knows very well that they are all slowpokes besides Ikoma. He is also aware that even then, they have the skills to increase their speed, so he asks them if they now really think that they can beat him at their strength. Ikoma feels annoyed after listening to Kasai, but he also knows that the thing Kasai is saying at the moment is right because they cannot catch up to him. He remembers that earlier, he thought that if it were B-rank adventurers, they would not get anyone to it ill-willed. Now he feels like he was wrong. Kasai informs everyone about the things he used to do in the past. He tells them that he originally ranked up through stealing and blackmailing, but he ended up having a bad reputation at his home guild and eventually could not party with anyone anymore. He then went out of his way to go all the way to Kanagawa, but bad rumors about him began to circulate, even here. So he prepared for this to be his last party activity here, but never thought he would find a party leader who was so desperate for achievements and information about a rare item. Seiji gets worried and sits on the ground telling Ikoma that there are 10 million yen worth of items in that pile of magic stones. After listening to him, Ikoma says he is sorry because he believes it was his mistake. He tells him that they have no choice but to have Kasai caught by the Demon Defense Agency. After saying that, Ikoma realizes that Kasai is a high-level criminal, and he is not a murderer, but he is just a thief. He thinks that promises are only made verbally, but the portals are difficult places for law and order. He is not sure how far the Demon Defense Agency would go to chase Kasai. Ikoma just now wants the Ring of Wisdom back from Kasai at all costs. As he was thinking this, he saw that 2 people were coming inside that place. One of them tells the other that it seems like it is already over, and they have arrived late. Satsuki, who is standing there quietly, thinks that the other adventurers are in more danger. She tells them that they don't know what that guy will do. She tells both of them to run immediately. Kasai also sees them standing in his way. He instructs them to get aside from his way when they listen to Kasai Yumakawa say to Kyoyugoku to teach him a lesson. Kasai is about to attack them when he tells them that he is on level 48, which is a high level even amongst other B ranks. He tells them that they are thinking wrong and that they can beat him. As he is saying it to them, suddenly, Kyoyugoku attacks Kasai and Kasai falls to the ground from his attack because the attack on him was so fast, and on top of that, it was too heavy. They all get shocked to see Kasai falling on the ground just after receiving a single hit. Ikoma sees that the super high-level Kasai fell on the ground just in one hit. He wonders who the people are who hit Kasai so brutally. He realizes that he has seen those figures before anywhere. He starts thinking about where he saw them earlier and pressuring his mind. He wonders if it could be what he is thinking at the moment. After a second, he realizes that he is thinking right because they are the same way he is thinking. They see Kasai lying on the ground and think that it is very boring. Yumikawa sits near Kasai and touches his face. She tells Kyoyugoku that this does not motivate her. Inao, standing there in wonder, thinks this cannot be possible. She sees that even though Kasai is a skilled adventurer, but still he was taken down in one hit. Yumikawa takes the ring of wisdom from Kasai and sees it closely. She concludes that it is beautiful. She tells Kyoyugoku that she might just want to keep it. She wears that ring of wisdom on her finger and gets happy because she thinks that it suits her. Kyoyugoku opens the status window and gets to know that the ring of wisdom is the target. She gets upset to know it and asks him if they have to break it. She tells him that they won't even notice if they take that ring home. He informs her that if they go against the mission, then it will result in execution, even if it is her. Seiji comes near them and tells them that the guy they beat just now was a traitor, and they both saved them all in the true sense. But when he sees Kasai, who has fainted and is lying on the ground, he asks them if they don't think that they have gone a little overboard. Yumikawa, after listening to him, starts laughing and tells Kyoyugoku that he seems to misunderstand them. She takes out her weapon and asks Kyoyugoku if they are allowed to kill all of them. He agrees with her and confirms to her that they have the orders to eliminate anyone present so they can kill all of them. They are all shocked to hear them. After hearing them, Ikoma thinks there is no mistaking it. He looks at their strange atmosphere and uniquely dark-colored outfits. He feels an intense power and concludes that they are the Chimera's Fang. When Yumikawa tells Ikoma that he knows them, she feels kind of surprised for someone to know about them. Inao, standing beside Satsuki, asks Ikoma if he knows them. Ikoma concludes that Chimera Fang is not just some internet fairy tale. He knows that it is a dark organization that climbs the underworld ranks using the power gained from the portal phenomena. He is aware that they continue expanding, and they will even have connections with the political world in 10 years. In addition to that, they reached a point where they came to be known as the shadow rulers of the country, and in the previous world, they were like an urban legend. He remembers battling with a Chimera Fang while trying to capture a portal. Although he knows that they should not have the same weapons and abilities as in his previous life, that does not change the fact that they are formidable opponents. Ikoma himself doesn't know why Chimera's Fang is here at an unknown B-rank portal, but he knows very well that they are not the kind of people who easily reveal themselves in public. He is sure that they uphold their word, especially after they have decided to eliminate their witnesses. They both grab their weapons and are about to attack them. Seiji sees them and tells everyone that they are coming to kill them. He informs them they have no choice except to fight with them. He knows that though they are 4 people, he believes they can win if they take advantage of the number difference. He instructs everyone to avoid one-on-one battles and confront their blind spots. Ikoma knows that they are on a different level. He feels sorry but informs them that they stand no chance of winning even in a 2-against-1 scenario. She starts laughing and asks Kyoyugoku whom he wants to kill. She also tells him that she wants Ikoma to be killed. He reminds her that they are not here to play. However, Ikoma sees the Ring of Wisdom on Yumikawa's finger. He knows that the Ring of Wisdom is a promising item for unraveling the mysteries of portals, so he believes that he cannot let someone like them have it. Without even a second thought, he jumps and rushes towards them to fight them. Ikoma attacks Yumikawa and tells his companions he will somehow handle this alone. He requests the 3 of them to take care of the other one, Kyoyugoku. Kyoyugoku goes in front of them, Seiji with Satsuki, and Inao thinks they are still in a difficult situation, but he believes this is their best shot. Satsuki asks Ikoma if he is serious about fighting 3 against 1, but he will take the other one-on-one. Seiji tells Satsuki that maybe Ikoma is right. Anyways, he turns his face around Inao and informs her that he and Satsuki are in support classes and cannot become a vanguard. He tells Inao that because she is 1 level below Ikoma, they will need to have her take charge and fight one of the opponents. He knows that the burden of Ikoma is sufficient, but they don't have any choice but to form a team of 3. In addition to that, they also know that Kyoyugoku took out Kasai in a single strike, so he concludes that he is very dangerous. Considering Ikoma's level and excellence, he believes this combination is the most effective. Kyoyugoku looks at Ikoma and wonders if he underestimates the powers of Yumikawa Arisu. He knows that the girl is always stronger than him. Seiji looks at Kyoyugoku. On the contrary, the fight starts between Ikoma and Yumikawa. She tells Ikoma that she is glad because they both seem so compatible. As soon as she attacks Ikoma, who blocks her attack, Yumikawa tells him that it looks like he has miscalculated. Ikoma realizes that even though he has enhanced himself with gravity manipulation, he is losing in terms of powers. He feels like it is proof that their difference in strength is too wide. Anyway, she tells him just to let him know that the level of Kyogoku is 54, and she is on level 57. She tells him that he must be, at best, around level 50 and asks him if she is saying wrong. Moreover, she also lets him know that he would not be able to defeat her in that case, so she suggests that he fight properly alone. He tells her that he already assumed that her level is higher than his. When she listens to him, she concludes that he is just bluffing and nothing else. She asks him if her conclusion is wrong and that he is just bluffing. He tells her that the level can be raised quickly as long as a person can defeat higher grade demons. He knows that due to its nature, reckless battle maniacs can rapidly gain power, and most end up losing their lives. He tells her that the reason that self-centered young people like them are valued is clearly because of their combat abilities. After listening to Ikoma, she tells him it is a little annoying to hear and that he talks as if he has seen through everything. She asks him why he chose her. Ikoma tells her that he chose her because he knows that dealing with a class that uses short weapons is tricky. He knows they are pretty good at going around and scratching multiple opponents. He tells her that a class that uses a weapon with a longer reach is better in one-on-one battles, and it is easier to find an opening when fighting them, so they are not suitable for many individual combats. He laughs and tells her that the battles between tricky classes often lead to unexpected outcomes. He tells her that after he quickly disposes of her, he will go and support those three fighting with Kyogoku. Ikoma thinks it is the only way to win in the current situation. After listening to Ikoma, Seiji asked him if he considered that much in just a second and jumped into battle. Yumikawa laughs and says to Ikoma that his provocation is interesting anyway. She immediately tells him to count her in and says that she activates her illusion knife. She suggests Ikoma try his best to entertain her because it will disappoint her if he is just all talk with no action. When Ikoma sees her activating her illusion knife to attack him, Ikoma knows that the illusion knife is a magic skill that attacks the enemy with a materialized phantom knife. He learns she belongs to that class, a scarce and troublesome class that has now appeared. She attacks him with her magic and tells him to come on and dance for her. She sees that Ikoma has dodged her attack. She realizes that Ikoma is agile and also he is swift. She sees a special physical ability enhancement skill. She never thought that Ikoma would slip through the knife attack without any fear. She laughs and tells Ikoma that seeing a brave person like him covered in blood is perfect. She concludes that she loves it. Meanwhile, Ikoma goes near her and attacks her using his sword. He realizes that their difference in level is painful, because he is on level 49 while she is on level 57. He feels that even the fastest and trickiest attacks utilizing gravity moiety are handled easily and without danger. He feels like he is losing strength even when making his attacks heavier using double gravity. He thinks it is the same as when he increased his MP output, and now there is no room for attack. However, he realizes he must hurry up and support them after fighting with her. He tells her to stop playing around and come at him for real because he informs her that it does not matter how many magic shots she fires at him of that level. After all, they won't hit him. Ikoma thinks that if he leaves her room for maneuvering, he won't be able to land his attacks. Although he knows it is a risky gamble, he thinks he should switch to offense a little. He is sure that the flying knife magic is not something that she can use easily. He asks her if it results from the misallocation of her skill points, and he tells her that he is ready to see the true abilities of her illusionist class. She starts laughing and gets sure that Ikoma knows a lot since it is such a rare class, so she doesn't know any users besides her. Illusionist class is a class that freely manipulates illusion magic, intertwining reality and illusion to fight. She then decides to answer his demands. She activates her illusion knife and the mirror phantom. Ikoma sees those knives and realizes that though they are a huge number, he knows that half of them are illusions. She throws that attack towards him and tells him that no human or even any monster can dodge it. She decides to start by stripping off that composed face of him. She sees Ikoma has dodged her attack. She sees him moving and tells him that he can move, but she informs him that he cannot avoid all of them at that speed. He knows that the mirror phantom requires low MP and can be easily used with other magic. Moreover, its strong point is that it can easily distract the opponent. The thing that concerns him most about this magic is the fear that it inflicts on a person. He knows that the attacks whose existence is uncertain can be more mentally unsettling than ordinary attacks. Anyways, after attacking Ikoma, Yumikawa tells him to show his face to her, which is contorted with fear. Ikoma looks at all of the knives and notices the actual one. He survives her attack as he knows it is just an illusion after all, and when he observes their light and shadows, he can point out the weird ones. She is stunned to see Ikoma and feels that no one can dodge her attack. She thinks that even if he can see through the illusion, she still finds it ridiculous because she believes there is no way he can just cut through her attack without any hesitation. Ikoma successfully cuts her attack. Yumikawa looks at Ikoma and thinks he is not a common adventurer. She sees his guts, technical knowledge, and experience. After seeing all that, she concludes that he is nothing compared to the people she has fought. She has even fought against the underworld's higher-level inhabitants and the monster hunting teams. But when she compares him to those people, she still believes that he is very different, so she wonders who he is. Ikoma swings his sword and attacks Yumikawa. She laughs and tells him that she now thinks she has become careless. She tells him that he is surprised because she never thought there would be people who could avoid her attack on their first time seeing that. She calls him Mr. and asks him if he is a human. He tells her as he remembers that he wants to deliver a decisive blow with that last move. He swings his weapon and hits her. As soon as he attacks her, he sees a little drop falling on the ground. He asks her if she is barely grazed because of less blood. She puts her hand on her ear and sees that her blood is dripping. She starts laughing abruptly and tells him that he has done an amazing thing. She continuously starts saying that the thing he just did is amazing, while her face has blood on it and her hands also have blood. She tells him that if it is him, then he might be able to kill her. She tells him that she is getting the chills and this is her first time experiencing this. She tells him that she is grateful to him and decides to use a skill that she hates so much because it makes the battle too one-sided and boring. But she thinks if it is him, he may be able to withstand it a bit, so she activates her skill Doppelganger. As soon as she activates her Doppelganger skill, he learns that she possesses it too. He knows it is a broken skill of an illusionist who can create tangible phantoms. He believes that if someone wants to make matters worse, a high-level opponent can create 3 at once. He is aware of the thing that if he lets his guard down, then he will be tormented and killed in an instant. He knows that Doppelganger is a magic skill that creates tangible phantoms, and it is a broken skill that creates multiple copies with the same physical abilities as the original. Ikoma is fighting alone with the Doppelganger of Yumikawa. He realizes there is no time to counterattack correctly. She compliments Ikoma, tells him his movements are admirable, and asks if she is saying anything wrong. She is about to attack Ikoma and tells him she wonders if he can dodge her now. As soon as she attacks him, Ikoma dodges her attack. He knows that Doppelganger is not an invincible skill. However, with his current abilities, he doesn't have enough cards to defeat her higher-level clones. She starts laughing, tells him they are not finished yet, and asks if he thinks they have finished fighting. She tells him to show her better footwork, calling him Mr. Ikoma believes that even though it is all or nothing, he still realizes that this is the only strategy he can go for. On the other hand, Kyoryugoku is standing in front of them. Seiji remembers that he defeated Kasai with sheer strength alone. But because he knows about the discrepancy of numbers, he thinks that even if he launches an attack, the remaining 2 can attack him during that opening. After learning that he cannot barge, he tells Satsuki and Inao that they will take advantage of their numbers and create an opening that should make it safe to fight that guy. He instructs Satsuki and Inao to attack him. Satsuki immediately activates her Shadow Balls while Inao activates her Sickle Weasel. Seeing both of them triggering their power, he also activates his Flaming Fangs towards them. Seiji was shocked to see it. As soon as Satsuki and Inao saw that Kyoryugoku's attack was about to reach them, Inao instantly protected Satsuki. She thanked her, and anyway, she told Satsuki that the rear guard class was so lame. Seiji looked at that power and wondered what it was with that power. He thinks that a direct hit would have obliterated them. Kyoryugoku was going to wait for Yumikawa Arisu to join him after caring for that kid, but he remembered that she had a bad habit of stretching things and wondered if he had said anything wrong. He stops caring and thinks he should get this over, so he becomes like a Vajra Sambhogakaya. Vajra means indestructible, while Sambhogakaya is the form taken by a Buddha after completing its role in Bodhisattva. However, he gets tired of these futile feint battles. Inao looks at Kyogoku and asks what is wrong with him. She wonders if he is not just a monster. Vajra Sambhogakaya is a skill that some melee classes can learn, and it stimulates the muscles by increasing their capabilities. In addition to that, the body also gets sturdier, increasing its resistance to blows. They wonder if Kyogoku is charging in and tanking the injuries he will suffer from the number of disadvantages. They know it is a high MP consumption skill, so he plans to finish them in one go. As soon as Kyogoku attacks them, Seiji shouts and informs them that he is too fast for him to react. He instantly activates his shield against Kyogoku's attack. Meanwhile, Inao comes from behind him and is about to attack him. She calls him a baldy because he is bald and tells him not to look down on them. As soon as she attacks him, she feels some kind of feeling from him and wonders if he is Vajra. Kyogoku, in return, also attacks her. Seiji looks at the fight between Kyogoku and Inao and wonders what this monster is because he sees that he is so overwhelming. He wonders if he is a human or what. They are all in wonder to think he is so strong, and he says that the girl Ikoma is fighting with is more potent than him. On the contrary, Ikoma is fighting with Yumikawa, who is about to attack him, and seeing that Ikoma is on defense now, she asks him if he is on defense. She laughs and tells him to attack her more and more. She instructs him to get her more excited. Kyogoku sees that Inao is using a doppelganger and wonders if he is strong enough to make her use that. Anyway, he is sure that with this skill of hers, it won't take so much time now. However, Inao and Satsuki stand there watching Kyogoku. Satsuki realizes that no matter what they do, he is too strong for them. However, she is sure that if they stay there a little longer, Ikoma will come to save them. Satsuki thinks it won't do anything, so she decides not to be a liability who waits to be saved. She swore she would become someone he would recognize as his partner. She realizes she is just waiting to be saved in a situation where he is putting his life on the line. She thinks there is no way she can proudly call herself a friend. Satsuki calls Inao and Seiji and asks them if they have some fight left in them. She tells them they should defeat him with the three of them and help Ikoma. They all attack Kyogoku. When Kyogoku sees them, he asks them if they still say that kind of stuff. Kyogoku sees them and tells them that it is admirable that he can still come at him after knowing the difference in their power. He tells them to come on him so he will give him all a warrior's death. After listening to them, Seiji thinks that even though they have no choice but to take him down, Vajra Sambhogakaya strengthens the body against attacks. Even if they get close to him using their numbers advantage, they don't have a technique to damage him. Satsuki knows it is difficult to beat that guy with their current power. She doesn't think they can drag out the fight long enough for his mana to run out. She realizes that they need to think, as she closes her eyes and wonders what Ikoma has done in this situation. She knows that if it becomes a drawn-out battle, they will lose due to the difference in their fundamental strength. She thinks they need to create an opening rather than go all out at once, but find an opening strong enough to defeat someone so strong. Satsuki realizes that if they cannot defeat him, they might be able to neutralize him. They see Kyogoku approaching them, and Inao tells Satsuki they cannot defeat him by tackling him normally. She asks Satsuki what they will do. She informs her that she will use her skill to hinder his movement. In that opening, she instructs her to throw her scythe at his right-hand side. She is surprised to hear Satsuki and asks if she is serious about throwing it. She lets her know that if she misses the hell thrust, that will be the end, and she is also aware that she has to fight that monster with her bare hands. In addition to that, she asks Satsuki why she has to attack the right side of Kyogoku. Satsuki sees Seiji, also standing near them, and asks him if he can do some all-out attack in coordination with her. He agrees to do that and ensures Satsuki that he gets her point. Inao is surprised to hear Seiji say he is on board with this idea. He clears Inao that they don't have any extra time to ponder, and besides that, if they don't synchronize their attacks, they don't stand a chance. She tells Satsuki that his bet is on her, and they all get ready to start the fight anyway. Satsuki activates her shadow balls and attacks Kyogoku with her shadow balls. He is tackling Satsuki's shadow balls. Seiji also comes in to attack Kyogoku. He tells him that he will break through that flimsy barrier. As soon as Kyogoku moves to attack Seiji, he sees that he lost his weapon. He is surprised to see it. Meanwhile, Seiji activates his shield attack and attacks Kyogoku. With the attack on Seiji, Kyogoku is about to pick up his weapon. He sees Satsuki holding his weapon, and then she throws it far to the ground. Kyoigoku looks at Satsuki because she played him in classes that rely on weapons, which are limited in their skill set when losing their weapons. So they know that Kyoigoku has completely lost any way of attacking. Seiji looks at Seiji from the corner of his eye and realizes that though she is a kid, she still comes up with that plan in a second. He realizes that despite her appearance, she also has guts, although he underestimated her. He thought that she survived because she fought beside Ikoma the entire time. They know that even if they cannot defeat him, they can still get rid of his weapon because Kyoigoku can no longer fight. Kyoigoku realizes that she tried to restrain him with her skill to hide her intention to attack him with a scythe. He wonders if it was his negligence, but then he realizes it was not. In fact, he was taken aback by pure strategy. They all are standing and staring at Kyoigoku. Inao tells him that the talk was a reversal and asks if she is saying it right while calling him Spear Guy. They tell him to surrender already. Kyoigoku angrily punches the floor brutally. He tells them he is also on a mission, so they should not think it is easy because he only has his hands now. On the contrary, Ikoma is fighting with Yumikawa and attacks her, but she jumps and dodges his attack. She tells him that his movements are becoming sloppy, and she understands that he is conserving MP, but he cannot handle her attacks without skill. She asks him if he thinks he can tackle her attacks, and lets him know that the situation will only worsen. She starts laughing and asks him what he will do in this condition. She starts making fun of him and constantly tells him to tell her. Ikoma knows that the weakness of a doppelganger is that it consumes a lot of MP, but he also knows that drawing out the battle any longer is impossible for him now. He realizes that though by doing that, the clones can be damaged and also made disappear, but if he takes them out one by one, then his stamina will not hold. He realizes that it is also not possible for him to go for the main boy while ignoring the clones, so he thinks that, at the moment, he doesn't have any cards to defeat her. But he decides to prepare his hand until he does. Satsuki activates her shadow balls and attacks Kyoigoku. She sees him running toward her and realizes he has no signs of withdrawing even though he has lost his weapon. Seiji attacks him, but he blocks Seiji's attack with his arm. Meanwhile, Inao also attacks him. She is stunned to see him and wonders how he can fight 3 people with his bare hands. Seiji sees Kyoigoku and realizes, as he was expecting the same from him, that without his weapon, he does not have reach, and eventually, his strengthening skill will also expire soon. He knows that though their victory is apparent, he is still so determined to fight that he wonders about his mental fortitude because his fighting spirit still has not gone. Kyoigoku realizes that the 3 of them are more difficult than he imagined. He concludes that even the previous guy is strong enough to tow against Yumikawa. He decides not to let them join and make it a 4 versus 1, so for the sake of the mission, he decides that he will at least buy them some time until she is done. He is determined to do that even at the cost of his life. On the other hand, Yumikawa enables her illusion knife to attack Ikoma. As soon as she throws her attack towards Ikoma, he gets hurt by that attack and realizes that he failed to avoid it. She laughs at him and tells him he has been persistent, but she now guesses that it is as far as he goes. She concludes that she had a lot of fun while fighting and thanks him for playing with her. She grabs her weapon tightly and rushes toward him to attack him. She and her clone, who she had made from her skilled doppelganger, were about to attack and say bye to him. She inserts her knife into the body of Ikoma, but Ikoma immediately grabs her hand. She is surprised to see that he can still use his skill and asks him if he can still use that skill of him. He then grabs her arm and tells him that by seeing his personality, he knew that her last attack would come from her real body. He informs her that he deliberately portrayed a situation with no way out and exposed a decisive opening all to lure her out. She laughs and tells him that she got lured in just as he aimed for, but she tells him that there is no point in that. She holds her knife tightly and kicks Ikoma. He falls far behind by her kick. She continues to tell him that he has used all of his remaining MP to make a counterattack by luring her real body in. He appreciates him because it was not a bad plan. Still, she tells him that it is very naive of him to think that he was enough to beat her. She concludes that she wanted to tell him it was all he could have done, although she realizes he has the guts to gamble without hesitation. He informs her that he doesn't implement a plan if there is no chance of success, and he also lets her know that he has won the gamble. He shows his hand to her, wearing that ring of wisdom. When Yumikawa sees that, she is shocked to see that it is the ring she picked up at that time. Anyways, she laughs and tells him she is sure he has sticky fingers. Apart from that, she realizes that Ikoma stole that ring and wonders if Ikoma stole that ring in that instance. Ikoma passes a smile as he thinks his experience as a former thief came in handy. The Ring of Wisdom is the drop item for portal boss Akasha. However, Ikoma tells Yumikawa that though the doppelganger is a powerful and broken illusion skill, it is weak. He knew very well that he did not have the skill to exploit that in his class, but he told her he now had this thing to compensate for it. He shows her the ring and informs her that it is what he was forcibly saving his MP for. She realized he was reluctant to use a skill and thought he was reaching his MP limit. She wonders if his goal is to save up his MP so he can use the ring's ability. She is so shocked because she doesn't understand if Ikoma's target is to recapture the ring when he starts the planning. She remembers that Ikoma already knew about Doppelganger, and she was so shocked to think that Ikoma was planning to do this from the beginning when he told his other fellows that he would handle her somehow. She thinks it cannot be what she is thinking, so she asks him if he can instantly use it in battles because the boss dropped that item earlier. In his previous life, Ikoma searched this item thoroughly, but now it is the first time he has his hands on it. He has also used similar items many times before, so he decides to try to use them. He raises his hand and orders the great mage of the library to come out of the ring. As soon as he does it, a large beam of light appears there, and Akasha emerges. Yumikawa sees it and knows that it is summoning magic from the item. Meanwhile, Ikoma tells her that his path to victory is set with this, so he says to Akasha to end it with one shot. He tells her that they should end it in one shot. Yumikawa realizes that summoning items is often rare, but she has seen a few. She knows that one can borrow the powers of the monsters using their MP, but it is inefficient, and the monsters are pretty picky. In addition, the Ring of Wisdom was a boss drop, so she thinks that Ikoma just got it a while ago, so he must not have tested it. He says to Ikoma that she is sure that he is just bluffing, and tells him that she is unable to believe that the MP he saved while injured was used on something like that. She tells him that it looks like desperation to her. Ikoma informs her that recovering the ring is the most important thing to break the doppelgangers. He tells her that he anticipated the same from the beginning, and the situation unfolded the same way he expected. After hearing Ikoma, Yumikawa laughs and tells him it is fine. She is about to attack him and tells him that if he can do something, it is better to show it to her. Yumikawa, with her clones, leaps towards Ikoma to attack him. However, Ikoma believes that Akasha has been significantly weakened from her original form. He, although, knows she has retained her original nature and skills. He thinks he can use his MP to bring out Akasha's original skills, and Ikoma orders Akasha to do it immediately. Akasha uses her area of effect magic attack, and Ikoma tells Yumikawa that she cannot avoid it at any cost. Yumikawa looks at that attack and thinks it is not that powerful considering its scale, but she is aware that her doppelgangers will disappear if they take a certain amount of damage. Ikoma thinks the firewall has low power relative to its MP consumption when looking at Akasha's attack. He learns that using magic through the originally summoned creature results in poor MP efficiency. He makes a picture of the number 1 step, giving orders to Akasha. The number 2 step is her conveyance, and the number 3 is the skill's activation. The MP consumption is very high, but the power is lower than the MP consumption. So he realizes that the many steps involved consumed extra MP. He knows that it is not a skill anyone can use without thinking, but it becomes a fatal weakness for doppelgangers vulnerable to area attacks. He knows that skills are almost essential to counter firewall evasion or defense, and an illusionist has no dedicated skills. He believes that the most significant advantage of summoning items is that they can increase the number of cards a person can play, although it does come with increased MP consumption. He looks at Yumikawa and tells her that now he has taken care of her doppelganger ability. She must have used up quite a lot of MP herself to maintain those doppelgangers. He lets her know it is his turn to go on the offense. Listening to Ikoma makes her annoyed and frustrated. She gets in a rage after listening to him. She feels like it is a play without any plan in advance. She wonders if Ikoma planned this far ahead and questions herself if she will lose against Ikoma, as he is an ordinary person at a low level. She looks at Ikoma and starts laughing abruptly. She tells him that he is fantastic because she never expected that he would manage to overcome her skill and corner her like this. She tells him that it has been a while since she has been this excited while fighting, but she informs him that she has not shown her trump card yet. She starts activating her skill, which is the Kaleidoscope illusion. While laughing, she tells him they should make the showdown for real. She knows that Kaleidoscope is a magical skill that combines physical magic attacks with illusions. She believes an attack of this much more significant scale must consume much of MP, so she is sure Ikoma can spot and dodge it. However, she also knows that it requires a considerable amount of focus. She looks at Ikoma standing before her and decides to leave a big opening for her. She thinks that she will indeed pierce through that opening this time. Ikoma realizes that it is challenging for him to altogether avoid it, but he believes it is under normal conditions. As Yumikawa rushes to attack Ikoma with her knife, she sees that Ikoma has disappeared. She wonders if he has completely vanished. She doesn't understand how it is possible to do that. At that time, Ikoma is present above her using his inverse gravity. She happens to look upside down and sees Ikoma there. Meanwhile, Ikoma activates his meteor slash and attacks her. She realizes she cannot block it as soon as he attacks her. She feels a ridiculous power coming from the attack of Ikoma, and as soon as Ikoma hits her with his sword, her weapon breaks. She falls to the ground far away. Ikoma asks her if it is really the showdown and if she has not mentioned this before. He sees her broken weapon lying on the floor, says sorry, and informs her that she was not the only one who withheld their trump card. On the other hand, Inao attacks Kyogoku and realizes that though they are attacking him relentlessly, it feels like he does not want to go down. Seiji wonders if the damage is not going through, but then he realizes it is not. They know that Vajra Sambhagakaya is a skill that invigorates the body by making it more resistant to strikes. So, he is aware that in that state, Kyogoku is half numb to the pain. Seiji thinks that Kyogoku must be able to move till his limbs blow up. He tells Inao that they don't need to overdo it. He tells her that if they keep their distance and continue attacking, then they should safely be able to defeat him. Kyogoku thinks that if he buys some after she is done with that man Ikoma, she will take care of these three, and their mission will be completed. Satsuki was saying something about Ikoma when suddenly, Ikoma came there with Yumikawa's body. She turns her face behind and sees that Ikoma has won the fight against Yumikawa. When Kyogoku sees Ikoma, he thinks that it is impossible because there is no way that Ikoma could win. He wonders if Ikoma really defeated Yumikawa Arisu. The scene shifts to the past, 4 years ago. It was told that the Chimera Fangs is a group of outcasts who have no skills outside of fighting, and he remembers that even among them, Yumikawa was undoubtedly a genius in combat. After seeing Ikoma, he wonders if she lost to a lower-level adventurer like him and wonders who exactly Ikoma is. Standing near Yumikawa, Ikoma says they are very dangerous and tells them not to take it personally. Kyogoku realizes that they can no longer kill those who are still here, so he thinks that if that is the case, then there is just one thing he should do at the moment. Seiji looks at Kyogoku and informs them that he plans to go all out one last time, so he instructs everyone to strengthen their defense. They all get ready to defend themselves against the attack of Kyogoku, but they are shocked to see that he does not attack them. In fact, he went to Ikoma to attack him. As Ikoma was about to attack Yumikawa to kill her, all of a sudden, Kyogoku jumped in and attacked Ikoma. Seiji sees Kyogoku and realizes that he is not coming for them, but in fact, he is going towards Ikoma. Kyogoku, after attacking Ikoma, picks Yumikawa and is about to run. Ikoma asks him if he will run away like that. Kyogoku stares at Ikoma and accepts that it is their loss this time. But he lets him know that he has memorized his face, so he threatens that it is his end the next time he encounters them. Ikoma asks him if someone sent him to this portal and tells him to tell him who they are. Kyogoku listened to his question, but he did not answer him and instructed Yumikawa, whom he was carrying on his shoulder, to conceal their bodies. Yumikawa activates the illusion magic mirage, and immediately after activating it, she says goodbye to Ikoma and tells him it was fun playing with him. Ikoma realizes they hid their bodies with the illusion of magic and wonders if they did run away. Anyway, he sees his hand and learns that he is also his limit, so if Kyogoku had attacked him now, it would have been dangerous for him. He thinks he should be thankful that they both ran away instead of starting the fight again. Satsuki says sorry to Ikoma. Meanwhile, Seiji also comes near Ikoma and explains that Kyogoku suddenly jumped towards him, although he thought he had him cornered. Ikoma stops him from explaining and appreciates him for doing well. Ikoma thought that man was too much for them to deal with. He remembers that he planned to quickly defeat the girl and help them, but he did not think they would succeed in taking his weapon from him. He felt that Satsuki has grown up but expect her to become this reliable. Ikoma thinks that the Chimera Fangs will be publicly exposed and carry the stigma of being defeated by ordinary adventurers. He knows that this incident will impact their expansion of power. In addition to that, it will set them back, making it difficult for them to become a massive underground organization like they would have been after 10 years. He saw that there were also no casualties here, so he asked them if they should consider this a success for now. On top of that, he also managed to get the Ring of Wisdom back, as it is an item that may expose the root of the portal phenomenon. Ikoma starts looking at the Ring of Wisdom. He realizes that the actions of the Chimera Fangs have raised even further suspicions. He decides to research this as soon as possible. He remembers that in his previous life, it was passed from adventurers to the research institutions of the Demon Defense Agency. So he believes that there should not have been any involvement with the Chimera Fangs at that time, and they only got involved in this world. He wonders if there was someone who intentionally incited them to come here. All of a sudden, Kasai opens his eyes and gets up. He calls all of them and tells them that it will become too late for him at this rate, so he asks them to heal him and take him outside. Inao, when she listened to him, was about to attack him, and yelled at him about how he dared to open his filthy mouth in front of them. She asks him what he thinks if they just take him to the afterlife instead of the outside. Anyways, Seiji suggests Inao to calm down and tells her that there is no need for her to take a life. He tells her that Kasai already has lots of injuries, and with his injuries right now, he doubts that he can even escape. So they all decide to just hand him over to the Demon Defense Forces like this. The scene shifts, and Kyoyugoku is carrying Yumikawa on his shoulder and going through the street. She tells him that she was in a perfect mood, so if she died back there, that would have been fine too. She asks him if Mama will scold her and then asks if he thinks it would have been better if they had just run away. She tells him that she could have maybe killed him with a sneak attack if he had not saved her. She believes that the person Ikoma will become a problem in the future. He tells her that he is not an opponent and that she could have killed him that way. He continues to say that he knows it hurts to lose, but more importantly, they must bring back information. As long as they know who owns the Ring of Wisdom, then it is easy to get it back. Moreover, they also have that former B-rank adventurer with them. However, she tells Kyoyugoku that she doesn't want that scumbag to take Mr. Mean's Ikoma away from her. When they reach the guild, they are all so amazed to know that they have defeated the Illusion Library's portal boss. Seiji, who is carrying Kasai, laughs and gets to know that defeating a B-rank portal boss does come with prestige. Inao concludes that Seiji is all about money, and as for her, she is done with high-level portals for a while. Meanwhile, a man comes in and asks him if they are the only ones who have taken down the portal. He, along with the other members, informs them that they came here to investigate and also for training purposes, but he thinks it was taken down so quickly. He concludes that it was a waste of time, nothing else. The man is from the Demon Defense Force, and his name is Mayumi Taoya. He tells them it must be nice for civilians to do whatever they want without forethought. When Inao listens to him, she gets in a rage and shouts at him, asking him if he is really saying that to the adventurers who just worked so hard to take down this portal. Ikoma stops Inao from misbehaving with Mayumi and apologizes to him on Inao's behalf, as she is a member of his party. Ikoma knows they cannot afford to make enemies out of the Demon Defense Force. He realizes that it is not uncommon for members of the Demon Defense Force to think that civilians should be allowed into the portals. He knows that the presence of adventurers is mostly for risk mitigation against the increasing number of portal manifestations, since it was a rule set up by their higher-ups in the Demon Defense Agency. So, he knows that it would be troublesome if they took out their anger on them. He knows that the effectiveness of the Demon Defense Agency policies will be proven in 10 years, but he thinks that at the moment, this man has no way of knowing that. Suddenly, a girl interrupts Mayumi and tells him not to do this while calling him a private second-class mage. The girl who interrupted him and asked him to stop was a member of the Demon Defense Force, and her name was Yurikaze Tsumiji. She asks him if he doesn't think that it is the early conquest of a high-level portal, and that it is something that should be celebrated. Anyways, Ikoma then requested them to please take care of that guy over there who is Kasai, as he attempted to steal an item from them in the portal. Mayumi, after listening to Ikoma, turns his face towards him. Kasai starts explaining to them that it is a misunderstanding because it is just an internal feud, something they often have. When he says this to the members of the Demon Defense Agency, immediately Inao slaps him from behind and abuses him. She tells him he will not get out of this one at any cost. However, Ikoma requested that they check with the guild. He tells them that there should be previous records of him with other branches. Kasai looks at Ikoma and wonders how he does know that about him. Ikoma thinks that a proper adventurer would not engage in such unprofitable antics, so it is reasonable to assume that he was already under scrutiny by another branch. They take Kasai with them, as they take him out of Ikoma. Furthermore, also request them to give a search to the portal and its surroundings. Mayumi asks him what he means by saying that, and Ikoma informs him that Chimera Fangs attacked them inside the portal. He lets Mayumi know it was a team of a blonde girl and a bald guy. Mayumi asks Ikoma if he is sure he is talking about the right people, because it is not a name he can joke about. Ikoma requests him to send a squad to the Uramu branch guild later and ensures he will explain the whole situation in detail there. Mayumi looks at Ikoma and feels he is usually accustomed to the situation, so he is sure that Ikoma is creepy. He knows they cannot ignore it now because the incident has been reported, so he orders his fellow to contact the garrison. The scene shifts, and sometime later, they are all sitting with a member of the Demon Defense Force, and they are giving them the information about what happened inside the porta. After finishing that, when they got free from that question-answer session, Inao tells them that if she had now thought about it, it would have been more enjoyable if that sneaky thief had not caused any trouble. After listening to her, Ikoma starts feeling some responsibility as he is a former thief. Ikoma is unable to believe it when he thinks about Kasai because he is playing his class so faithfully. He feels responsible because, in his previous life, he was also a thief. He knows that it provokes formidable opponents and is an act that only benefits the enemy. He concludes that he can no longer trust the thief class. The thief in him of his previous life speaks to Inao and tells her that he doesn't think the class 1 has told their character. Inao, when listening to him, asks why he is being so fussy. Seiji laughs and tells them that they should stop that because it is all over now, and after all that has happened, they all come out of it in one piece. The most important thing, according to him, is that the share of Kasai has also become theirs now. She looks at Seiji, says he is quite the difficult guy, and asks him if he doesn't think she is saying right. Seiji asks Ikoma and Satsuki if they are both okay with only that share they got. Ikoma smiles and agrees with him because that was their arrangement already decided. He looks at the Ring of Wisdom and thinks that in terms of the potential value, he has gotten too much and feels a little sorry. He knows that Seiji and Inao came from a different ward, so he shows them the station and tells them it is over there. Seiji looks at Ikoma and tells him he is glad he got to meet them. He lets them know that, at first, he was thinking of using the achievement to capture the illusion library and make money without hard work. He tells them that the whole situation becomes ridiculous after that, making him want to try more challenges. He informs them that the next time, he will want to try capturing a B-rank portal in a way where he can proudly say that he captured it with his powers. He knows that this time, he was relying on Ikoma and Satsuki. Standing near Satsuki, Inao also says she is sorry because she initially underestimated her. Seiji tells Ikoma that if he ever needs help, he should just call him up, and he will give him a hand if he has nothing to do. Ikoma thanked him for saying this and assured him he would turn to him. They left for their ward, and now Ikoma and Satsuki are walking alone. Satsuki asks Ikoma what kind of item the Ring of Wisdom is. He informs her that it is a summoning item and should be shown to her faster. He raises his hand and orders the Great Witch of the Illusion Library to emerge. Suddenly, Akasha appears there. Satsuki is shocked to see Akasha. She looks at it carefully and feels like that, compared to her, she is smaller and cuter and asks Ikoma if he doesn't feel the same about it. Ikoma tells her that she is more like a weakened version of herself and also lets her know that the wearer of the ring can exchange their MP to use the skill of Akasha. Although he knows that her powers are greatly reduced, he tells Satsuki that it also consumes a lot of mana, making it inefficient, but gaining extra cards is still powerful. Apart from that, it also makes it easier to exploit weaknesses, and it broadens their fighting style. Satsuki knows that it is a useful item overall, but asks Ikoma if it is the key to unraveling the mystery of portal manifestations. Ikoma tells Satsuki that Akasha possesses the most unique attributes among all the monsters. Satsuki doesn't understand what he means by saying the most unique attribute. He informs Satsuki that Akasha can understand the language of this world. After listening to Ikoma, Satsuki remembers that Akasha said she wouldn't forgive her some time ago. Ikoma continues telling Satsuki about Akasha that a summoned monster's level will become equal to its summoners. This means that level 49 of Akasha is the level of Ikoma. In addition, some monsters have unique parameters that increase with their level, and in his previous life, it was said that the unique parameter of Akasha was wisdom. Ikoma is hopeful because he knows that there is a possibility that she will gain the ability to talk as her level increases. He thinks that if that happens, he will be holding the key to investigating the portal manifestations and the secret of monsters. Satsuki looks at Akasha and starts screaming as she feels like Akasha is trying to say something. When she informed Ikoma about this, Ikoma denied it and said it was not possible at all at her current level. As he was saying this, he saw that Akasha was trying to say something. He listens to her carefully and hears some broken words. Akasha tells them that this world will end soon, and it is settled. They are both shocked to hear Akasha talking. However, the demon defense chief throws his phone away when he finds out that the Chimera Fangs failed in their mission. He starts searching for Ikoma on his laptop and learns that he has achieved multiple boss kill achievements. In addition to that, he has also set a record for the fastest promotion to B rank adventurer. Apart from that, he has also contributed to the resolution of a portal break. In addition to that, he has also managed to fend off the Chimera Fangs. Most importantly, he has also obtained the Ring of Wisdom, which seems almost too good to be true. He concludes that Ikoma is an anomaly adventurer and knows this is his second run. He is looking at Ikoma's profile and says to never think he can escape from his hands. In the rugged cave portal, Ikoma is fighting with the monster and activates his gravity field. A status window appears as soon as he attacks the monster and kills him. The status window informs him that he has earned 768 EXP. Satsuki sees the monster and realizes that though they were surrounded, they managed somehow. Hoshinen is also standing along with Satsuki. She tells Ikoma it is for him. Hoshinen tells Ikoma that if her manager had been there, she would have had him take pictures of her. Ikoma reminds her that he would not have let her use this for her videos and asks if she had forgotten it. He tells them that they came here to enter a convenient maintenance portal, but once a person passes level 40, the number of cunning and dangerous monsters suddenly increases. This is why he felt uneasy with just the two of them. Because of this, they decided to invite Hoshinen, who was available today due to her manager being on vacation. After getting free from the fight, they all go to the guild. While sitting in the cafeteria, Ikoma compliments Hoshinen and tells her she was a lifesaver that day. Hoshinen gets happy and tells them that she earned some easy experience points because of that fight anyway. She says to Ikoma that if he is feeling indebted to her, then in return, she would like to take the video of the little girl in front of her, Akasha. She is so excited to see Akasha, knowing she is a summoned monster. She asks Ikoma if she is one of those things called familiars. She sees Akasha and tells Ikoma that she will for sure go viral because she is charming. Ikoma refuses to allow her to make the video of Akasha. Hoshinen, after listening to Ikoma, says to him that it is too bad that he has refused to capture the video of her. Ikoma knows that Akasha is not something he can causally share videos of on the internet. He tells her that Akasha is a familiar person who can talk with anyone, and he also suspects that someone is trying to get rid of her through underground organizations. Furthermore, he also remembers Akasha's words when she said earlier that this world would end soon. Ikoma realizes that those words cannot be dismissed as mere babbling, because he knows she has not spoken anything since then. But she said those words. Ikoma knows that Akasha is the potential key to unraveling the mysteries behind the portals. He is aware that anybody would know that the topic of portal development is not just a trivial matter. Although he doesn't know what it means by the end of the world, he realizes that perhaps he has been taking this unusual development somewhat lightly. He sees Satsuki feeding food to Akasha anyway. Ikoma knows that even though the number of portals decreases, inflation will only increase 10 years later. He can only imagine that those developments will one day be beyond humanity's control. He thinks that if the apocalypse is on the horizon, then he is a former S-rank adventurer, and as the only person who knows the future, he wonders if he is the only person who can stop it. He realizes taking on high-level portals with just the two of them is too dangerous. He tells Satsuki they need a third permanent member and asks her if she thinks the same way. Satsuki asks him if he wants to add a third member. Ikoma agrees and tells her that she would prefer a class with high DPS. In addition to that, He informs Satsuki that the new member should be the one who is trustworthy and has a righteous moral compass. He knows the gravity class is versatile and has low DPS compared to specialist classes. Furthermore, the shaman class excels at attacking from the back lines. Because of this, they are having difficulty with offense in high-level portals. He knows that the main occupation of Hoshinen is portal streaming, and the class of Inao is also more of a stable type. Ikoma closes his eyes and remembers Utsunomiya. He realizes they cannot just poach him from the Thunder Knights and asks Satsuki if they can. Satsuki tells him that she is not sure about him. Hoshinen asks Ikoma if he is a rank adventurer at the moment. She questions him if there could not be no one at his rank who is a solo adventurer. She asks Ikoma if he also wants to consider human nature and class compatibility. Ikoma and Satsuki seek a talented high DPS class adventurer working alone. He remembers that in his past life, he knew a person who fit this description perfectly, and he remembers that time. He tells Satsuki that at that time, in the end, what happened? He remembers that he was holding that girl who was taking her last breath in his past life. He asked her why she protected someone like him. The girl looked at Ikoma and thanked God because he was safe. She touched Ikoma's face and said he was sorry because she could not take him up on his offer, but told him to become a good adventurer in the future. After remembering that memory from the past, Ikoma thinks that a girl should be alive in this world. Satsuki looks at Ikoma and sees that he is thinking about something deeply. She asks him if he is still there. After listening to her, Ikoma says she is sorry and tells her that he just remembered something from his past. Ikoma remembers that it happened approximately 3 years ago, so he wonders if he should call it something from the past or something from the future. The scene shifts, and now they are heading towards the reception in the guild. As they both go, a girl is standing at the reception and informs the receptionist that the portal has already been captured, so she thinks it is a waste of time. Satsuki sees that girl, tells Ikoma they have never seen them around and asks him if she is wrong. Ikoma was shocked to see her. He also saw the great sword that the girl was carrying and the intimidating atmosphere. He immediately runs towards that girl and asks her if she is Kagurazaka Mio. She looks at Ikoma and yells at him, asking him what he wants from her. Satsuki goes near Ikoma and asks him if he already knows that girl. However, Ikoma knows he cannot talk about his previous life with her. He tells that girl that he just happened to have heard rumors about it and that people say there is a super skilled solo adventurer carrying a bright red great sword. Moreover, he tells her they are both looking for a new party member and asks if she would like to join them. When Ikoma offers her to join his party, she tells him it is not uncommon for newbies like him to come and invite her. She refuses, declines his offer, and simply tells him that her answer will be no because there is no way. She asks him what obligation she has to look after useless and foolish people like them. Satsuki is looking at both of them and thinks that since Ikoma has taken an interest in her, she must be skilled. Satsuki feels like she has a complicated personality to work with. On the contrary, Ikoma gets quiet after hearing a straight no from her. After listening to Kagurazaka Mio say that she calls them useless and foolish, Satsuki gets in a rage and asks her if she has gone that far. Kagurazaka tells them it is because she doesn't want to be pestered by them anymore. She made them very clear. Ikoma informs her that the level of both of them is high 40, and on top of that, they also have taken down a B-rank portal. She told Ikoma it would not be a big deal if they were above level 40 and had taken down a B-rank portal. She tells Ikoma that if he has a high level, it does not mean that he is useful. After listening to her, Ikoma asks her if she dislikes being dragged down that much. She gets quiet after hearing Ikoma. Anyway, he tells her that if that is the case, she can test them on whether they will be a burden. He asks her what she thinks if they do a mock battle at the training grounds of the guild. He tells her that if she is telling them that she can leave her back to a reliable partner, they should now check if their levels are genuine. She refuses to accept that offer and concludes it is a stupid provocation. She once again clears them that she has no interest in either. Ikoma once again asks her if she won't join them, but she does not reply and just goes out of there. Satsuki goes near Ikoma and asks if he is serious about a mock battle. She reminds him that the mock battles between ordinary adventurers can be deadly, although it is common practice to do it with a guild instructor. To think that the guild allows a stranger to engage in a mock battle is deadly. Ikoma tells her he was not planning a proper mock test, but they had just tested each other a bit. He informs her that he wants to know why she hates parties. Ikoma knows that she said that she does not like being dragged down. Kagurazaka is going through there when she sees two girls talking to each other. One asks the other where they are going next, while the other asks if she wants to challenge this one. Ikoma tells Satsuki that he doesn't think the only reason for not joining the party is that Kagurazaka doesn't want to be dragged down. Satsuki asks Ikoma if they need her with them that much. However, Ikoma knows that Kagurazaka owns the rare class Shinigami. So basically, Shinigami is a class that converges the power of darkness, wherein one relentlessly attacks without regard for themselves, and it excels at destroying enemies. Apart from that, even among the offensive classes, it is uniquely characterized by its unmatchable fierce offense. He knows that the Kagurazaka class is good, but she is a very skilled user of it. She will eventually become one of the top adventurers in the country, but he knows it will only be possible if she survives. Satsuki reminds Ikoma that he said that it is essential that they find a trustworthy ally. So, she tells him she is a little worried about Kagurazaka to see if she is reliable. Ikoma tells her not to get concerned and ensures that it is okay because they can trust her as she is trustworthy. He tells Satsuki that he can vouch for that. Satsuki believes that because Ikoma is saying that to her. As the scene changes and Ikoma finds himself utilizing a computer in his room, he recalls that Kagurazaka has only ventured through undiscovered portals, even in his past life. He recalls her as an irrational explorer with an aggressive and misanthropic demeanor. He knows that she always worked solo, rejecting all the invitations she would get. But then she lost her life while attempting the solo capture of a high-level portal and ended up being too reckless. Ikoma thinks that even if the future has changed, she will eventually meet the same end as she did in her previous life. He believes she should have companions, even if that companion is not him. He puts Akasha on the computer table and asks her if she knows how he can convince that stubborn person. Akasha turns her face around and says some words. She says that someone, and then she speaks the word watch hand, and then the last word she speaks is meta. Ikoma doesn't understand what she is trying to say by mentioning a watch, so he thinks he still needs to increase her level a bit. Ikoma remembers the memory from his past when he and Ruzaki were once in a talk. He told Ikoma that they needed a close range. A DPS class group member on Ikoma told him he had someone in mind for that. He also informed him that the person he has on his mind is stubborn, so he asked him to lend some time to make that person agree to join them. He went to Kagurazaka and offered her, but she did not agree to his offer. He then bought a book for her so that she could decide after that, but it did not help change her mind. He purchased another thing for her, but nothing changed. He got disheartened after trying his best. Anyway, the scene changed, and it was mentioned that a portal was generated, and only authorized personnel were allowed. She saw Ikoma there and asked him if he had returned to her and if he was now going to say that this was also a coincidence. Ikoma told her that it is standard for different raid parties to overlap and asked her if he was saying anything wrong. He told her that many parties tried to clear the cursed poison abyss, so he believed it would be an excellent opportunity to convince her of their abilities. They all went inside the portal, and as they went deeper and deeper, it became tough even to breathe. Suddenly, Ikoma wakes up and wonders if he fell asleep. He is so surprised that, of all the times, he has gotten the dream of that particular moment now. He sees his computer when he leaves it on before sleeping. He sees that it is informed that there is a minor portal disaster in Saitama. It is stated that some monsters escaped a portal. He carefully reads it and sees that it is mentioned that 2 monsters have leaked out of a high-level portal. He sees that it is written there that increased security for the portal anomaly and an emergency raid for early resolution. He realizes that it is all because the portals that have been anomalies, even minor ones, were prone to a series of strange incidents. He looks at the portal's name and is stunned to see it because its name is Cursed Poison Abyss. He gets up from his chair in shock and thinks it is impossible because the portal Cursed Poison Abyss should have appeared 3 years from now. Furthermore, it is also the same place where Kagurazaka lost her life. He is puzzled because he cannot understand what is happening now. He looks at the emergency alert carefully and starts rereading it. It states that a minor portal disaster has appeared in Saitama, and 2 high-level monsters have leaked out of the portal. It further states that considering the abnormality of the portal, security has been reinforced. In addition to that, an emergency raid has been scheduled for its early resolution. Ikoma and Satsuki are standing inside the guild. Satsuki looks at Ikoma in his new outfit and compliments him, telling him that he looks great in his new outfit. He thanked Satsuki for him. Satsuki thought she had been trying to mend the old one, but she guessed it had reached its limits. She thanked him for letting her help him choose it yesterday. She told Ikoma that if there is an opportunity, then they should shop together again. She sees that Ikoma is busy on his phone. Ikoma, after learning that the cursed abyss of poison is already here, which was supposed to appear 3 years from now, he remembers that it is the same portal that took the life of Kagurazaka in the past. He knows the portal manifested near where she lives, so he thinks she will try to conquer it this time, too. Ikoma knows that he has had the experience of beating that boss in his previous life, but his level is far greater than that. Although he is still raising his levels efficiently, he knows that he is still not as good as he was in the past. He knows Kagurazaka's personality, so he knows she will not listen to his advice at any cost. He knows it is reckless, but he guesses he will just have to join the emergency raid. However, he knows that this time it is just too dangerous, so he decides not to involve Satsuki in it. Satsuki looks at Ikoma and asks if something is bothering him. Ikoma denies it and tells her that there is no such thing. He turns his face to the other side of the wall, and Satsuki goes near Ikoma and holds his hand. She requests him to please tell her if something is bothering him. Satsuki reminds Ikoma that when they formed this party, he told her he needed his strength. She tells her that it made her super happy to hear that from him back then, and she would hate it if she could not support him when he is in trouble. She requests him to rely on her life if he needs anything, and after listening to her, he thanks her. The scene now shifts, and they both sit in the cafeteria. He informs Satsuki that he is considering participating in the emergency raid. He shows her the mobile phone on which there is a notification regarding the cursed abyss of poison. It is mentioned there that they are pleased to announce that the cursed abyss of poison event will be held soon. After knowing that, Satsuki asks him why he wants to go to the portal with anomalies in Saitama. Ikoma asks her if she remembers the female adventurer they met yesterday. He informs her that Kagurazaka will participate in this raid and lose her life in the portal. Satsuki is shocked to hear him and asks what he means by saying she will lose her life in the portal. He tells Satsuki that Kagurazaka is not easily persuaded, so the only way to convince her is to join the raid, which is for sure. She asks Ikoma if he is sure Kagurazaka will participate in this raid and lose her life. Ikoma thinks that now he needs to tell Satsuki about it, so he tells Satsuki that he will then tell her about it. Satsuki gets surprised to hear him as she don't understand what he wants to tell her. Ikoma reminds her that he has already told her he has been using the item's power to learn about the portals, but he tells her that it is inaccurate. He tells her that it is more accurate to say that he roughly knows the future. After he knows about the future, Satsuki asks him how that can be possible. Ikoma tells her that he knows that it is hard to believe, but it is true. Satsuki gets quiet for a second and stares at Ikoma. She then tells him that she believes him as she remembers that he had mentioned the appearance of an unopened portal twice, which was true both times. Moreover, the main point is that he trusted her enough to speak frankly, so she tells him that she would believe him even if he told her that heaven and earth would turn upside down tomorrow. Ikoma is happy to listen to Satsuki. He is happy that she believes him, but he lets her know that he doesn't feel safe for her. Satsuki thinks it would be true if Ikoma said it. Ikoma tells her he wonders if she will be fine. After some time, they both stand on the train. Ikoma looks at Satsuki and tells her that this raid might be their most dangerous battle. He requests her to be careful. Satsuki informs Ikoma that the Demon Defense Office estimates the boss's level to be around 65. She thinks it is not as much different from Akasha, whom they defeated earlier. Ikoma informs her that this boss has gone through an evolution, so it is level 80, which is unlikely to be a head-on battle. Satsuki is shocked to hear about level 80, and he tells her that they must avoid combat with the boss. They will also stick to investigating the portal and persuading Kagurazaka to return early. Ikoma tells her that a raid involves the cooperation of multiple parties, and he is sure an opportunity to convince her will come by. Satsuki looks at Ikoma as she knows he wants to help her because she might lose her life, but she tells Ikoma that she still feels strangely concerned about her. Ikoma tells Satsuki that though he doesn't think she remembers it, she saved his life in the past. Satsuki is surprised to hear that Kagurazaka saved his life. Anyways, sometime later, the train stops when they reach their final destination. Ikoma and Satsuki go to the Demon Defense member and inform her that they are one of the parties who applied for the raid. She thanked them both for coming from another prefecture. She told them that this was a big help to them. they are already short on the workforce, and now, excluding them, 5 more people are coming. Ikoma is surprised to hear that there are only 7 people in total. Suddenly, he hears a girl's voice. When he looks at her, he sees that she is Kagurazaka. She asks them why they came here and asks Ikoma if he is following her around. Ikoma laughs and tells her that it is common for same-level adventurers to stumble upon each other in a raid. After listening to Ikoma, she tells him she will guide him from now on and instructs him not to show his face in the Kanto region raids. Satsuki sees Kagurazaka that she is getting too rude and feels like it, as it seems she won't get along with her after all. She wonders if she really did save the life of Ikoma. Kagurazaka looks at Satsuki, who has been staring at her for so long. She asks her what her problem is because she has been looking at her weirdly for a while now. Satsuki tried to clear her that it was nothing. She was casually looking at her. A man appears there and asks the girl from the Demon Defense Agency if they are all the members going to raid the portal. Ikoma looks at the man and there are 2 more people. The man calls them 3 useless kids and tells the girl that he was not expecting much, but to think that the lineup could be this bad. Satsuki looks at them and sees that they are all dressed the same. She feels by looking at them that they don't look like they are contracted adventurers from the guild or Demon Defense Guild Force people. She sees the crest and thinks they belong to the corporate affiliated adventurers. Ikoma knows that this group mainly exists to enhance the company's public relations by contributing to national security. He knows that the Kiramine Constructions, a group of adventurers trained by the corporation to develop their business using their skills. Anyway, Ikoma thinks that at this point, they are in their experimental stage. They are rather small scale and staffed by a mishmash of people. One of them requests Hanagasaki-san to refrain from doing anything that lowers the dignity of the next power. The man who requested Hanagasaki is the Chief Shiraki. Hanagasaki, after listening to the Chief Shiraki, says sorry to Satsuki because he kind of insulted them. Anyway, Chief Shiraki goes near Satsuki and apologizes to her because he believes that not teach them well, so it is his mistake. Satsuki assures him that it is perfectly fine. Anyway, she, by listening to him, thank God because it seems like the leader is someone trustworthy. Chief Shiraki says they look forward to working with them all today. He introduces himself to Ikoma and tells him that his name is Shiraki Ryo, and he is a member of the Kiramine Construction's next power team of adventurers. He gives Ikoma his visiting card. Ikoma stares at him and takes his card from him. He knows that he is someone who has been an adventurer for 10 years. The instincts of Ikoma tell him that Shiraki is tricky, so he thinks they should be careful. Shiraki tells them he admires them and hopes they can get along well. They all go into the cursed abyss of poison and happen to see a monster whose name is the Life Sucker and is on level 44. Hanagasaki attacks the Life Sucker monster with his weapon. He is very excited as he thinks that a big horde coming out of nowhere is an excellent way of welcoming them. Shiraki tells them that initially, there was a small-scale portal with anomalies, so it is possible that there was also a simultaneous outbreak of many monsters. He, in a loud voice, informs everyone that because they are 7 in number, they are strong enough to fight monsters. He instructs everyone to stay calm and coordinate with each other. He enables his weapon break skill. She activates her critical point, and they both attack the monster. Ikoma looks at them and realizes that their ability to work together is pretty good. He sees that the 2 members with decisive power focus on reducing the number of monsters. One person buys time by aggroing the enemy, and the leader is prepared to follow up and provide support immediately if someone leaves an opening. The most commendable to Ikoma is that he sees that the 4 of them formed that formation naturally, which cannot be done without the ability to lead. Satsuki activates her shadow balls and attacks the monster. Along with Satsuki, Ikoma also gives a brutal hit to the Life Sucker monster. The Life Sucker monster has 69 HP left out of 137. The MP of it is 42 out of 42. Satsuki realizes that though it is not the boss, but still its HP is relatively high. She says to Ikoma that there are too many of them, so she asks him if he doesn't think that it won't be better to take them out at once using a gravity attack. Ikoma refuses and informs her that they outnumber them and don't need to worry about them coming for their blind spots. He advises Satsuki that they should now take their time. Ikoma decided to prioritize saving some energy for exploration. He thinks they should be as cautious as possible in a portal with signs of a monster disaster. After listening to him, he got his point anyway. Kagurazaka activated her Crimson Blade and attacked the monster. Ikoma, after looking at her, realizes that she is still fantastic. Although he remembers that he did not meet her at this point, she is already capable of overwhelming the monster of this level. He is also unaware of her current rank. Still, he believes that her capabilities exceed rank B. Ikoma sees the monster and wonders if there is nothing to worry about, apart from their high HP. Ikoma instructs Satsuki to restore their mana from these monsters. Satsuki was about to follow Ikoma's instructions when Hanagasaki pushed her and told her to get out of his way. He activates his brain splitter and attacks the monster. Chief Shiraki asks him if he got the 4. He agrees to him and lets him know that he really got the 4 of them, and with that, his level finally increased. Ikoma comes to him and informs him that the experience is mainly distributed to the person who gets the last hit. He tells Hanagasaki that intervening after the outcome is decided is a clear breach of manners. After listening to Ikoma, he tells him he did that because they were becoming lazy. He continues to say that adventurers are supposed to kill the monster, and if he is too cautious to stop them from interfering, it can cause accidents too. He asks Ikoma if he thinks that he is saying something wrong. Ikoma looked at him and saw him laughing. He knew, as it also looked like he intentionally tried to steal the experience points. He knows that Hanagasaki understands the importance of experience points in high-level portals. He suggests Ikoma come on and not get so worked up. He says that though his level is quite high, he still acts weird for no reason. Satsuki tells Ikoma that she thinks they should back off for now. He knows their level is their most significant asset for adventurers. If someone doesn't consider morals, then stealing experience points in a raid is an efficient method. He knows that if the other person becomes doubtful, then it is not like they are going to accompany him in the next raid anyway. But even if it is just this once, then he cannot have someone like Hanagasaki to have his back. He thinks exposing untrustworthy individuals is an advantage, not just for the experience points. Chief Shiraki sees Hanagasaki and asks him if there is any problem. He informs him that Ikoma falsely accused him. Hanagasaki instructs them to continue moving because they are getting late, and he thinks they won't stop fooling around. He tells them that, at the very least, they should compliment something like the portal map. The Chief Shiraki apologizes to Ikoma because he thinks their Hanagasaki has caused some misunderstanding. After hearing Chief Shiraki call it a misunderstanding, Ikoma gets a bit surprised. Anyway, he apologizes to Chief Shiraki for snapping like that. Chief Shiraki tells them that he wants Next Power to become #1 in Japan, but then he corrects his sentence. He doesn't like it only in Japan, but he wants it to become the #1 adventure group in the world. He believes that the Demon Defense Force's current operation is ineffective. In addition to that, since the system for individual adventurers was just put together with many barricades, it is filled with flaws. He is so excited that they will become a successful example and revitalize the adventurer unit concept. He knows that they aim to achieve efficient and safe portal management by doing so. Satsuki listens to Chief Shiraki and laughs because she thinks he is thinking of something huge. She asks Ikoma if he also feels the same. Chief Shiraki knows that the problem was that they had difficulty leveling up, and only 4 requirements. After hearing him, Ikoma realizes that he already knows it is supposed to be in the same way. He knows that if it were that easy to produce C-rank adventurers or higher, the Demon Defense Office would not be struggling. He knows that because they have secured 4 people at this time, which he believes is already a significant achievement. Chief Shiraki tells them that his subordinates don't listen to him very well either, so he apologizes to Ikoma for the trouble caused by Hanagasaki. Satsuki tells him it is rough and requests him to do his best. They make their way towards going deeper into the portal. Chief Shiraki sees a way and tells them he thinks the road on the right here has not been investigated by the Demon Defense Force either. Because mapping is also a part of their mission, he suggests they should head this way. He and Hanagasaki start going that way. Ikoma is looking at Chief Shiraki and thinks he is undoubtedly fishy. He remembers that the chief in the earlier battle clearly had a high leadership level. He remembers clearly that the chief ordered them that he cannot do that without understanding the heats of his subordinates. So Ikoma realizes that if that is the case, then there is no chance that he cannot control the arrogance of his subordinates. They are heading that way while Ikoma is following them and thinking all about them with his mind to understand them better. Chief Shiraki tells Ikoma they were warned about this portal since an anomaly occurred in it, but he believes it is not a big deal. She tells Hanagasaki that now they can even consider subjugating the boss. She remembers what was stated in the Portal Disasters CSR Department's year performance report. She tells him that if they manage to do that, the higher-ups who have been underestimating them will also change their tune. After listening to her, Chief Shiraki concludes that it is very reassuring. But he suggests to Hanagasaki that they should prioritize their safety first. He knows they are doing a raid this time, so they also need to consider the opinions of the other members. After listening to them, Satsuki tells Ikoma that the sunglasses guy, Hanagasaki, looks like the actual leader. He believes the raid is not something to process with such optimism, and the portal anomalies have been occurring repeatedly. So Hanagasaki tells him that even small anomalies in the high portals are troublesome. He knows that the boss went through an evolution in the previous world, and there is a high chance that the same will happen in this world. However, Ikoma believes their goal is to explore the portal and ensure that Kagurazaka does not encode the boss. He informs Satsuki that they must wrap up the investigation quickly and create an information report to raise the guild's sense of urgency. He suggests that they both need to raise the estimated danger level of the cursed abyss of poison. He is aware that to do that, he would like to take the initiative of the raid, but he knows that the majority is affiliated with a company. He thinks that he needs to convince Kagurazaka first, but also knows that she is too stubborn. He thinks they also do not have a good impression of him either. He sees that the next Power's squad leader, Shiraki, is going after Kagurazaka, so he wonders what he wants to tell her. Chief Shiraki says to Kagurazaka that as an adventurer from the same prefecture, he fully understands that even though she is a C-rank adventurer, she already has the strength of a B-rank adventurer. The Chief Shiraki tells her that reaching such height as a solo adventurer is a big thing, and she is certainly super talented. She lets her know that he has been paying attention to her for a while now. She tells him what he said is a flattering compliment and asks him what he wants from her. He smiles and tells her he wants her to become his right hand and lead Next Power. He believes that she has what it takes, and he tells her that he is sure that with her help, they can multiply the power of the squad by a lot. In short, he informs her that he wants her to protect this country alongside him. Satsuki, listening to Chief Shiraki, concludes that it was a passionate recruitment pitch. She remembers that Ikoma tried to invite her, but thinks that Shiraki might steal her away. Kagurazaka tells Chief Shiraki it is a waste of time and she is not interested in accepting his offer. Satsuki saw that she declined his offer without even hesitating for a bit. He tells Kagurazaka that he heard she is sticking to being a solo adventurer because she dislikes being dragged down by others. He ensures she doesn't need to worry about that with them because he will surely gather adventurers around the country who match her talents. In addition, he informs her that he himself is a B-rank adventurer, so he is sure he won't let her down. She tells him that he is repeating himself and once again clear that she don't want to team up with him, so he should not talk to her like that. She believes she is more than enough to handle the portals alone. She tells him that a lot of people are persistent these days, and she participated so that she could enter the portal, but is not interested in the raid part. He tells her he has heard that she has soloed many portals above her level. He further informs her that the high-level portals are difficult, and she can always clear them alone. He asks her if she doesn't think that she might end up losing her life at this rate. She tells the Chief Shiraki that he can celebrate if she dies. Standing with Ikoma, Satsuki tells him that the atmosphere is antagonistic and asks him why Kagurazaka always talks in a way that makes enemies out of people. Meanwhile, Hanagasaki comes there and tells Ikoma and Satsuki that he is not as kind as the Chief Shiraki, although he thinks that they might already have guessed it. He tells them that he might be at the receiving end of his attack if they get in their way. Ikoma listens to him, and after he finishes talking, he says to Hanagasaki that he is building a reputation in a high-profile emergency raid and recruiting promising adventurers that happen to be there. He feels and also informs Hanagasaki that he seems to be having a hard time showing the company the uselessness of his unit. Hanagasaki abuses Ikoma and yells at him, telling him that he wants like if he knows everything. Satsuki tells Ikoma that it may cause some problems if he angers him, so she suggests that she thinks having their squad leader advise him might be better. Ikoma tells her it is useless if the squad leader tells him because that guy seems to be playing the intimidator role. He explains to Satsuki what they are doing with them and informs her that Chief Shiraki is playing the role of an appeaser. He tells her that it is a widespread tactic, and when the chief and Hanagasaki listen to him, they both get shocked. Hanagasaki asks Ikoma what he wants to say to them. Satsuki gets a bit surprised to hear Ikoma that he told her that the chief is playing the role of appeaser. She asks him what he means by saying that, and Ikoma explains to her that the subordinates exert pressure, and he switches to their side to appease their plan. Ikoma says to the chief that the battle they fought earlier was very well led and was so good that it is hard to believe that his subordinates don't listen to him. He tells them it is fine to play negotiation games, but if they think of unnecessary things in a portal, it can simply cost them their life. He tells them he cannot say he is different when letting his personal feelings interfere with the exploration. Anyway, he concludes that he hopes that he is prepared to risk his life over these stupid games of him. After listening to Ikoma, the chief starts laughing and tells him that though it does not look like he will listen to him, even if he says that it is nothing but just a misunderstanding. He assured him that he just wanted to be friends, but now he thinks he ended up hating him a lot. Ikoma tells him that they can get along just fine if he doesn't do anything unnecessary. However, he also does not intend to risk danger for his achievements. Later, the scene changes, and they go deeper inside the portal. As they are walking forward, Satsuki tells Ikoma that he does not have to be so hostile. After listening to Satsuki, Ikoma tells her that it would be troublesome if they thought they could get away with anything they wanted. So, he believes that he had to give him a warning and gauge his response. He feels because it seemed to him that he could keep his subordinate in check, but he did not. Chief Shiraki is so amazed by Ikoma because he never expected a child under 20 to display such intensity. He feels like Ikoma has been through more battles than meets the eye. He knows that they both were outside his radar range because they were from outside the prefecture and were minor class. But being a rank adventurer indeed carries some weight. He remembers that in the previous battle they held back, so their full power remains unknown, but he came very strong to assert his influence. He wonders if he does have any ulterior motive. He knows that a B-class portal is a valuable way to raise the level and earn fame, so he decides not to stand for a bunch of kids messing with them. Ikoma realizes it is challenging because they cannot afford to pull each other down. Suddenly, they see a new monster again, but this time, it is prominent in numbers. The Chief Shiraki, after seeing the monster, smirks as he is deep inside pleased, and so he decides to help Ikoma to understand his position. He chooses to show Ikoma how good he is at breaking people's spirits. The monster's name is Killer Mantis, on level 47. They see that monster, and a girl from the next power tells them it is another stupid bug infestation. The guy from next power tells them to clean it up immediately. When Ikoma sees that monster of level 47, he realizes they should not be underestimated. He knows that they are different from the fleas earlier, and level aside, they have a hard exoskeleton on their large bodies. He also sees the two large blades that look like heinous. Apart from that, he is also aware that these types of monsters that have poor agility usually have skills that compensate for their weaknesses. He knows that melees are burdensome so that it will be an intense fight, so they need to prepare in case of exhaustion. He goes near Kagurazaka and tells her that it is dangerous to fight alone, so they should form a formation. She did not listen to him, nor did she reply. She jumped between them, telling him not to make her repeat the same thing repeatedly. She again tells him she doesn't plan on getting used to being dragged down. Ikoma tried to stop her from jumping in between, but she jumped carelessly. When Ikoma sees that she has jumped straight to the middle of it all, he wonders why she would always go straight to the most dangerous place. He realizes it cannot be helped, so he decides to use the plan B. He instructs Satsuki that they have to work together to prevent Kagurazaka from getting trapped. Chief Shiraki realizes this will not be as easy as the fight they just had. He wonders if it is an excellent opportunity to intimidate the kid Ikoma and take control. He remembers what Ikoma just said to him a little while ago, that he hopes he is prepared to risk his life over the stupid games of him. Chief Shiraki recalls a memory from his past when he was fighting a guy in the training area. The people watching their fight were surprised. One of them said to the other that he never expected that he would go that far and concluded that he was a scary individual. He realized a new business relied on physical strength and thought that he would naturally attract many rough characters. The guy he fought with apologized for looking down on him and asking for forgiveness. Chief Shiraki knows that first, a person is controlled by fear and remembers that he has always risked his life while playing the stupidest games. He instructs the three other members from the next power to handle the ones on the right. He informs them all that he will control the field and provide support from the flanks. Hanagasaki agrees with the Chief Shiraki, Kagurazaka, who is standing near them and feels that they are intense, challenging, and troublesome even at the same level. She wonders if she should look for an opening in their attack and dive in. She attacks the monster with her weapon, but all of a sudden, the chief comes in front of her. He looks at her and requests that she please don't run off alone. He ensures her that he is present there to assist. She yells at him and tells him that she hates being interrupted the most. Anyway, with this, he has taken the center position, so he wonders if he should drag this out based on the conditions of Ikoma. Satsuki activates her shadow balls and attacks the monster, as if it were her final attack. He realizes that both of them have their hands complete anyway. Ikoma appreciates Satsuki for her amazing attack. Ikoma activates his inverse gravity, then enables his meteor to slash and brutally hit the monster. Satsuki looks at Ikoma and realizes he is using more MP than usual because he wants to finish this fight as soon as possible. Ikoma realizes that they cannot trust those people, and in addition to that, he cannot also stop Kagurazaka. So he thinks that even if he must overdo it, he should finish this battle immediately. He once again attacks the monsters and realizes that they are tough. Chief Shiraki looks at how Ikoma fights the monsters. He realizes that Ikoma made a super strong attack with unpredictable movements. He did not know that there was a class that could do that. He thought that he couldn't take this class, Gravity User Light. He then feels that it is not the class he needs to look out for. But the guy is utilizing his delicate abilities perfectly. He realizes that Ikoma has refined his skills into intricate, well-packed, tricky movements. He knows that this raid could determine the future of the next power. He wonders what he means by downsizing the Adventurer project. He remembers a memory from when he was told that not everyone is as rosy-eyed as him. He was reminded of the former vice president, who was skeptical about training adventurers. The man laughed and told him that even he was lamenting that his subordinates were not growing properly. He asked him if it was not the same case. He informed the chief that it was not like they were removing it completely. When the chief thinks that there is an anomaly in a B-rank portal, which is predicted to cause a large-scale disaster, he decides to leave a mark here no matter what. He realizes he cannot let Ikoma take leadership, so he orders Amiya-san. He knows that at the current rate, the fight will be over soon. That is why he ordered her to injure him while making it look like an accident. He has the realization that no matter who it is, if they get attacked from a blind spot, then they will experience plain fear. So he is ready to show Ikoma how far he is willing to go. He thinks that Ikoma realizes the consequences if he disobeys. Then he will naturally become obedient. Amiya sees that Chief is serious about it, so she has no option except to follow his order. She decides to finish it as soon as possible. She is about to attack Ikoma, but wishes he does not think poorly of him because she is doing it under pressure. She knows that if she does not follow the order of the chief, then there is a chance that she might get killed by him. She sees the shoulders of Ikoma and realizes that he won't die if she hits his shoulder of him. As she was about to attack him, Ikoma happened to look at her while she had activated her point shot. As soon as she activates her point shot, Ikoma looks at her and realizes it is not an accident that happened while covering for the allies. He looks into her eyes and sees that it is targeting him. On the other hand, the monster is also targeting him. So he knows that if he focuses on any one of them, it will leave him defenseless against the other. Ikoma immediately jumps out in between them, and she gets grabbed by the shadow hand. She was so surprised that Ikoma blocked her attack. However, Ikoma thanked Satsuki for helping him. Satsuki tells Amiya that she believes she is defending them and asks Amiya to tell them what the meaning of trying to attack Ikoma is. Amiya tries to explain to them and says to Satsuki that she still has a little leeway to help provide support, and she is trying to help. Chief Shiraki sees that she has been caught and wonders how it is possible that they responded perfectly and showed no fear or hesitation. He doesn't understand at that age what kind of hellhole they went through to be like that. Amiya let her guard down while explaining them, to which Ikoma, in a loud voice, instructed her not to let her guard down in the middle of the fight. Meanwhile, suddenly, the monster attacked Amiya with its ice needles. Amiya got injured by the monster's attack. Chief Shiraki realizes after seeing it that he underestimated the monster because he did not know that they could use magic. He regrets sending Amiya because he feels it was a total blunder to send her between this. He orders Sawai-sen to use white magic on Amiya to heal her and Hanagasaki to provide support. Hanagasaki tells the chief that he cannot provide the support because he is currently busy fighting the monster. Meanwhile, Ikoma comes near Hanagasaki and attacks the monster on his behalf. He suggests that Hanagasaki save his surprise attacks for later, and ensures he will handle this one. He instructs Hanagasaki to hurry up and provide support. Hanagasaki runs towards Amiya. Sawai is healing Amiya with his white magic, while on the contrary, a status window appears in front of Ikoma that states that he has gained 2059 EXP. In addition to that, he has leveled up from level 49 to level 50. On top of that, he has also gained 4 skill points. Ikoma informs everyone that it is all clear now. On the other hand, Kagurazaka is fighting with the monster alone. She attacks it and kills it. She informs everyone that it is over on her side, too. Satsuki tells Ikoma that he doesn't need to save people like them. Satsuki gets in a rage and asks the members of the next powers to tell her how they could do that during a battle. She knows that if one is wrong, Ikoma could have gotten seriously injured. In fact, he could even have lost his life. The Chief Shiraki laughs and tells them they have a bit of a misunderstanding. He informs them that it looks like Amiya committed a breach of etiquette. Ikoma tells him to stop misbehaving because he knows the truth. He asks the chief if he seriously thinks that he is fooling anyone. After listening to him, the Chief Shiraki gets quiet. However, Ikoma bashes them and tells the other 3 subordinates that they don't look as thick-skinned as him. Ikoma knows that the next power caused quite a mess with their rash actions, but fortunately, they cannot assert themselves anymore. He knows that at this rate, they can guide the flow of things and return home. He also knows how the guild reports may lead to a reassessment of the difficulty of this portal. He also believes that Kagurazaka Mio will no longer be allowed to enter this portal once they return. He looks at Amiya and tells them that the injuries to her are beyond the scope of what can be treated with white magic. In addition to that, he also cannot trust those guys. Apart from that, he had to waste a lot of MP in the battle just now because of someone's instructions. Ikoma tells Chief Shiraki that it seems like he is desperate to build a track record, but he tells him that it has nothing to do with them. Moreover, he tells the chief that this is as far as they go for the portal investigation raid. As he is talking to the chief, Kagurazaka suddenly interrupts them. She concludes that it is a waste of time and lets them know that she does not care for their infighting. She tells them they can go back if they want to. She informs them that she will continue even if she has to go alone. After listening to her, Ikoma gets worried because he came to that portal to stop her. He is also well aware that she has a personality that does not shy away from danger. But he knows that she will go alone if he doesn't convince her. Kagurazaka tells them that she doesn't need anyone getting in her way or spineless people with her. She originally planned to go alone if there were no restrictions. Ikoma looks at her and asks if she doesn't like working in groups because she lost her friends. After listening to Ikoma, she takes out her sword, puts it near his throat, and questions him that from where did he hear that. She tells him to go back if he wants to go back and tells Ikoma that she will do as she pleases. So she informs everyone that this play about being allied ends here. Saying that she runs away, Ikoma tries to stop her, but she has not stopped. Chief Shiraki sees her going solo even though they are already down on their forces. Ikoma remembers that after Kagurazaka died, he heard a rumor from the guild she used to work for in his previous life. He thinks that while it is counterproductive to convince her, he has to look out for her. He informs Satsuki that they are going to follow Kagurazaka. He knows that at this rate, the past is going to repeat itself. As they were about to leave, the Chief Shiraki approached them and stopped them while telling them to wait. Ikoma looks at him and asks him what he is trying to do, to which he informs Ikoma that soon Amiya won't be able to move anymore, so they should avoid being divided. He believes that with casualties and lowered morale, if they divide into 2 groups right now, the investigation raid will collapse. He thinks that they still have a chance as long as he can keep a hold of the guy until then. He doesn't have a problem with Kagurazaka dying if she wants to, and he calls her a suicidal girl. Ikoma feels it is problematic because this is a complete conflict of interests. Chief Shiraki knows that if he abandons Amiya here, the other 2 will also stop following him because they will say that they should wait until she starts moving again. Apart from that, he has the idea that if Ikoma and Satsuki chase after Kagurazaka, their raid will be divided. To persuade the higher-ups, they have to get his achievement for this raid. But he also has the idea that they cannot even achieve notable results alone, seeing how exhausted they are now. Chief Shiraki tells Ikoma and Satsuki that he won't allow them to chase after Kagurazaka. He tells them that though he is also worried about her being isolated inside the portal, He believes it is her fault. So, in short, he wants to tell them they should not expose other members to danger because of her. Ikoma tells him that he knows that these are not the words of someone who set up an ambush during combat, so he asks him to keep quiet and move aside. After listening to Ikoma, the chief laughs and tells him that he doesn't think there is any point in telling him that it was all just a misunderstanding. Anyway, he understands if they don't cooperate with them. He offers 2 million to Ikoma to forget what happened earlier and work together from now on. He apologizes to him for his foolish antics. He also suggests that they must achieve something exceptional in this raid that even a monkey would acknowledge. He tells Ikoma that he doesn't even know Kagurazaka and asks him if he knows. In addition, he doesn't have any reason to back such an arrogant individual. Ikoma is listening to Chief Shiraki quietly, but when Hanagasaki listens to him, he gets shocked and tells Chief Shiraki that there is no way of giving those 2 million. He doesn't understand how much they need them, so Shiraki informs him that it is valuable for this raid and him. He knows that an adventurer unit is a military strength that a corporation can own, and it will eventually lead to immense power. Kiramine is a source of funds and a badge that guarantees his trustworthiness, so he realizes he cannot afford to lose them. He is ready to spend some of his money, as he believes it is just a tiny price. He informs Ikoma that he is intrigued by his battle skills, so he lets him know that he wants to borrow his powers even after this raid. He tells him that even geniuses know their limits regarding what they can do alone. He asks Ikoma if he would like to join him in building a national organization. He says he should be prepared to get double his remuneration now. He informs Ikoma that if the organization grows steadily, he can expect more than to offer him. As he said this, Ikoma interrupted him and said he refused his offer. He told him he had no interest in a corporate squad or even in him. He is shocked to hear Ikoma's refusal. Ikoma instructs him to step aside because he is going after Kagurazaka. He suggests Shiraki retreat after Amiya recovers, as he turns his face to go. Shiraki puts his hand on Ikoma's shoulder and again tells him he will get 2 million for this raid. He asks Ikoma if he is trying to say that he is not happy with the amount of money, so he calls Ikoma greedy. He then offered to give him 5 million or even 6 million. Ikoma tells Shiraki that, in reality, he just wants to test how far he can go on his own. He also tells Shiraki that he has no interest in money or corporations. He moves Shiraki's hand aside and tells him he doesn't want to waste his time. He also clears him that he will have to resort to using powers if he does anything more than this. The Chief Shiraki laughs and asks him if she should leave him aside and if the rear guard girl can shake him off. Shiraki asks Ikoma if he would like to go alone and suggests to Ikoma that if he is not worried about leaving him alone, then he has to do it. He advises Ikoma that they should stop with this useless strife. After saying all that, Ikoma looks back at Chief Shiraki, who also clears him that he doesn't want to threaten or force anyone against their will either. He knows that the next power is essential without any doubt, but what he is thinking about right now is ensuring that the raid is successful and the city is protected. Satsuki sees Chief Shiraki and feels that he only lies and feigns. Anyway, he asks Ikoma which level he is on. Ikoma informs him that he is on level 50 and asks him why he asked about his level. Chief Shiraki gets excited after hearing that and thinks it is a massive coincidence because his level is the same. Shiraki wonders what he should do. He asks Ikoma if he would like to do a duel to decide the position of the raid leader. Hanagasaki, after listening to the chief, is shocked to hear that he wants a duel because he doesn't think having a duel in the middle of a portal exploration is a good idea. Chief Shiraki takes his sword out and tells them they should avoid exhausting themselves, but the lack of unity is dangerous. He suggests that they should devise a solution acceptable to both parties present here and asks Ikoma if he doesn't think the same. Satsuki shouts, tells Chief Shiraki to stop messing around, and asks him what he will do if he gets seriously injured over something like this. Ikoma agrees to Shiraki for the duel. He thinks it is quick and easy. Anyway, he tells the Chief Shiraki that he will do his way. Hanagasaki is listening to Ikoma. Although he doesn't want his chief to lose, nor can he imagine him losing, he knows that Ikoma is powerful. Apart from that, he also thinks that if he goes at it carelessly, even if he wins, he could seriously get injured. He has the idea that the Chief Shiraki must also be aware of it. Meanwhile, Shiraki instructs Hanagasaki and Sawai to give him the support of their magic. He tells them that he needs support magic from both of them, so they should hurry up and give him that. They both listen to Chief Shiraki, and Hanagasaki instantly activates his power, while Sawai activates his quick skills. With that, Hanagasaki gives his armor magic to the chief, while Sawai gives his magic plus to the chief. After receiving their magic, he feels perfect and tells Ikoma they should get started without wasting time. He tells Ikoma it is a fair duel and asks him if he is okay. Satsuki interrupts the Chief Shiraki and asks him if he is kidding her. She tells him there is no chance they can accept it. Chief Shiraki informs them that they have already agreed to the duel and asks them if he ever said that the support of magic is forbidden. He tells Satsuki and Ikoma that he only used their MP to persuade him, and he cannot accept them saying no to the duel now. He tells them that the head count was originally 4-2, and the interference is only in support magic. He questions them if it is not showing mercy. He informs them that there is also a time limit on magic, and now there is no backing off, and at the most, if they surrender now, he is willing to accept that. He knows that no one is stupid enough to duel with an opponent who has received a stack of support magic at the same level. He knows it is a little hard on their MP, but he is sure he can make him surrender without any injuries. He believes that time limits and fear will rob him of his ability to think, and soon he will surrender unconditionally, so ultimately, he knows that it is just a verbal promise, but he also knows that humans are bound by their words. The fact that they surrendered will make it easier to persuade them. Ikoma holds his head and wonders what is happening now. He asks if it is enough for his handicap, but the chief is surprised to see Ikoma ready for the duel. Ikoma tells Chief Shiraki that he is in a hurry, so let's get this stupid dueling game over with. As Ikoma says, he is in a hurry, so let's start the duel immediately and finish it as soon as possible. Chief Shiraki, Hanagasaki, wonders what Ikoma is thinking, and if he thinks the chief will back off if he acts so confidently. He knows that if he looks down on him, he will still not stop at nothing. Ikoma understands his class from the skills he uses. He knows that his class is Paladin. It is a class suitable for a commander adept at fighting while defending. The strengths include stable base stats and a wide range of offensive and defensive magic. That being said, he feels that the class characteristics don't apply to him at the moment. A status window appears in which it is mentioned that the attack power has increased, and in addition to that, the quick speed has also increased. Moreover, armor defense magic has increased, and the magic plus magic has also increased. Chief Shiraki asks Frim Ikoma one last time if he will surrender. He feels it is better to submit than be all battered up. Ikoma does not even get scared and tells Shiraki to come on with his attack. He tells Shiraki that he does not want his support magic to run out and asks him if he wants his support magic to run out. He informs Shiraki that he doesn't want to hear excuses after the duel is over and calls him an idiot. After listening to Ikoma, the Chief Shiraki runs towards him to attack him. Satsuki is watching both of them, and when she sees him running, she realizes that he is faster than she imagined him to be. As soon as the Chief Shiraki attacks him, Ikoma instantly blocks his attack, and a sudden bang occurs. Hanagasaki sees that Ikoma has directly blocked the enhanced strength of the chief and realizes that it must have had quite an impact on his body. He knows that simply being able to keep up with those movements is already commendable. He is aware that the chief is strong even when fighting without enhancements. He knows that the Chief Shiraki at the movement has 4 supporting enhancements active on him. They think that if anyone can compete with the captain today, Ikoma would be the real monster. Satsuki sees that he has changed the direction of gravity to deflect the impact. Satsuki joined her hands tightly as she saw he was flying very far, but he should not have taken any damage. The chief did not feel much connection, and he effectively dispersed the power. He says to Ikoma that he is trying his best to dodge his attacks. He asks Ikoma if he is trying to buy time till his magic effects run out. He tells him that, as he already expected, he doesn't have enough speed and strength, and this cannot be a fair fight. He tells Ikoma that at the moment he is receiving support magic from 2 people, so there is no way that a single individual can surpass the powers of a collective force. He knows that the power in number is absolute. He remembers his school days when he was good at knowing how to swim with the tides. He recalled excelling in studies and physical activities without much effort. But he knows that is what earned him jealousy from the dropouts at his prestigious school. One of the guys makes him bend in front of him and asks him if he looked down on them just because he is somewhat good at studying. He called Shiraki to answer him and called him Mr. Student Council President. He remembers that he was humiliated by bums to whom he would never lose in a one-on-one fight. Anyway, he believes it was a good learning experience for him. He learned that even if he is a genius in front of sheer numbers, he is still nothing. It is why he honed his skills at understanding people's minds. He used to study the book management theory, in which the most vital skill of understanding people's minds was explained. Anticipating prospects, he gained experience as an adventurer. He pitched the concept of a corporate unit to Curamine Construction. He decides to control and conquer this chaotic era, all to acquire absolute power. He raises his weapon to attack Ikoma to end it with a single strike. As soon as he goes near Ikoma to attack him, Ikoma concludes that he is too careless and suddenly attacks Shiraki. Shiraki fell to the ground. He didn't understand what had happened just now and wondered if he had been slashed. Ikoma tells the Chief Shiraki not to worry because it is the blunt side of the blade. Hanagasaki cannot believe what just happened now, as he thinks it is impossible. He sees that he is lagging behind the Chief Shiraki and wonders what sorcery this is. Shiraki needs clarification about how he can, with all the enhancements, fall behind an opponent at the same level. Ikoma tells Shiraki that he could not handle his overly enhanced body, whether he had more incredible speed or strength, so he suggests Shiraki not think he could win a fight with such sloppy movements. He further informs Shiraki, lying on the ground, that he realized it from his first attack, so he just used the excessive enhancements against him. So he had to time it right, listening to Ikoma. Hanagasaki wonders if Ikoma analyzed his movements from his previous attacks. He feels that Ikoma is saying it lightly, but it cannot be that simple. He thinks that if Chief has lost control over his body movements and realizes that, then there is no way such a fast-moving person is not a threat to him. Chief Shiraki gets up and realizes that it looks like he was a little unprepared. But right now, he realizes that even his defenses are high. He yells at Ikoma and tells him that not cutting him with the blade was a mistake and lets him know that he missed his last opportunity. He realizes that he needs his strength for the raid, so perhaps he has been too lax in his thinking. Anyway, he never expected things to escalate to this extent, so he realizes that he needs to calm down because if he fights calmly, he can win. He knows that the support magic should last another 3 minutes, so he decides to have no mercy from now on. Anyway, he thinks that his advantages from support magic and his paladin skills are that he will now make the most of them and go for the kill this time. Anyway, Ikoma apologizes to the Chief Shiraki, but he lets him know that their battle experience is different. Shiraki doesn't understand what Ikoma is trying to say, so he asks him to clarify his point. Ikoma tells him that he is okay with continuing the fight, but from here on out, his attacks won't even graze him. After hearing Ikoma, Chief Shiraki shouts and asks him what he said. Ikoma doesn't understand what is happening at the moment. He looks at Shiraki and wonders why the enhanced Chief Shiraki is getting overwhelmed. Shiraki, holding his weapon to attack Ikoma, wonders if the excessive physical enhancements worsen his dexterity. He cannot believe it, but he thinks there is indeed a skill difference in their hand-to-hand combat ability. He decides to use his speed and put some distance between them, hitting him with magic attacks. He decides to unleash his enhanced magical powers at full force. He is about to attack Ikoma with his maximum scale and powers and says Ikoma will survive if he can. He activates his Holy Punish to attack Ikoma. Hanagasaki sees that it is a large-scale attack because a considerable amount of MP is behind it. He sees that there is no place for him to dodge this attack. Ikoma thinks he can avoid that attack using inverse gravity, but he knows he cannot afford to use too much MP in this fight. Ikoma activated his half-gravity moiety and was about to attack the Chief Shiraki. Shiraki sees that Ikoma has used a monster's armor as a shield. He knows that since he lost in hand-to-hand combat, it was easy to predict that he would rely on magic. That is why he fought around the remains of the monsters, so that he could use them to shield his magic attacks. Shiraki yells at Ikoma and tells him not to come near him. He sees that Ikoma has suddenly disappeared while Ikoma is above him. The Chief Shiraki is standing there holding his sword. Meanwhile, Ikoma comes to him and puts his finger on Shiraki's forehead. He activates his gravity moiety and attacks Shiraki, who already feels weird. He realizes that Ikoma has used gravity manipulation on him. Ikoma knows that due to excessive enhancements, he was already in a state where he could not control his body. He knows that if he suddenly lights him up, there is no way that he can move properly. He attacks Shiraki so brutally with his sword. He screams after being attacked. He falls to the ground and wonders who Ikoma is. He doesn't understand how he is being toyed with like this. Anyway, Ikoma tells Shiraki, as he believes that this is enough to make him know that this is a waste of their time and energy. Shiraki cannot believe it because he knows he has the support magic from 2 people. He wonders if there is someone who can surpass the powers of numbers. He looks at Ikoma and thinks that he is a true genius. Hanagasaki concludes that this is absurd because he doesn't understand how it is possible and wonders why there is such a difference within the same B class, so he believes that Ikoma cannot be expected. Shiraki gets up once again because he knows that this raid is the hope for the expansion of Next Power, so he believes that he cannot afford to lose it. He is about to attack Ikoma, but when he sees that Shiraki is coming toward him to attack him, so he immediately instructs him to stop right there, and informs him that 500 seconds have already passed. After listening to him, Shiraki still did not stop, and as soon as he came near Ikoma, Ikoma attacked him. After getting attacked by Ikoma, he falls to the ground and thinks there is no way he can lose. Ikoma stares at him and tells him that the support magic only lasts 500 seconds on average. He tells him he cannot believe he lost track of the effect duration. He wonders if anyone has the time to think about that while going against a monster of an opponent like him. Anyway, Ikoma informs everyone that he is now the raid's leader. Stand by at a place away from the sight of the monsters and withdraw from the portal as soon as possible. In addition, the monsters are now able to move. Satsuki grabs Hanagasaki's hand and tells him that he has made Ikoma waste a lot of his MP. Now, they should do a mana drain on his chief, Shiraki. She requests Hanagasaki to please push Shiraki towards her. When Ikoma heard Satsuki, he told her it was unimportant, and he didn't think they had to go that far, but he agreed with what he was saying. The scene shifts, and now Hanagasaki is holding Shiraki, and Satsuki is draining mana from him. She transferred it to the body of Ikoma. Ikoma informs them that though the duel took a lot of time, now they should head towards Kagurazaka instantly. As they were about to leave, he heard Shiraki, who requested that he not go. He tells Ikoma that as long as he has him, he can convince the board so they can make the Next Power the following big organization. Ikoma, when he heard him again, told him not to make him repeat the exact words anyway. He once again clarified that he has no interest in a corporate force or him. Ikoma knows about what will happen 10 years from now, and he did not see the Kiramine Adventure Force making any significant leap. He thinks that what Shiraki wants is not an ally but a convenient tool for himself, and that approach will eventually lead to the collapse of their group. He also knows that he won't receive a helping hand in unreliable relationships when he needs it the most. He tells Shiraki that he will change his ways anyway, saying he starts going to Kagurazaka. Satsuki tells Ikoma that Chief Shiraki even ordered a surprise attack and asks Ikoma if it is okay for him to leave him half-head. Ikoma tells Satsuki that he doesn't think being so considerate while fighting him is necessary. He lets her know there is scope for him and there is no need to earn unnecessary resentment from them. Moreover, he remembers a memory from his past life when he was told by a guy that they didn't think that they would have enough MP to go back. When Ikoma from the past heard him, he told him that he still had a lot left in him, and if he covered for him, they could go. He realized that he was the only one not gaining experience and was not even contributing, so he knew that if this continued, he would not be on the team. He remembers that he has also rushed ahead without considering those around him and felt abandoned, so he thinks that maybe he could not see that as a problem for someone else. After listening to Ikoma, Satsuki tells him that no matter what happens, she won't leave his side. Ikoma thanked her for saying that. Anyway, he thinks that if it is the same as the previous world, the boss must be going through evolution. He knows that it is not an opponent they can take on at their level. He decides to take her back by force if Kagurazaka does not listen to him, or even if he can no longer invite her to join his group because she ends up seeing him as an enemy. On the contrary, Kagurazaka is standing before the monster. Although she has already solo subjugated bosses at higher levels than her, she seems that the current monster is entirely different. Kagurazaka is on level 46, while in the cursed abyss of the poison portal, the monster's name is Curse Boss, and he is on level 80. The monster is roaring while looking at Kagurazaka. The way forward to Kagurazaka is filled with stones. Ikoma picks up one stone and sees that it is a magic stone. Ikoma sees those magic stones and knows that they are a sign of battle, as they are remnants of pulverized monsters, and those are fresh. He feels like Kagurazaka passed through here. After seeing those magic stones, Satsuki asks Ikoma if that girl is not interested in magic rocks. She knows that the magic stone is the heart of the demon, which contains all its magic powers. Though it is still under research, it is expected to be a massive energy source. In addition to that, it is also proof of one's contribution to defeating a monster. A person can get it exchanged for a large sum of money at the guild, so there should be no reason to leave it. But she says to Ikoma and reminds him that he said that Kagurazaka lost her friend. He tells her that, though he doesn't know about it in detail, he informs her of what he knows. He tells her that about a year ago, when Kagurazaka was starting as an adventurer, she had lost her life in a portal. She asks him if that is the reason why Kagurazaka has been working solo, and Ikoma tells her that this is probably the reason. He remembers Kagurazaka's reaction when he asked her if the reason was because she lost her friend, so after reminding her of that reaction, he thinks that it is reasonable to assume that they were related. So, he feels that disliking companions seems to be a deeply rooted issue. After listening to Ikoma, Satsuki asks him when he learned about the death of Kagurazaka's friend. Ikoma informs her that he gathered information from the branch she uses as her base. Satsuki is surprised to hear Ikoma, so she asks him if he got too far to invite her. Ikoma refuses and tells her that it is not like that. But the thing is that after Kagurazaka lost her life defending him, he wanted to get to know her better. Satsuki tells Ikoma not to say to her that he likes Kagurazaka. Anyway, he doesn't think that this misunderstanding will be easy to clear up. So he tells Satsuki that she is thinking wrong. It is not the case. Anyway, he believes that it is hard to catch up with Kagurazaka. He feels like, at this rate, she might reach the portal boss, so he tells Satsuki to hurry up. On the other hand, Kagurazaka is standing in front of the monster. She never expected the monster to be at this level. She attacks the monster with her sword. She realizes that the monster is very stupidly fast and powerful, so she learns that the monster is an 80 portal boss. She realizes that the level difference between this monster and other monsters is too high, so it must have gone through evolution. She believes that it is important information to take back and wonders if she can shake him off. She knows that if she runs, the monster will leave the floor and chase after her, so she thinks she must involve the other raid members. Anyway, she believes they are annoying, and she does not intend to involve them. She knows she has already come this far and wonders if she should defeat the monster. She realizes that she has no choice except to die for him to stay. The class of Kagurazaka is Shinigami, which is proficient in relentless attacks by sacrificing defense. In addition to that, it is also well suited to overthrow stronger opponents. But she is not sure if she really has the chance of winning with this level of difference. She wonders if her friend is calling her and asking her if she is coming to her. She thinks that at the moment, she must concentrate on the enemy standing in front of her. She is staring at the monster while holding her sword in her hand. The monster activates its poison ball to attack Kagurazaka. She realizes after seeing the attacks of the monster that its attacks are very powerful. Moreover, she is handling 4 projectiles simultaneously, which she knows is difficult. Anyway, she notices that the monster is not so fast. She moves towards the monster to attack it, thinking she can do it because she can see the opening. She tries to attack the opening but cannot go through it. She knows that even though her level is lower, her class is still attack specific. She looks at the monster and realizes that the monster is toying with her. She learns that it is not that he left an opening, but that he did not bother covering it up. In a loud voice, she tells the monster not to underestimate her. She runs towards the monster to attack it with her sword. She realizes that she has gained the high ground, so she is now geared up to show it the real power of the Shinigami class. She activates her Inferno Break, a status window stating that consuming 44 HP covers an individual's life force to dark energy and infuses it into a slash attack. As soon as she attacked the monster, she saw it was defending itself against her attack. Kagurazaka asked the monster if he had no choice but to protect himself. She lets him know that she is stubborn, so she suggests that he not think that he can easily kill her. She realizes that she ended up throwing her HP away against a strong opponent, but she would not be able to pierce its armor if she had not done it. A status window occurs notifying her about her current HP left, which is 67 out of 128. The MP of her left is 69 out of 91. The monster attacks her. By attacking the monster, she falls to the ground and realizes that she is outmatched. She sees that at maximum HP, it is supposed to be a special move that she can only fire twice. The monster roars and leaps towards her to attack her. Kagurazaka realizes that the monster is even faster than before, and he has just become serious. The monster attacks her with his full strength. After she gets attacked by the monster, she screams and falls to the ground. Kagurazaka sits there while keeping her guard down. She feels her body shambles. She also thinks that she should be feeling intense pain throughout her entire body, but she doesn't. She is losing consciousness and is unable to feel anything. She considers the level difference between her and the monster and thinks that it is still a miracle that she is alive after the monster attacked her so brutally. A status window appears in front of Kagurazaka, informing her that her current HP is 6 out of 128 and her MP is 69 out of 91. She realizes that her vision is getting blurry. She wonders if that monster intends to torment and toy with her. The monster starts roaring to see Kagurazaka. She remembers a memory of her from the past when there was an attack of monsters in her house. After having a walk, she went towards her house and saw the Demon Defense Agency members there. One of them asked her why she had come there. He informed her that there were probably monsters remaining from the flood in there. She requested the man to let her in because it was her home. As she went inside her house, she happened to see the dead bodies of her parents. The Demon Defense Agency member told her that she should not see their bodies, but she did not listen to him and saw her parents' bodies lying on the floor. After recalling that memory, she gets in a rage and realizes that the monsters always take away what is precious to her. She gets up and attacks the monster all of a sudden. The monster let his guard down because she was not moving. A status window appeared before her, stating about the Shinigami's aura. The Shinigami aura activates when HP is below 10%, and it increases attack power and allows HP to be substituted with MP. Apart from all that, it is mentioned that during the activation of the Shinigami aura, one can move without any limiters. So basically, a Shinigami skill that includes the Shinigami aura is the one in which one fights irrespective of their HP as long as they have MP. She once again tells the monster what she already told him, that she is stubborn, and says to him that she hates all of the monsters, including him. She knows that the monster will sooner or later recover its HP, but she is also aware that it cannot restore its missing flesh without skill. So she decides to attack the monster and is determined to have one of his limbs ripped off, even if it is the end of her year. As soon as she attacks the monster, she sees that the monster has blocked her attack and, in return, is about to attack her. She is trying to maintain the Shinigami aura, which she knows consumes a lot of MP. She thinks she should not stop and keep attacking the monster. She looks at the monster that has activated its poison balls. The monster redirects all of its poison balls toward Kagurazaka. She sees there are twice as many as before, so she learns that the monster is holding it back. She knows she cannot avoid those poison balls at any cost, so she decides not to stop attacking the monster until her MP runs out. She looks at the monster carefully and sees that it has hard claws, but when she looks at its limbs, she realizes she can break it. She rushes towards the monster to attack it with the help of her sword, and as soon as she attacks the monster with her sword, she wonders if she did it. But all of a sudden, she wonders if she runs out of MP. A status window appears, informing her that she has 3 HP left out of 128. In addition to that, she has 0 MP left out of 91. She falls to the ground and thinks that now she is going to die. She wonders if this is the end of her. She closes her eyes, and there comes a scene in front of her from her past. She remembers telling her friend not to drag her down too much when going with her friend. Her friend suggested they take a break because her legs were hurting. She told her friend that she hates monsters so much that she would kill them all, and she told her that she would go all alone from now on if she acted as a hindrance in her way. Her friend was constantly calling her at that time. All of a sudden, Kagurazaka opens her eyes and sees that her friend is standing in front of her and asking her the reason why she is still alive, even though she died because of her. She asks Kagurazaka if she is finally coming to this side with her. Kagurazaka, in a dim voice, says she is coming to that side. All of a sudden, Satsuki activates her shadow hands, and with the help of her shadow hands, she grabs the monster. She tells Ikoma that she could not hold it for much longer. Ikoma appreciates Satsuki for attacking the monster. Meanwhile, he is Garand himself. Ikoma with Satsuki and Kagurazaka hiding behind a rock. The good thing is that there were a lot of blind spots. Satsuki informs Ikoma that the rescue went well, but she sees the injuries of Kagurazaka are awful, and she is also so battered. She tells Ikoma that they must hurry up and take her to a healer or elsewhere. They see the monster standing there, and Ikoma realizes that it seems they can hide for now, but they have to figure out a way to get away from that. Ikoma knows it is complicated to get out because the monster is agile. In addition, as soon as the monster lost sight of them, it immediately blocked the entrance. So, their current state is that the monster is standing and waiting for them at the exit, and they are just hiding from the monster. Ikoma concludes that it is a brilliant move of the monster. Kagurazaka gets up and asks Ikoma the reason for coming there. He also informs him that the boss is not an opponent they can handle. Ikoma reminds her that it is what they all told her because they knew it already, and because of this reason, they wanted to stop her before she entered it. He informs Kagurazaka that both her MP and HP are running out, and it is a miracle that they made it in time. He knows that the level difference between them and the boss is too big. He is on level 5, while Satsuki is on level 5, but the monster is on level 80. Ikoma tells Satsuki that he will distract the monster, so he instructs her to take Kagurazaka and go ahead. Satsuki refuses to follow his order because she cannot use him as bait. When Kagurazaka listens to Ikoma, she stops him from doing that and informs him that she has no relatives, so no one will be sad if she dies. She tries to stand up, although she doesn't know if she is prepared for all this or not. However, she doesn't want anyone to die because of her, so she tells both of them to let her prevent the monster. Ikoma is very impressed to see Kagurazaka have such willpower despite such serious injuries. He sees that her extreme resolve is also part of her distortion. He feels sorry because he must take advantage of that heartbreak for now. He tells Kagurazaka that he got her point, so he will not stop her. Kagurazaka feels good after listening to Ikoma and tells him they shall kill the monster together because she feels it is the only option left. After hearing them, Satsuki asks Ikoma what he is saying because Kagurazaka is seriously injured. She tells Ikoma he cannot have her participate in the fight, but Ikoma instructs Satsuki to use her mana drain to restore the MP of Kagurazaka. Satsuki tells Ikoma that she cannot restore her physical body and it will take time to fully restore it, to which Ikoma says that he will buy her time. Kagurazaka, when she hears Ikoma, tells him that he is saying that because he doesn't know how scary things are. What he is saying is useless. Abyss Ikoma knows the monster. He, in fact, knows the monster too well, and that is it for the strategy meeting. The monster throws its poison balls towards Ikoma, while Satsuki treats Kagurazaka on the other side. They feel immense power coming from the monster. However, Ikoma says the monster does not get worried because he is not running away. He tells the monster that he will be its opponent. During that, Satsuki activates her mana drain reverse and performs it on Kagurazaka. She tells Satsuki that Ikoma is underestimating the Curse Queen because that thing is not something a sole person can take on. She informs Satsuki that Ikoma will die. On the contrary, the monster makes terrible sounds before attacking Ikoma. Ikoma looks at the monster and wonders if it drives him against the wall. He activates his inverse gravity. By activating his inverse gravity, he brutally attacks the monster and makes him fall to the ground. Kagurazaka is surprised that the Cursed Queen, who has so many levels above him, is lagging. Satsuki is also feeling so happy because Ikoma is fighting so amazingly. Satsuki already knew that Ikoma was strong, but she noticed that, even compared to before, his movements were different right now. She thinks it is impossible under any circumstances because it looks, by seeing the movements of Ikoma, as if he can see the future. The monster attacks Ikoma once again, but Ikoma blocks its attack and gives a brutal attack from his side. The monster screams and then roars. Ikoma dreams that day from his past again and again, and the battle with the monster is etched in his mind, so he perfectly knows what the monster's next move is. He leaps toward the monster to attack it with his sword, and as soon as he attacks it, a green fluid emerges from its body. By calling it Mr. 80, he asks the monster to tell him what happened to it and questions if it is it. Satsuki tells Kagurazaka that Ikoma may just defeat it at the current rate, and Kagurazaka tells Satsuki that it is impossible. Although she knows that Ikoma is strong, she also believes that Ikoma cannot deal any substantial damage with this much level difference. The more MP Ikoma uses to strengthen himself, the faster he will run out. Satsuki thinks there is no way of doing that because she is sure Ikoma is also aware of it. Kagurazaka knows that Ikoma is getting her MP stored, so she wonders if the reason behind this is that Ikoma intends to use that skill. She wonders just how far in the future he has planned. She knows that it is not an easy skill to hit and wonders if Ikoma knows about that. Ikoma looks at the monster as if he does not want his revenge to be this early, but he is still happy about it because this is also the end of his nightmares. So he tells the monster that this time, He will kill it without letting it kill anyone else. The monster activates its poison balls towards the Ikoma to attack him. Kagurazaka sees too many poison balls, so it feels like the monster is not serious when fighting with her. She realizes the monster recognizes Ikoma, who is 30 levels below it, as a threat. She sees Ikoma running towards the monster, telling it not to think that it can just throw the poison balls around recklessly and hit him. Kagurazaka, in a loud voice, calls Ikoma an idiot and asks why he is not retreating. She asks Satsuki if Ikoma is crazy. On the other hand, Ikoma is running toward the monster to attack it. He thinks that the Cursed Queen has no idea for 10 years how many times he has reminisced about their battle. He starts activating his powers and suddenly jumps in the air to give a brutal hit to the monster. As soon as he hits the monster, it falls to the ground, and when Kagurazaka sees Ikoma so bravely, she is impressed by him and asks Satsuki if he is a B-rank adventurer. However, she is also aware that even after doing all that, the enemy has a lot of HP remaining. A status window appears in front of them stating that the HP of it is 457 left out of 616, while the MP is 305 out of 444. Kagurazaka knew that the monster's defenses were too strong, so even if they managed to deal some damage, its automatic recovery effectively cancelled it. So she realizes that instead of lots of smaller attacks, they need a single decimating blow, and that skill is their only option. Anyway, she decides to go and help Ikoma and tells Satsuki about her decision because she knows that Ikoma will soon reach his limits. Satsuki refuses to do that because she has not fully recovered her MP yet. Moreover, she tells Kagurazaka that even if she wants to assist him, she must follow the conditions anyway. She lets Satsuki know that she is aware of what she is supposed to do at the moment, and apart from that, she also has enough MP to do that. She instructs Satsuki not to worry about her body, saying she gets up while activating her Shinigami aura. Satsuki looks at Kagurazaka, who tells her about her skill. The Shinigami aura is a unique skill for the Shinigami class. As long as she has MP, she can fight by exceeding her limits. She tells Satsuki that Ikoma made her store MP in anticipation of this skill. She knows that she needs MP to maintain the aura, but using that skill will also take her MP. A single second will decide the outcome of the battle. She imagines that her friend is telling her that she has not relied on her friends to fight ever since she died and asks her if she did. She questions Kagurazaka if she is fine. She says sorry to her friend, whose name is Mamone, and tells her that they are people who believe in her and are putting their lives on the line. She realizes she cannot afford to lose this fight because of all those reasons, so she is about to go into their fight. The minster roars and is about to attack Ikoma, while Satsuki activates her shadow balls, and Kagurazaka activates her crimson blade to attack the monster. She tells Ikoma that he seems to know a lot about the Shinigami class, and she thinks he knows that as long as she has MP, she can move. Ikoma, while fighting the monster, tells her that he is also aware of the trump card of the Shinigami class. Kagurazaka informs Ikoma that the skill he is talking about is way too slow, so she thinks she cannot hit the monster with that skill. The monster constantly attacks Ikoma and Kagurazaka with its poison balls. However, Ikoma ensures Kagurazaka that he will buy her 5 seconds. All she has to do is believe him. Kagurazaka looks at Ikoma and tells him that he cannot do such a thing against a monster of that high level. Kagurazaka was about to pick something up from the ground when the monster threw its poison balls toward her. She saw those balls coming her way and realized there was no place to dodge the attack. All of a sudden, Ikoma puts his hand on her shoulder of her and activates his inverse gravity. With the help of his inverse gravity, they both successfully dodged the monster's attack as they went high above it. Kagurazaka wonders what this skill is. However, Ikoma tells her that he will leave the finishing blow at her. So now it is her responsibility to give a brutal finishing attack to the monster. He goes towards the monster, who is already bound by the Shadow Bind skill, and Ikoma hits the monster with his meteor slash. Kagurazaka sees that the Cursed Queen is locked, so now she can hit it. She immediately activates her Shinigami trump card, a deadly sword skill that is more powerful the lower her HP is. Currently, the HP of Kagurazaka is 3 out of 128. She is about to attack the monster while she knows that it is a skill that immobilizes her when using it. She can see that she can still use it in this situation, as she is falling towards the enemy. Ikoma tells Kagurazaka to attack the monster with her sword with her Bloody Revenger. Activating the Bloody Revenger, she attacks the monster. She realizes she can't move and has used up everything. She sees that the cursed queen is down and wonders if they won. They know that the cursed queen also has a trump card skill. When the cursed queen is struck down, it strikes back the moment the opponent lowers their guard. The monster also uses its trump card, which fires a top-speed sure kill attack on its opponent in complete silence. As the monster activates its dead shot and is about to attack Kagurazaka, Ikoma look at the monster's attack. Kagurazaka sees that the monster has launched its attack, and now it is coming her way, so she thinks she is dead now. Suddenly, Ikoma jumped to save Kagurazaka and came before her to block the monster's attack. He decides to aim at its tip and divert the trajectory while adjusting the weight of the blade. He blocks the monster's attack with his sword and diverts it back towards the monster. The monster screams. However, the stupid skill of the monster is seared into his memory for a long time. He hits back towards the monster so bluntly, and by using the Garand, he yells that it is the end of it. With that hit, a status window appears, which states that he has gained 31,317 experience, and in addition to that, he has leveled up from 50 to 58. Another status window appears, informing him that he has acquired 28 SP. Satsuki, and after seeing it, he gets happy that they did it and beat the monster. She is so pleased that they beat such a high-level monster. Ikoma also thanked God because he thought their level was insufficient to defeat such a high-level monster. He is glad that he did not let Kagurazaka die this time. In Ikoma's previous life, the death of Kagurazaka was one of his regrets. Apart from that, it was also the reason why he seriously started aiming for the top as an adventurer. Kagurazaka sees her hands and herself and realizes she is still alive, so she wonders if she is protected. She looks at Ikoma and wonders if she managed to survive again. He sees Ikoma as her old friend, Mamon. She gets the hallucination of her friend Mamon that she is being killed. After getting those memories, she starts getting annoyed by those memories. When Satsuki sees her being uncomfortable, she asks her if she is okay. She sees her body and realizes that it is indeed broken. Kagurazaka requests not to stand there and also tells him the reason for saying that, which is that she remembers that girl. She tells them that she feels like the girl who resents her still watches her. She believes that Mamon, the girl who used to be her friend, said to her that she hadn't even visited her home that day. After hearing her out, Ikoma suspects why she avoids parties and takes risks since, as he recalls, Kagurazaka displayed unease in her behavior even in the previous world. In the current life, Ikoma starts understanding the reason for the discomfort that Kagurazaka also felt in the previous life. Ikoma looks back at Kagurazaka and asks if that girl resents her, then why she remembers her when she is protected like this. He then tells her the reason behind that, which is that Mamon did not die because she got mixed up in something by accident, but she died protecting her. Ikoma asks Kagurazaka to correct him if he is saying anything wrong. He continues to say Kagurazaka and tells her that she is well aware of her self-punishing nature, making it easier for her to feel resentful. He asks her if he is saying it correctly, and Satsuki, standing beside Kagurazaka, stops Ikoma from further discussing this topic. She tells Ikoma it is a sensitive topic, so they should no longer speak about it. Kagurazaka remembers that girl, Mamon, and the time from her school. One day, she was sitting in her class when Mamon came to her and asked her if she was quitting school. Kagurazaka tells her the reason, as she is also aware of the monster disasters, and informs her that she doesn't have relatives to rely on. She heard that the budget for disaster relief is increasing every year, but the reality is that the damage is so significant that not enough money reaches the people. She tells Mamon while leaving the classroom that she will be an adventurer in no time. In addition to that, she cannot afford to attend a high school, and adventurers also don't need education. When listening to Mamon, she also told her that she would become an adventurer in that case. The reason for that is that she won't let go of her, so in this way, they both become adventurers. Once, they were inside a portal when Mamon told her they should be returning now, but Kagurazaka did not listen to her. She told Mamon that becoming an adventurer is not very exciting, and from the next time onwards, she will go all alone. Mamon grabbed her hand and told her that she was being reckless because she lost her family, but she could not leave her like that. She told her to get a hold of herself and ensured she would get her out soon. She was carrying Mamon. Mamon said in her ear that she was glad she was okay. Currently, Kagurazaka was having those flashbacks and thought it could not be. She believes that Mamon is the one who is against her. Ikoma tells Kagurazaka that, even though it makes her feel better, she shouldn't change the feelings of the deceased. He continues to tell her that Mamon gave her life to save hers, and now she is using her as an excuse to throw it away. He asks Kagurazaka if she doesn't think that she would be sad seeing this. He reminds her that she earlier said that no one would grieve for her if she died. He tells her that even if he thinks he would, it won't resonate with her, but he tells her that he is sure Mamon would be very sad. He asks her if she doesn't think the same. Kagurazaka remembers when Mamon was sitting on her back and told her she was glad she was okay. She notices Mamon standing before her again and expresses concern about her well-being. Mamon remarks that although she appears capable, she is useless without. She hugs Kagurazaka and begs her to live a long, happy life for the two of them. After recalling Mamon, Kagurazaka becomes sad and starts crying. They are now looking at the monster that they just defeated. Ikoma tells Kagurazaka that she feels guilty for Mamoni, so she repeatedly engages in such a reckless battle and asks her if that is the case. Anyway, he tells her that it will serve as atonement for her, and if she continues exploring high-level portals all by herself, she will eventually die. He sits on her knees and asks Kagurazaka again to join their party. After listening to Ikoma, she asks him to lend her some time because she wants to think about it properly. After listening to her answer, Ikoma said it was okay, and she could think until she wanted. Anyway, they start their way to go out. He knows that until now, they have been adrift at sea, but finally, they see the land. Ikoma is carrying Kagurazaka on his back. She says sorry to Ikoma because she cannot move when the HP gets extremely low. Anyway, Ikoma tells her not to worry about it. Satsuki is looking at both of them, and from her point of view, she sees both as lovers. She comes in front of Ikoma, blocks his way, and tells him that she thinks she should carry Kagurazaka. Ikoma looks at Satsuki and asks her what has happened to her suddenly. Anyway, he believes that if they could restore her HP, that would stabilize the situation a lot. Kagurazaka tells Ikoma she was confident enough to easily handle portals below Class A, but there have been too many irregularities. She tells Ikoma that a person who uses healing as their secondary skill or a healing item can use it repeatedly even if its effects are weak, and lets him know that they need at least one of them. Anyway, she tells him that she has always acted solo, and it has been a long time since she has relied on someone, but it felt nice to rely on someone like him. She thanked Ikoma, as she appreciated that thing. After hearing her, Ikoma feels like he could repay the favor from before. He feels like the Ikoma from the past life is feeling satisfied to see him that he has saved Kagurazaka and repaid her favor. The scene shifts to the next day when Ikoma, Akasha, and Satsuki are sitting in the guild, where Satsuki asks Ikoma if Kagurazaka contacted him after that. When hearing Satsuki, Ikoma opens his phone and shows him the messages he sent to Kagurazaka. Satsuki sees that Ikoma first messaged her yesterday, telling her it was a rough day and requesting that she let him know once she settled down. She saw that message and left it on. After that, Ikoma again messaged her and asked her if she could at least reply. She again saw that message and left it on. After getting scene zone from her again, Ikoma tried to call her, but she did not even pick up his call. Satsuki is surprised to see that Kagurazaka leaves him on the spot. Ikoma tells her that he feels Kagurazaka will not join their party. Although he knows she is stubborn and inflexible, he never thinks he will fail to recruit her after all that. Satsuki tells Ikoma that Kagurazaka looked tired, and maybe she did not have the energy to reply. While Satsuki and Ikoma are talking, Akasha is enjoying her iced coffee. Anyway, Ikoma, after listening to Satsuki, hopes that it is the case why Kagurazaka is not replying to him. However, he knows that with her courage, physical capabilities, and competitiveness, she is one of the adventurers with the highest potential. He remembers that Kagurazaka could hold her own against the Curse Queen even at that level because he believes that he would have died immediately if it were him from the previous world. He is glad that he was able to save her this time and thinks that Kagurazaka will likely refrain from reckless exploration from now on. He tells Satsuki that it is a little unfortunate, but he is happy with that. Meanwhile, Kagurazaka is heading towards them. She sees Ikoma sitting with Satsuki and tells him she is searching for him everywhere, and he is sitting with her. When Ikoma heard Kagurazaka, he looked at her. Satsuki also got up to see her and asked if her injuries were all right. She informs Satsuki that she is used to such injuries anyway. She feels like Satsuki is worried about her. Ikoma asks Kagurazaka to tell him why she brought her to the branch. She tells Ikoma that she is terrible at using that app and leaves his messages in view. So she felt that it would be best to speak with him directly. She informed Ikoma that she had a question for him from her side. She asks him if she can join his party. They are both pleased to hear her, and Ikoma welcomes her wholeheartedly to their party and tells her that he is looking forward to working with her. However, the scene changes now, shifting to where Yumikawa and Kyogoku are present with another guy sitting on the sofa. The guy asks them if he should take advantage of the flood and assassinate an adventurer, and if they ask him to clean up after these kids, he tells them he can't accept it. The guy asks them what they think, and a lady sitting in front of that guy reminds him that they have been hiding him from the Demon Defense Squad, so he should also do something for them occasionally. She tells him that this client is dangerous, and they don't know what they will do if they mess it up again. He asks the lady if she thinks the flood will occur because he knows that the Demon Defense Squad would not be struggling much if it were so easy to predict. He informs the lady that the main thing is that the opponent is a B ranker, and he considers him a weakling, so he is not interested in a weakling like him. He asks her why he has to clean up after a weakling like Kyogoku. Kyogoku looks at him anyway, and he tells them that he is not a loser like them because he is a former top-of-the-line adventurer. He tells them that if he had not messed up a bit during his training, he would have been called a hero by now. He believes what is needed in this area of chaos is not 100 fools, but a single overwhelming individual who can pave the way by stepping over others. He thinks that if they had overlooked his mistakes, he would have risked his life to protect the country, so he concludes that it was very foolish and inefficient of them. Yumikawa thinks that she hates that guy anyway. He tells them he has his aesthetics because he is not like them and calls them a piece of trash. He continues to say further, ensuring them that if they leave it to him, he does not want them all to interfere. He sees the picture of Ikoma and informs them that he will first confirm if Ikoma is the guy whom he can take on alone, and then the killing comes after confirming it. In the Adventurer Guild Kirinami District Branch, the receptionist congratulated Satsuki because her evolution result was here, and her Class B promotion was approved. Satsuki is so happy to hear that she has been promoted, although she knows there is variation depending on the region. The two adventurers are the S class, then comes B, after B comes A, and after A comes C. Satsuki knows that the ratio of the B class adventurers accounts for 1% of total adventurers. She cannot believe out of happiness and excitement that she is one of those 1% people. Ikoma comes near Satsuki, congratulates her, and appreciates her because she did well. Satsuki sees Ikoma and Kagurazaka and thinks that even though they are running ahead of her, she feels like she caught up with them a little bit. She realizes that she needs to work harder because she doesn't want to lose to her. Kagurazaka tells Satsuki that because she was promoted to B rank, there is no need to make a fuss about it. She tells her that her level exceeded her class standard range a long time ago. She lets her know that she was made to hunt down weaklings around the Kirinami area, and failing would be more challenging. She informs Satsuki that the promotion exams are limited to the resident district. After listening to Kagurazaka, Satsuki feels sorry and tells her she got carried away. She thinks that Kagurazaka is so strict anyway. Ikoma interrupts Kagurazaka and tells her that she doesn't need to be so strict and doesn't have to go out of her way to put Satsuki down. She tells Ikoma she is just stating facts in front of Satsuki because she believes it would be troublesome to become complacent over something like this. She also accepts that it is a well-defined milestone, so she instructs Satsuki to follow her and accompany her. Ikoma tells Kagurazaka that she prepared a commemorative gift for Satsuki, but she told her to stay calm and that she had put quite a bit of effort into it. In addition, she even went through the trouble of hiding it in a locker so it would not be found. Kagurazaka, while opening her locker, tells Ikoma that celebrating a friend's milestone is also very important. Ikoma feels that Kagurazaka is surprisingly through and realizes that he did not prepare anything for Satsuki. She tells them there is no need to get worked up because it is like thanks for saving her life before. She tells Satsuki that despite how she looks, she wants to thank her for saving her life. She tells Satsuki that Mamon always told her to be mindful of the people around her. She opens the locker and tells Satsuki that it is nothing fancy, but it is something she can never have too much of, so she requests Satsuki to accept her gift. Satsuki realizes she has one-sidedly considered Kagurazaka her rival. She is pleased to listen and greatly thanks Kagurazaka. She thinks that she little misunderstood Kagurazaka. Ikoma sees a massive locker in which she has kept the present, and so he knows that they are talking about Kagurazaka here. so he wonders if it is a big weapon or something. Kagurazaka takes out the present from the locker and gives it to Satsuki, informing her that it is from an up-and-coming, well-known German brand called Kirschbar. She also lets Satsuki know that it is a limited edition item designed to commemorate the company's 5th anniversary. Satsuki may have misinterpreted Kagurazaka since she thought him ruthless, cold, and practical. Ikoma, however, is observing them and wonders if Kagurazaka was telling the truth when she said that she would never be able to have enough of them. He also wonders how many of those items she has at home. Satsuki hugged the bear and thanked Kagurazaka, but she didn't know how she would carry that teddy bear home. Suddenly, Ikoma received a notification from the Demon Defense Office. It was an emergency alert in which it was informed that a Class C monster disaster had occurred in Moriyama District, Tokyo, so all of them were requested to evacuate to a safe place. Ikoma tells them it is another monster disaster near Moriyama, and Satsuki also lets them know there has been a lot recently. Kagurazaka, who is also present and sees her mobile phone, tells them that the outbreak source is Mizunagi Town, although it is outside the district. Fortunately, it is not that far. She tells Ikoma and Satsuki that they should go there immediately. Ikoma tells them that because it is a Class C disaster, it is a portal suitable for adventurers around level 40. He believes they should not have any problem taking it down. He knows that low-level disasters are not uncommon, so they are also not thoroughly monitored. But he wonders and tries to remember if this portal disaster happened in his past life. He thinks it might be worth retracing his memory and comparing the Adventurers Guild public database with the data of the previous world. He searched on his phone and was shocked to see it was a flood from the C-class portal Spirit Garden. Satsuki asks Ikoma if he knows about it. He tells Satsuki that the recommended garden level is level 40. As its name suggests, it is a portal where many plant-type monsters appear. He believes that the problem is its boss, the life tree, Gyakurina. He knows that as a portal boss, it is not strong no matter what. They cannot simply afford to leave the portal. He suggests to Satsuki and Kagurazaka that they must recognize it as just an everyday C-class portal, so he says they should go as far as possible to stop the flood. Ikoma thinks he should have an insurance plan, so he immediately messages Hoshinen and tells her he has a favor to ask her. The three of them leave for the portal. The guy sent by the Chimera Fang is standing there and watching them. He feels the situation is relaxing and realizes he doubted him, but the flood happened. He looks at his movies and thinks that predicting monster disasters alone could make a person a billionaire. He wonders what they are thinking and the purpose of galvanizing some third-class entertainers. He calls them and informs them that the three of them are already on their way to reach there. He asks him to send him his live location. The guy thinks he can now hope Ikoma will entertain him. They see the thorny devil in front of them with level 24. Kagurazaka activates her Crimson Blade to attack the monster. Meanwhile, Ikoma also ordered Akasha to activate her Fire Web. When Akasha activates her Fire Web, she throws it at the monster. During the fight, Satsuki holds a monster in her hand and squeezes its head. She is doing mana drain from the monster. She informs Ikoma and Kagurazaka that she has found some suitable monsters, so she has replenished her MP and will restore both of their MP too. After restoring her mana, she throws the monster away and goes to Ikoma to restore his mana. On the contrary, Kagurazaka saves a kid and ensures her that everything is fine. Satsuki tells Ikoma that the monsters here are weak compared to the previous floods. She lets him know that they also found people from the Demon Defense Agency, so at the current rate, it will be settled very soon. He denies it and informs her that this time, the case is worse than the previous flood. He tells Satsuki that there is the portal boss, the life tree spirit Gyakurina. He knows it can throw monsters at a person while fleeing at a high speed. She asks Ikoma what happens if it does flee. Ikoma informs her that it is a kind of monster that is easy to deal with on the boss floor. But now that the escape area has expanded, it is a different story. He knows that if they cannot defeat it, then the damage from the flood will continue to increase without an end. And so no matter what, they cannot allow it to escape into the city. Kagurazaka, with the kid, heard the talk of Ikoma and Satsuki and thought there was no way. She asks Ikoma if the monster he talks about can be found easily. Ikoma informs her that the monster is tiny among the boss monsters, and in addition to that, the monster hardly ever approaches those who have a higher level than itself. Though he thinks that with their current levels, they should not be losing to it. Chasing after it without any strategy will be tough. He shows his missile to them and informs them that he has already taken steps to prevent it, but Hoshinen has not replied. She tells him they have no choice but to disperse their forces. She tells him that they are at a level where they can fight the boss single-handedly, so if they disperse their forces, they can cover more ground. In addition to that, she also informs them that they need to get this kid to a safe place. Satsuki feels that it is the best course of action. Ikoma has a bad feeling about the flood of this time. He knows that the monster disaster did not occur in the previous world, and it is the worst combination of a flood and a portal boss, so it feels like someone is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. He believes that chasing Gyakurina alone does not guarantee they finish it, but it is the same, even if it is the three of them. Satsuki and Kagurazaka got his point, and then they all decided to move in opposite directions, centered on the area where the damage occurred. He instructs them to inform them immediately if anything unusual happens there. On the other hand, the guy with the mask is eating his food when someone else suddenly comes in and attacks him. The guy who just comes and attacks him informs him that he knows he is Sayatomo Kira, also known as the Collector. He tells him he knows he is a robber targeting high-level hunters. Sayatomo hides behind the table and tells the guy that he doesn't have manners because he ruined his precious Asahi special. He says that if he is here to execute, he must at least wait for him to finish his meal. Anyway, he thinks about how to attack him from the cover. He tells them that he has heard about him and that a guy is around with jingling masks and rings, so he lets him know that he has been killing trash like him to gain levels and fame. He introduces himself to Sayatomo and lets him know that he is an A-class adventurer who is a bounty hunter, and his name is Kamuro Kaina. Sayatomo tells Kamuro that he is not in the mood for a fight and asks him what he thinks about going after the monsters like a hero. Kamuro laughs as he feels that killing a C-class boss does not give him much experience or fame. He believes that killing a trash criminal like Sayatomo would be the best. He tells Sayatomo that he doesn't care about the monster disaster because he is interested in killing him. Sayatomo gets frustrated after listening to him and simply tells him that he is not in the mood for that because he thinks that killing him is not exciting and there is no meaning to it. He believes that his hands would get dirtied by the blood of a fool. He says Kamuro is very generous, so he will forgive him for both of his attacks and ruining his Asahi special. He asks Kamuro if he can seriously back down because he is not feeling it. Kamuro, after listening to him, calls him a criminal scum and warns him not to talk to him with such disrespect. In Class A, he knows that familiars consume a lot of MP, so he thinks they must be cautious of the battle dragging on. He decides to pretend to go on the offensive while preserving his MP and making him waste his MP. He is determined that after that, he will bait out a critical opening and take them down with a single strike. Sayatomo laughs and tells Kamuro that he will teach him what a surprise attack is and how it is done. He immediately attacked Kamuro from the back, and as soon as he attacked Kamuro, the blood of him started flowing from his body. Kamuro is so surprised and wonders when he attacks him from behind. He knows that it should not be possible to deploy two familiars simultaneously in normal conditions, so he doesn't understand what he did. He also uses a murderous doll of a contrived beheading. He informs Kamuro while showing his middle finger that he had that familiar watchguard outside from the beginning and calls Kamuro an idiot. Sayatomo tells Kamuro that he was expecting the same of a sorcerer, as he is sure someone specializing in suicide attacks will be sturdy. He tells Kamuro that anyone from the mediocre class would have been shredded. Kamuro, after listening to him, starts requesting that he not kill him. He tells Sayatomo he has a lot of money in his account. Anyway, Sayatomo does not accept his requests. He tells Kamuro that he has always been an Amanajaku if he knows, so if someone says something like this, it gets under his skin. In addition to that, he believes that it is also quite offensive to be thought of as a scumbag who flips at the sight of money because he super hates that thing. Suddenly, he sees more people coming his way. He realizes that the flashy magic of that idiot had drawn them here. He sees a monster that goes inside that place, but the demon defense members attack the monster. Sayatomo sees that it is Ghoul, who specializes in durability, and wonders if it got one shot from a distance. Mayumi attacked him and told Yurikaze, also standing near him, that he was planning to get him in one shot, but that thing protected him. Yurikaze activates her spread wind power and attacks Sayatomo. When he sees that they have attacked him, Sayatomo wonders what they are doing to a perfectly fine store. He sees that after that adventure Kamuro, the demon defense members are attacking him and realizes that the news spread like fire. He wonders if really this is what he gets after going out for a bit. He sees that the demon defense members have pushed him back and rescued the sorcerer. He notices that they are not some ordinary demon defense squad, but they are pretty experienced. He sees the man standing before him. He thinks he looks familiar and feels he is the second-class demon defense officer, Mayumi Taoya. He sees that the demon defense squad level people use a standardized method to get more potent steadily. He knows that the restrictions and rules are stringent, so it is hard for uniquely talented individuals to emerge as new adventurers. However, he sees him and realizes he is one of the few exceptions because he is one of the best from the demon defense squad. He smirked after seeing Mayumi and thought he didn't need to gauge his abilities, so he concluded that he had already passed. Anyway, he knows that he cannot help himself because he always ends up wanting to kill miserable, righteous big shots like him. However, he knows that if he fights head-on, his chances of winning are 50-50 at the very best. Apart from that, he sees that there are 3 extras, too. He sees that the area is ablaze in flames, and because of that, his defensive familiar ghoul is on a cooldown. Moreover, he knows that Mayumi is a bad match for him because he is a mid-range fighter with limited close-range techniques, so he realizes that if he is going to do it now, his only option is to recognize the situation and separate himself from the rest of his team, and if he spends too much time and MP here, then the other work will be tossed aside. He decides to let it go this time because he is the type who saves his favorite food for later. He is about to jump from there when suddenly Yurikaze sees him and tells Mayumi that the class A criminal collector has shown himself. Mayumi loads his attack to kill Sayatome with his flame strike. As soon as he launches his attack, Yurikaze gets happy that they did it, but Mayumi tells her they have not done it until now. He informs Yurikaze that Sayatome is a slime familiar, so he uses it as a decoy and escapes. She sees Sayatome on the top of the roof and asks Mayumi if they should chase after him to catch him, but Mayumi refuses. The reason for not going after him is that suppressing the monster disaster is their utmost priority at the moment, and he knows that Sayatome is a dangerous man. He thinks it is not a situation where they should chase after just one person. He instructs Yurikaze to use her magic to extinguish the fire anyway. She agrees to follow his order. He further tells her that they will return to handling the monster disaster as soon as they are done interrogating that man. The scene shifts to where Kagurazaka is fighting with the Fairy Garden portal boss, Gayakarina, who is level 38. Kagurazaka never expected that she would be the one to find the portal boss. A status window appears mentioning the Nightmare Garden. A lot of monsters come out of the Nightmare Garden. Kagurazaka takes her sword out to attack them. She activates her Crimson Blade, tells them they are in her way, and gives them a brutal hit. She sees that many other monsters also appear, so she realizes that there is no end to them at this rate. She is going to get away, so it is all or nothing, so now she is going for the win. She activates her Inferno Break. A status window appears stating that she can use this ability by consuming 44 HP. In addition to that, she is also informed that she has converted her life force into dark magic and infused it into her strikes. She leaps towards the monsters as she believes she can do it and catch up. She decides to end it with one strike. As soon as she leaps towards the monster, she looks at another monster and wonders if he created a monster to use as a shield. She attacks that monster, and after attacking it, she sees that there are a lot of other monsters, too, which she believes might be a little problematic. She looks at those monsters and feels annoyed. On the other hand, Ikoma is running to find the monster, but he cannot see it. He thinks that he should try looking for it from a higher place. He suddenly realizes that he doesn't have time for that. Meanwhile, his phone beeps. He checked his phone and saw the messages from Kagurazaka. She informed him that she had found it, but it got away. She sent him the location and told him that the monster ran somewhere around this area. Ikoma appreciated her and instructed her to mark the area and reset the designated directions again. She thinks they cannot go down just yet and wonders if they can. Ikoma attacks the monster. A status window appears that notifies him that he has gained 36 EXP. In addition to that, he has also gained 28 EXP. Ikoma sees another monster standing before him. The monster uses its solar thermal light to attack Ikoma. Ikoma also uses his powers and rises high in the sky to attack the monster. He attacks the monster using his sword. He receives a notification that he has gained 56 EXP. After seeing that update, he already knew about it. But he believes that it is still too bad that the amount of points a person earns for a kill is meager when there is a big difference between him and the monster. He feels that it is not an appealing ordeal because he is on level 58, while the monster is just on level 25. He knows that it does not matter how many monsters he kills because it feels endless. He wonders if it is because Gyakurina is spreading the monsters. He realizes that they have to hurry up and kill the monster. Suddenly, he heard a voice from behind and saw what Ikoma did. Ikoma turns his face back. He sees a man complimenting him, saying he swept away those monsters just now, which is awesome. He told Ikoma that it was awesome. Ikoma asks the guy if he is an adventurer who came to help with the monster disaster. He informs Ikoma that powerful adventurers must put their lives on the line for the sake of helpless civilians. After listening to him, Ikoma wonders if he is a peculiar one anyway. After saying that, the guy tells Ikoma that he is an E-class hunter, and his class is a villager, so he hesitates to say he is a powerful adventurer. Ikoma has never heard of a villager class because it is scarce. He informs Ikoma that once a person reaches level 10, he is represented with a choice between several classes. The exact options a person gets depend on how he has distributed their skill points until then. In addition to that, it also depends on the starting skill distribution, so the villager will always be an option for his class. He was told that if he somehow reached level 10 without getting the standard amount of skill points and did not invest in traditional offensive skills, then his options would become quite limited, so much so that he might be forced to pick one of the weakest classes. He suggested that he use a great sword from his tutorial uncle, and had a recommendation, too. He told Ikoma that the guild advises all of them to try and avoid being forced to pick a weak class like that. But he wanted to choose a cooler class, but this was his only option. After hearing him, Ikoma realizes that though it is rare, but not impossible, his random initial parameter values must have been low. He comes near Ikoma and asks if he is Ikoma, the one with the RAR 6E gravity class. Ikoma asks him if he knows about him, and he informs Ikoma that, of course, if one is active in a guild in Tokyo, they would hear about him. Apart from that, his achievements are also legendary. Moreover, he also showed up on Hoshinen's channel. Ikoma learns that the guy is a Hoshinen viewer. He tells Ikoma that his female friends love Hoshinen so much, and also lets Ikoma know that he already knew that he would be crazy good. But the real thing was even more incredible than that. He desires to go to Ikoma and be a gravity user like him. Anyway, Ikoma can leave and say sorry to him because he doesn't have enough time for small talk. He tells the guy that he needs to get going now. The guy requests Ikoma to wait. He tells Ikoma that he respects him, and if he doesn't mind, he asks Ikoma if they can both do the task together. Ikoma tells him that he is in E-class, which means that he is around level 20 and will be tough for him, even against these monsters. He informs the guy that he is chasing after the portal boss, so he suggests it would be better for him to focus on rescuing the evacuees. The guy takes out an item and shows it to Ikoma. That item is the enhancement item. So, the enhancement item is the healing crystal. He informs Ikoma that the villager is the only class with the skill to enhance items, and he ensures Ikoma that if he will let him assist him, then he won't let him down. Ikoma sees him and realizes that he doesn't have any plan to back down, so he tells the guy that it is just the case that he doesn't think he needs any help. Ikoma realizes that they need to find Gyakurina as soon as possible, so he can't afford to spend time with someone whose level of intentions is unknown. Suddenly, his phone beeped as he received a message from Hoshinen. He messaged Hoshinen before coming to the portal that he needed her to use her fame to track the boss's movement path, and informed her that it was like a giant slug. Hoshinen now sent him a link to her channel, which has around 1,520,000 followers. On her channel, she uploaded a video informing her followers that the Moriyama district is in a terrible state due to a monster disaster. She requested her followers to tweet the monster's location if anyone saw it. She instructed everyone to use her hashtag, which is Hoshinen's informative provision. In addition to that, she also tells her followers that it would be nice if they also attached a photo of the monster. The response starts coming from her followers. Whenever they see the monster, they post a picture of that monster along with the address where it was last seen. A follower of hers posted the picture and told the address, which is Moriyama District, Mizumioka 645. Another follower of hers also updated the monster's location using her Hoshinen informative provision hashtag and informed that the monster ran away at a ridiculous speed. It was last seen in Moriyama District, Nishiazaki 412-7. Hoshinin tells her followers that she is very happy that they are searching for the monster for her, but she also requests that they not overdo it because it is hazardous. Ikoma sees that since it's disaster information, the video of Hoshinin has been shared over 10,000 times. He feels so grateful to her because of her video. The monster's location is continuously updated. Ikoma realizes that they can now track its movements, so it may be possible to anticipate and be at the location beforehand. He sees the photo one of her followers shared and learns it is from the location, which seems very close to them. He thinks that if his hypothesis is correct, he can corner it. However, he knows that Gyakurina is also very fast. He thinks that now the escape range has widened, so he wonders if he can catch and finish it by himself. He knows that Satsuki and Kagurazaka are also far away, and he doesn't have the time to wait for them, so he decides to share the video for now. As he shared the video, after sharing it, he remembered that guy still standing there, so he turned his face and asked him to tell his name. The guy informs Ikoma that his name is Wajima Aki. After hearing his name, Ikoma tells Aki he wants to subjugate the portal boss, Gyakurina. He tells Aki it is dangerous and asks if he would still like to help him. Aki is going with Ikoma and feels so honored, but he cannot believe that the person he admires asked him for his help. He ensures Ikoma that he will do whatever it takes to complete the mission and requests Ikoma not to hesitate to ask anything from him. Ikoma replies to Aki that it is great. Aki is looking at Ikoma and noticing that he has been looking at his phone the entire time, so he asks Ikoma what exactly he is doing. Ikoma informs him that it is the Fairy Garden's portal boss Gyakurina's movement path. He explains to Aki and shows the map that it is the compilation of its sighting. Though he sees many detours, he notices that it is heading north. Ikoma tells Aki, as it seems to him, that the thing prefers shadows of apartment buildings and skyscrapers. So basically, according to the hypothesis of people, the monster Gyakurina avoids places with strong sunlight. He thinks that the reason behind it must be because it does not want its body to dry. It appears by saying the locations of it that when it is not in contact with a threat, it is not particularly fast. Moreover, if they can ambush it from both sides after luring it into an alleyway, they can defeat it. After listening to Ikoma, Aki thinks it is where he comes in handy and asks Ikoma if he is saying right. He is impressed to see that Ikoma is handling a monster disaster while gathering information and analyzing the situation to this extent. He goes near Ikoma and appreciates him by saying he is an amazing person, so he admires him so much. When he heard it, Ikoma told Aki that it was getting creepy, so now he should stop saying these kinds of things. But Aki does not stop there. In fact, he continues to tell Ikoma that because he seems to be a little younger than him, but he is so reliable, he feels slightly jealous of him. The main reason for the jealousy is that he is 28 years old on the inside, and he is especially accustomed to portal-related issues. He further tells Ikoma that he often felt that he resembled his older brother, who is clever, has a genius-like aura, and has a strong sense of justice. He informs Ikoma that he has always admired him and starts crying to think how difficult it was being compared all the time. Ikoma is looking at Aki, who is crying abruptly, so he wonders if he can rely on him. Suddenly, Ikoma's phone beeped as he received a message. The notification was from the Hoshinin channel. The message states that the killer Sayatomo Kira was causing trouble for the Demon Defense Squad. Although unrelated to the portal boss, Hoshinin was advised to be careful. Ikoma remembers Sayatomo Kira, who is also known as the Collector, and if he recalls it properly, he remembers that he was a criminal known for repeatedly targeting high-level adventurers to kill and rob them. Apart from that, Sayatomo has a rare combat style centered on using familiars in battle. There are so few references to him that he cannot picture him very well. He remembers that in the previous world, the Demon Defense Squad launched an attack on his hideout with 20 people and killed him. During that incident, more than half of them became casualties. He remembers that it was reported that time in the newspaper that 12 members of the Demon Defense Squad were killed or injured. He wonders if the thing is that the Moriyama district is his hunting ground at the moment, or if it is just that he happened to be present where the disaster occurred. He thinks he is assuming wrong because these strange coincidences happen too frequently. He remembers that even in the Illusion Library, the members of the Dark Organization were present, and their target was probably the Ring of Wisdom. He wonders if that means that there is someone who knows more about the portal than him, and if they are controlling their disposable force from the dark and scheming something. Aki looks at Ikoma's facial expressions and asks him what has happened to him because he is making such a serious face. However, Ikoma knows that there is no solid proof of this, so he thinks that he is just overthinking it. He answers Aki's question and tells him that there is nothing serious. He thinks that he should now deal with the problem at hand and tells Aki that it seems there was a sighting of a murderer. Aki gets scared after hearing about a murderer. Anyway, Ikoma informs him that the family restaurant at which they fought is near them. So he tells Aki that it is better if they don't contact him. However, he informs Aki by showing his mobile phone to him that Sayatome is not someone an E-class adventurer can take on. So he instructs Aki that if he happens to see him, he has to return to him immediately. Aki is getting scared after hearing about the murder anyway. Ikoma's phone is constantly vibrating because he continuously receives eyewitness reports of Gyakurna from people. On the channel Hoshonen, one of the viewers posted that he was stunned to take the picture. But there was a huge slug running through Morima district, Western Point 262. Ikoma thinks that they can go ahead of it and corner it because it is closed now. Anyway, he believes that it is still early, but he decides to share the information with Satsuki and Kagurazaka. Conversely, Aki gets nervous and scared of thinking about what they will do if they encounter the monster. Ikoma tells him that he has a plan that they will follow to corner the boss. He informs Aki that they will split into two and ambush it from both sides to kill that thing. He tells Aki they should go and kill the monster. Aki also gets geared up to do that with Ikoma. Ikoma tells Aki that it is easier to guide it if they take advantage of its aversion to sunlight. He informs Aki that he will detour and drive Gyakurina into this alleyway. He explains to Aki in detail and shows him the map so that he can understand, and shows Aki the direction of travel of the monster Gyakurina, and informs him that when it reaches the opposite side, he wants him to block its way. Ikoma tells Aki that he can scare the monster enough not to want to escape through his side, and so he asks Aki if he can manage his side. Aki tells Ikoma that he has several items to make the most of the villager class. He has a lot of cards in his hand. He ensures Ikoma that he can do it and tells him to leave that task to him, as he will ensure that the Gyakurina monster cannot pass through. Ikoma says that if anything unexpected happens, he must not worry about him and save himself by running as fast as possible. Before splitting up, Aki wanted to ask a question from Ikoma, so he asked why he became an adventurer. He clears his question to Ikoma that the thing he wants to say is that he knows that the rank of the portal boss this time is not that high for a top-notch adventurer like him. So he asks Ikoma if he doesn't feel that it is an annoying job without much of a reward. Ikoma stops him from asking weird questions from him. When Aki listens to Ikoma, he immediately starts apologizing to him. Anyway, Ikoma tells him that he is, after all, right, and he became an adventurer to know just how much his powers can be of use to people, which is probably his #1 reason. He informs Aki that he is also willing to die for this thing, but it is just now that there are things that only he can do, which he believes are the things that only he can save. So, he thinks it is more of a sense of responsibility than a vague desire to stop the monster disaster. After giving a detailed answer, Ikoma looks at Aki, who seems sleepy. Ikoma gets a little embarrassed and asks if that answer satisfies him. He tells Aki that it is not something that he can share with everyone and asks him if it is clear to him. Aki tells Ikoma that the answer he gave him is enough, and then thanks Ikoma because now he is loving him even more than before. Anyway, Ikoma tells him they don't have enough time, so now they should split up. As soon as they split up, they both go in opposite directions according to the plan. The monster is wandering around the road. Ikoma sees the monster, Gyakurina, and finds it before him. He activates his Garan skill and attacks the monster so that he gets scared. The monster runs from there fast. Ikoma sees that he drove it into their planned route, so now the plan is all up to Ake. Ikoma attacks the monster, who is now making horrible sounds. He is running after the monster and believes that he can do it because, in his current state, he can catch up with the monster. The monster activates its Nightmare Garden, and many other monsters come out by activating it. Ikoma also activates his inverse gravity and rushes to attack the monster again. The monster attacks Ikoma, but he tells the monster that it is too bad for it because it cannot slow him in this way. When he was about to reach and attack the monster, all of a sudden, he saw the monster launch his attack and throw a monster towards him from its body. Ikoma sees the monster throwing a detached monster as a shield at an opponent who cannot change their course midair. Ikoma realizes it is the same as the information that Kagurazaka gave him anyway. He tells the monster not to think it can fight against a gravity user. Ikoma swings his sword and attacks the monster. The monster immediately activates its flight instincts. Ikoma knows that in an injured state, users can increase their speed exponentially by consuming MP, which he thinks is a problematic skill that enables the user to escape from the enemy. However, he knows the flight instincts have a long cooldown, so it cannot be used for the next hour as it is now unavailable. He, however, knows that the street is a one-way street, and Iki is standing on the opposite end, so they are now entirely prepared to take on Gyakurina. The monster is running toward Iki, who is already standing. Iki sees the monster, though he is already so scared. Aki looks at the monster and cannot believe that it all went according to plan. He smiled, thinking that Ikoma could lead a monster this fast into this specific route, and even if the monster extermination unit were to move out, he doubted that they would be able to achieve it. He takes out the item as he realizes he must do what he was supposed to do now. He looks at the item enhancement and throws it towards the monster, saying to take it. He looks at the monster he is now attacking. He sees that it is just like what he heard from Ikoma, that Gyakurina is very weak and timid to fire and won't rush into the flames on its own. He gets so happy that he did it and tells Ikoma that he has completed the task. Ikoma looks at the monster and appreciates Iki for his excellent work. Ikoma tells the monster that he is now cornered, so they will not let the monster run away. He sees the monster roaring. Anyway, he says to the monster that he doubts that it still has much HP and MP left, and even its trump card, which was the flight instinct, has now been used by it, so the flight instinct is on cooldown. He asks Gyakurina what it is now going to do and asks if it will try to get past him. The monster activates its Nightmare Garden. A status window shows that it has activated its fighting instincts, and the Life Tree Spirit, Gyakurina, has been activated in combat mode. The monster starts getting prepared to attack Ikoma. Ikoma looks at the monster and sees that it has reconstructed itself to specialize in defense and attack instead of speed. He thought that the only thing the monster could do was run, but it did not run away. Iki says to Ikoma that they should retreat for now. The monster roars and is about to kill Ikoma. Aki starts running as he is terrified of being killed while Ikoma still looks at the monster. He feels like the monster is getting desperate. He swings his sword and attacks the monster. Aki looks at Ikoma while he attacks the monster with his sword, and Aki concludes that it is fantastic. The monster starts finding Ikoma all over to attack him. Ikoma jumps toward the monster, asks what is wrong with it, and lets it know that he is right in front of it. Ikoma also activates his skill, Igaran, and attacks the monster. The monster is screaming, and it gets killed with the brutal attack Ikoma. A status window states that Ikoma has gained 1 in 135 EXP. Aki is delighted to see Ikoma win. Anyway, he realizes that Ikoma has shown him what he is made of, so he is passed. He concludes that Ikoma has passed as one of his targets, so he gets full marks. He sees Iki getting happy, and Ikoma knows that now they have defeated Gyakurina. He takes his phone out, thinking he should inform Satsuki and Kagurazaka that he has defeated the monster. He messaged them that they had defeated Gyakurina, so it would be great if they met up soon. He looks at Iki and thanks him for helping him out because he believes that if he were alone, Gyakurina would have escaped. He tells Iki that all the credit goes to him because he defeated the monster. Aki starts laughing, as he is unable to believe that he is getting praised by Ikoma. He tells Ikoma that he is happy, but he is a little embarrassed too. He informs Ikoma that some time ago, he was worried that he would not be able to pull his weight because of this class. But now, with this, he feels like he can work a little longer to help many people. Many tell Iki from what he knows that, fundamentally, there is no superiority or inferiority among the class. The reason for that is because everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. He thinks the problem, whether it suits the user himself or not, is a completely different story. So he informs Iki that a villager has a lot of versatility as long as he prepares himself beforehand. He tells Iki that he believes they were able to capture Gyakurina because of that. He instructs Iki that as long as he doesn't lose sight of his strong suit, he will be able to go much further. He suggests Iki not forget that he is a man who went up against a portal boss who is twice his level. Iki feels impressed by Ikoma. He asks Ikoma to tell him, as a gravity user, what he thinks is the strongest trait of that class. Ikoma starts thinking before answering his question, and then tells him that the strength of the gravity user is that the limit of the class won't restrict the potential of the user's ability to reach the peak. Aki, after listening to Ikoma's answer, is impressed by him, as he thinks that Ikoma is aiming for a completely different stage. He goes near Ikoma and tells him that he will cheer him on, as he knows he has the potential to do so. Ikoma gets confused when he sees him anyway, so he thanks him. He says to Aki that they should leave the place for now because there have been witness statements citing a murderer in this area, but well, he doubts that he would be out in this open like this. He turns his face and informs Aki that he believes that once the monster's attack is over, he will run away. He is facing the other side while a man jumps to attack him. Ikoma noticed that and immediately swung his sword to block the attack on him. He attacks that man and realizes, as he guesses, that he has decided to attack him. He sees the collector in front of him. He sees that the thing he is seeing is not a monster but a familiar one, and he knows that type of opponent is troublesome. The familiar activates the murder puppet to attack Ikoma. Ikoma looks at its attack while the guy comes behind him to attack him. Ikoma, in return, instantly attacks that guy with his sword. The guy falls, although Ikoma realizes that he cannot feel the point of contact. He sees that it is a slime, not a proper human. Meanwhile, Aki steps forward towards Ikoma, saying that he has observed him for so long. Aki concludes that he is a man who is worth his time killing, and saying that he is about to attack Ikoma at his back. Ikoma feels the attack and immediately turns his face back, blocking Aki's attack. He kicks Aki and throws him away. Aki says to him that he kicked him for real, and asks him if he can't hold back a little, because if he were the weak Aki-chan, he would have died from that kick. Ikoma tells Aki that he is not a Kai, but he knows that he is the collector, the murderer Sayatomo Akira, who collects adventurer corpses. He caught Ikoma's attention with a malaise and attacked him from a blind spot with the assassin-type killer doll. Even though he caught him at arm's length, he still dealt with it as if it were nothing, so he thinks that Ikoma is a prize beyond his expectations. He looks at Ikoma and tells him that he knows he is panicking despite appearing to be nonchalant. Ikoma tells Sayatomo that he has already accounted for his possibility of being Sayatomo Akira. He knows that even in the original timeline, the information about Sayatomo was not shared publicly. The only photo of him available was from when he was a student, and even his class was not disclosed, and it remained a secret. However, no class is inherently capable of making rings, which are its main source of damage. Due to its horrific MP cost, it was mainly used to increase the variety of attacks one could deliver, which was a supplementary item at best. However, he knows that there is a special skill that is only available to the villager's class. The item holder has the ability to limit the MP cost when using items. He knows that if the villager decides to invest all of his skill points into the item holder's skill, then theoretically, it would be possible for that person to use rings as his main source of damage. Sayatomo, when listening to Ikoma, laughs and says that he is just bluffing meaninglessly because, in that case, he believes that there should not be a reason to even observe him in the first place. Ikoma informs Sayatomo that it would be extremely difficult for him to corner the Gyakurina on his own, and he is not sure when he would be able to get another chance like this again. Assuming that he is the collector, he betted on the fact that he would play along with his plans to earn his trust. He tells Sayatomo that the worst outcome for him would have been to agitate him by accident and be compelled to commit to a battle without dealing with the boss. Sayatomo realizes after hearing Ikoma rather than his own safety that he wonders if Ikoma chose the possibility of the fastest way to resolve the monster attack. Anyway, he concludes and says to Ikoma that he already expected from him that he was the best. He says to Ikoma that he supposes there are occasions when showing filial piety to that old is worthwhile. He informs Ikoma that he still has a ton of familiars left, so he asks Ikoma to show him how he is going to overcome all of this. He tells Ikoma they should enjoy this while it lasts, saying he has taken out his weapon. Ikoma cannot get a read on Sayatomo because he feels too abnormal. In addition, he is already used to PvP. He knows that though Sayatomo is a villager, he thinks that Sayatomo is probably on a higher level than him, so he doubts if he will be able to get an advantage, even with his physical stats. Moreover, his MP is low because of his fight with Gyakurina, so he realizes that he has to watch out for the powerful attacks of Sayatomo. He knows that he can't force his way through this fight when he does not have enough information. The last but not most minor thing that he thinks is that he assumes him to use every sly tactic he has in the book, so he feels that he should do what he thinks is right now, and he starts running. Sayatomo is shocked to see him running and thinks that Ikoma already solved the portal. He wonders if Ikoma is trying to run to a place where there are many people to escape anyway. Anyway, he decides not to let Ikoma run at any cost. He attacks Ikoma from the backside of him. He notices that Ikoma is not even looking back, much less slowing down. He decides to use his executioner murder puppet. He knows that the advantage of utilizing that puppet is the difficulty of keeping track of it, as well as the ability to kill without making a sound. He thinks that it does not matter how he feels about it, because there is no way that he can deal with it by just looking at it. He wonders if he just fearlessly dealt with it with the minimal amount of movement needed. He wonders if Ikoma is a human. He asks Ikoma if he is thinking that he will let him get away because he will not let a fine jewel like him. He sees all around him, but he does not see Ikoma anywhere. He realizes that Ikoma is gone because he cannot see him anywhere. He hears no sound and realizes there is no sound anymore, so he wonders if Ikoma hid behind some object. He then thinks that there is no chance that Ikoma would play such a bad hand without information about what kind of familiars he has, so he believes that there is no way that Ikoma would act so naive. The other possibility that comes to his mind is that Ikoma might be above him. Ikoma attacks Sayatome from above, but his attack gets blocked by him because he activates a familiar, the one that crushes Iblis. Ikoma sees that Sayatome has blocked his attack. Ikoma is told by Sayatome that he made the right choice by baiting him into a back alley with lots of blind spots, assuming he would give pursuit. He believed that Ikoma was attempting to eliminate his advantage and, if at all possible, to attack from his blind zone and hope for a fortunate strike. He laughs and tells Ikoma that it is not enough to kill him, though. Ikoma looks at him and sees that he is summoning 3 familiars at the same time. He thinks that it is possible that Sayatome can summon more as well. He believes that Sayatome has spent all of his skill points on item strengthening and item holding. Ikoma knows that it is true that he would be solid if he just gathered a bunch of familiars after reaching a high level. But he should have been able to fight. He was at a low level with that build. He sees that Sayatome has launched too many attacks towards him. He is blocking those attacks with his sword. He sees that he is using the min-maxing way of allocating his points and wonders how he is making this work. Sayatome concludes that it is so fun doing that. He remembers an old memory of when he attacked between the gaps of the armor on purpose. At that still, he concluded that he was enjoying it. He thought that it was really fun to mess them up with underhanded tactics. A talented person has done nothing wrong in life and has lived the right path throughout his life. Ikoma asks Sayatome if he is cahoots with Chimera Fang. Sayatome looks at Ikoma cluelessly. Ikoma tells Sayatome that he already knew the flood would happen, so he asks why he is going after him. Sayatome sees that Ikoma has even deduced all this anyway. He laughs and tells Ikoma that he has no interest in helping out that older adult. Well, he accepts that it would be a lie if he said that no one is pulling the strings behind him. He assures Ikoma that he will tell him about it if he manages to win against him, but he doubts it would be possible. He activates the fiddling of the assassin-type killer doll that launches her attack on Ikoma. Ikoma realizes it is much faster and stronger than the normal strings anyway. Sayatome knows that he would be at a clear advantage if he landed a hit, but he cannot seem to scratch him. If realizes that if he thinks about it, it is pronounced that he is overwhelming advantageous in this situation, but when he looks at the eyes of Ikoma, he realizes that the eyes of Ikoma seem to tell that he has not given up on trying to find a way to win against him. He believes dragging this fight is simply a waste of his MP, so he finishes it with this attack. He uses the Cursed Demon Rogel, which is the 4th familiar to him. When Ikoma sees the Cheese Demon Rogel, he learns it is the 4th family. Anyway, Sayatome attacks Ikoma, thinking that if he drags the fight, he will be the dumbest person on Earth who runs out of MP, ultimately, so he decides to finish the fight in one go. He then activates his 5th familiar, the Cursed God Zophie, which makes sound when activated. Ikoma looks at the 5 familiars of Sayatome and thinks that being able to maintain 5 familiars at a single time is just beyond expectations. He looks at the family and realizes that the family is not the type to attack head-on. However, he is happy because he finally sees the limits of Sayatome Akira, so he thinks it is time to counterattack. Ikoma sees that thing and realizes it is very troublesome, so he realizes he needs time to determine its nature. But he doubts that he can afford to do that. He attacks the family of Sayatome. As soon as he attacks that slime family, he realizes that even it is not getting broken, while Sayatome attacks Ikoma. Ikoma survives his attack, and he tells Ikoma that it is fun because he is the first person to survive his attack. He knows that he would have lost without question if they were to fight head-on, but his strategies are impeccable. Ikoma rushes from there, asking Ikoma what is wrong with him and telling him to come at him once again. He asks Ikoma if he is going to stay defensive the whole time. Ikoma knows that he can use the gravity half to evade the hand of the devil and to keep his distance. However, he is also aware that if he does this, the damage will continue to accumulate in his body. He feels grateful to him for investing everything in his item-type skill, which enabled him to achieve the impossible feat of summoning multiple family members simultaneously. He doubts his MP consumption is manageable, but he knows that if the situation continues, he will probably be the first to give out. In addition, he knows that Saotome is also a commander, and the familiars have the backs of each other, and they are careful of friendly fire. Though he is known as a battle maniac, he is thorough and can handle any situation. However, now he has come to understand the strengths and weaknesses of each familiar, as well as his strategy and personality. Ikoma believes that it does not matter how sturdy the fortress wall is, because if there is any hole in it, he will have to mess up its position and destroy it completely before he can fix it. He knows that the battle will be determined at that moment. Saotome sees Ikoma and realizes he is not losing hope despite his predicament. He wonders if Ikoma is going to entertain him more. Ikoma kicks a stone and increases the distance the stone travels by manipulating gravity. After seeing it, Saotome wonders what Ikoma is trying to do anyway. After doing that, Ikoma starts running towards Saotome to attack him, as now he has all the information he needs, so he decides to fight Saotome. Saotome looks at Ikoma and asks if he has agreed to come at him first. He orders his family, Rogel, to crush Ikoma immediately. Rogel roars as he is going to attack Ikoma. As soon as he launches his attack, he sees that Ikoma kicks in the favorite Rogel, making him fall to the ground. Saotome, after witnessing that sight, wonders if Ikoma is an acrobat or what, but he is feeling very fascinated by him. Anyway, he feels like in a place like this, Ikoma is just begging for the executioner murder puppet to attack him. He activates his executioner murder to attack Ikoma. However, he knows he cannot apply the advantage of numbers in aerial combat. Hence, someone as cautious as he will attack with the cursed god, who is immune to damage, and have the puppet attack with strings whenever there is an opening. He enables his Igravidia, which is the manipulation of gravity, to crush something in a specified area, and with that, he redirects its attack. Saotome sees that Ikoma has redirected the trajectory of the lightweight strings with gravity and manipulated it to crush Zophie. That stone has attacked him, and he realizes that he was so attacked out of his consciousness. He sees the vicious strings that the executioner murder puppet uses are challenging to detect, and he believes that all thanks to the fact that its biggest weakness is friendly fire. Saotome learns that Ikoma has figured out the weakness of two of his trump cards in such a short time, so he thinks the visibility is terrible. He knows that either way, he has no choice but to fix the formation himself despite the risks. Well, Ikoma has now managed to make an opening in the fortress, and now he believes that it is time to take down the castle in one fell swoop. Ikoma sees that one of the 5 familiars of Saotome has been paralyzed now. He looks at the troublesome doll, which is within his sight, but is unable to move, afraid of friendly fire. He decides to use this time to destroy his familiars and weaken his forces, but he realizes that it is the moment he has to make a solid decision. Saotome knows that the familiars act according to the will of their master, but he thinks that he is primarily relying on their autonomous actions in the current situation. He realizes that he must hold down Ikoma directly with his hands, and then regroup. He thought earlier that he had evaluated Ikoma properly, but now he has realized that he still misjudged Ikoma. There is more doubt that the older adult is so eager to kill Ikoma at any cost as soon as possible that he suddenly sees the Zeus sword. Akasha attacks Saotome with all her force. He learns that it is the familiar of Ikoma, and they have hidden themselves, waiting for the perfect time to stop him. He thinks it is okay because he can still manage to do it as Iblis is positioned above Ikoma. He decides to crush him the moment he shows the opening. Saotome sees Akasha and says to her that he will kill her and abuse her. On the other hand, Ikoma is fighting with the slime family of Saotome. He realizes during the fight that the physical attacks hardly affect them, so he has to blow them away with magic. He saw Iblis and already knew that it would not fall from that minor damage, so he focused his strike on its head. He notices that even after the strike, it can still move, so he concludes that it has impressive sturdiness. He sees Akasha as he knows that she will last for about 30 seconds because the dust will disappear after that, so he thinks that he needs to destroy Sayatome Akira's familiars before that. Anyway, he believes it is more than enough time for him to kill those familiars, so he steps towards eradicating the family of Sayatome. He activates his inverse gravity and uses his meteor slash. The familiar crusher Iblis starts making horrible sounds. Ikoma sees that it is the perfect foothold given by him. Iblis is looking at Ikoma. Ikoma gives Iblis a meteor slash and thinks one-on-one is not scary. As soon as he attacks that familiar, he sees the other familiar slime standing nearby. On the contrary, Akasha is also being assaulted by Sayatome, who thinks that she is very persistent, and she falls on the ground. He feels that Akasha is making it troublesome. After handling Akasha, Sayatome looks at his familiars lying on the ground. Sayatome attacks Ikoma with the weapon. He is so unable to believe to see his familiar curse demon Rogel, along with the illusionary Miles and the crusher Iblis, along with the executioner murderer puppet, are all lying on the ground. He sees that even the cursed god Zophie is also taken down. In short, all of his 5 familiars are taken down by Ikoma. Ikoma says to Sayatome that it looks like they are both done dealing with the familiars of each other, so he suggests to Sayatome that they should settle it down. Sayatome Akira calls Ikoma a monster anyway. He knows that if a familiar is defeated, it cannot be summoned again for a certain period. Now, he realizes he cannot win with his 5 main forces crushed. Apart from that, he is also out of MP, so he thinks that he should use the purity of Adoraline in this situation. Ikoma sees that he has activated the purity of Adoraline, so he wonders if it is his trump card. He feels that it does not look anything like that anyway. Sayatome knows that the purity of Adoraline is familiar and specializes in healing and buffs. He wonders if he should heal his wounds and then run away. He is able to scare Ikoma and run, relying on the performance of the villager items that he carries. Hot tells Adoraline to heal him, but he realizes that if he runs away now, he will never be able to defeat him. His specialties are ambushes and surprise attacks, and in addition to that, his hands and tactics are also completely exposed. He knows that Ikoma will be able to counter him even more efficiently next time. He realizes that it is not just a retreat, but his total defeat. He sees Ikoma, who keeps a calm face in front of him. He knows that though he is holding a calm face, he must have used up a lot of MP2 with all those rampagens. He thinks it is the last chance to kill Ikoma. He tells Adoraline to strengthen him. A status window notifies him that the Angel Breath's prayer has been activated. He tells Ikoma that he will not run away anymore because he has recalled someone he hates who has a similar face to Ikoma. It pisses Sayatome to think about that person, who is someone who gets results purely through talents without any guilt and lives spouting twisted ideals. He gets in extreme rage and says Ikoma to come towards him, as he will now give a genius like him the taste of defeat. He starts the fight with Ikoma. He knows that on the terms of level, he is winning over Ikoma, and he even has the Adoraline physical buff. But he sees that the sword of Ikoma is faster and heavier than it seems. This is proof that he is always lagging behind him. He sees the face of Ikoma and abuses him in his heart to see that he is keeping a cool face. He wonders why Ikoma is so strong. As Ikoma attacks Sayatome, he thinks that he needs to calm down because he sees the movements of Ikoma. He notices that the movements of Ikoma are showing signs of exhaustion as well and thinks that Ikoma might be faint. But he can sense his impatience to settle this. He sees that the body strengthening of Ikoma through gravity manipulation must be nearing its limits. Ikoma thought that he ended the fight with his last move, but he was wrong. He knows that Sayatome should be planning to fight by scattering familiars and going for sneak attacks with knives. But he sees that Sayatome is used to close combats and handle long swords, and in addition to that, the dynamic vision is extraordinary. He can see the patterns in his movements, and he knows that they are not something developed through portal exploration or fighting other people. He decides to focus and read his movements and move faster than him. Ikoma sees Sayatome and gets to know that despite using such unconventional tactics, his moves are like those of someone with martial arts experience. Ikoma sees that the movements of Sayatome are getting sharper, and so he wonders if he has entered a zone state due to the excessive excitement of life or death struggle. The extreme state of concentration is the zone in which the top athletes are skilled at controlling the zone to some extent. He believes that even so, to hold out this long distance a villager class in close combat, he doesn't feel like he will lose in this situation against Ikoma. He realizes that he is surprisingly hard to attack. so he needs nothing but victory because he doesn't need justice, praise, or understanding, as he believes that it is fine as long as the fact remains that he won without any restrictions. He thinks that living freely and comfortably while following the right path because one has talents and so putting forth such refined superficial statements to those who act arrogantly. He decides to not lose to them. He remembers his memory when he was sitting alone, and his twin brother, whose name is Sayatomi Yuyu, comes to him and asks Akira if he is quitting soccer. He tells Akira that he is just about to make it a regular. Akira tells his brother that he was just doing it out of habit. Meanwhile, his father also happens to come there and hug Yuyu, as he has done an amazing job. He told his son Yuyu that he had heard that he scored 3 goals in the last minute in soccer in the last match. In addition to that, Yamai-sensei praised him because his grades are top of the class. His father appreciated him and said to him that world excellence in both academics and sports was perfect for him. He asked Yuyu what he wanted as a birthday present because next month was his birthday. Yuyu reminded his dad that he and Akira share the same birthday, and when his dad listened, he apologized to him and told him that he was not interested in giving any presents to Akira. He further said that it just makes him feel more miserable anyway. Put his hand on the shoulder of Yuyu and told him that he could achieve above average results with minimal effort. He also told him that he is the biggest genius he has ever known so far anyway, saying that they both left. Akira was standing all alone there. He realized that he had plenty of free time now, but he didn't feel like doing anything. Anyway, the scene shifted, and he was sitting in his classroom when a classmate of his came to him and told him that with the seniors leaving the club, survival is in danger. He informed Akira that he was just leaving his name, which would be enough, and he gave Akira the membership application for the kendo club. They started rehearsing, and he found that, surprisingly, he had a talent for kendo. He realized that he should thrive in a world where he is not compared to Yuyu, so he dedicated his middle school life to kendo. After graduating, he went to a local high school that anyone could enter. His prideful parents started to treat him as if he did not exist, but he was even okay with that and didn't bother much about that. An incident happened in his second year of high school when once his brother Yuyu came to him and informed him that he quit soccer, and now he is thinking of trying kendo too. He told Akira that he wanted to know more about him. Akira knew that Yuyu always did the thing he hated the most. Anyway, in the summer of his third year, in the final team match of the club's culmination, it was the match that determined who would go to the national tournament. Ironically, Yuyu and he faced each other in the captain's match. It was 2-2 until this point, as the captain, within the expectations of his team, could not afford to lose the match. He just hit the face because he knew that he didn't have any chance against Yuyu. He asked Yuyu if he knew that to someone who started just to please him the miserable feeling of having his work of life crushed in just a little over a year. He always hated Yuyu a lot, saying that he hit Yuyu through the gap in the armor. He deliberately did that. He said that it was an accident. In desperation, he struck a forceful thrust that deliberately hit the neck of Yuyu. The captain said that this match would be suspended, but Yuyu told the captain that he was okay and assured him that the hit just grazed him while requesting the captain to continue the match. Akira knew because he was the one who delivered the blow that Yuyu was struggling to even breathe properly. That day, he beat Yuyu for the first time by hitting the face. As long as he didn't care about the means and focused solely on victory, he concluded that he wouldn't lose, no matter who it was. Especially those burdened with unnecessary things like honor. A year later after that he was informed that the only class he could choose was a villager. The receptionist told him that villager is a class that anyone can obtain, but it cannot be a combat force. Akira thought that it was rather a guiding hand anyway, and he thanked the receptionist for letting him know. He was sitting in the library when he realized that if he spent money on consumable items, he could then be an excellent support up to level 30. He was searching all about his class villager and saw on the computer that the best strength was being able to summon familiars at a low cost with the ring. He realized that though it is a theoretical concept, allocating skills only for ring usage means that if he collects familiar rings, it can become a powerful class. He realized that for that purpose he would need money and items, but he knew that the portal-related laws were still catching up if he managed to do it well. Anyway, he saw a theft and asked him why they were getting so worked up about it. He asked him if he was questioning him about why he was getting so worked up about it. Akira remembers that he can accomplish great things, and so he decided to move forward for that. He remembered that he had to become a hero and show his father and Yuo what he was thinking, and that they didn't matter to him anymore. He knew that it was confusing, but he also knew that there was no turning back now. He heard a voice from his back who told Akira that he heard that there was a suitable adventurer, and asked him if he had set a trap. Anyway, he suggested Akira not worry because he is alone at the moment, and told him that he cannot believe that he is the portal thief. It is his brother Sayatomo Yuyu from the Demon Squad and from the class swordsman who tells Akira that it is extremely disappointing for him. He asked Akira just in case he didn't plan to surrender and confirmed with him if that was the case. Akira told his brother Yuyu that it was the perfect stage for him and told him not to worry because now he would beat him.